Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to the Patch 1.10 waiting room. This is where we wait. That's right. So shut up and wait. No, I mean, actually, you guys can talk. It's not. You can do that. I got my cool patch shirt on, the one that like literally is invisible half the time, and half the time it's not. You know what? Let me adjust my settings just a little bit so it's even more invisible. I like my see-through eyes. Let's see if I can get this right. Takes a little bit of effort. Hold on, let me do a little finagling here. Alright. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. A little difficult. Let's try this instead. Make myself slightly invisible. I can't get it. Oh well. Sometimes the magic happens and sometimes the magic doesn't, and I can't control the magic. I can't always control the magic. The new updates, so in the past, and this is, Aaron, you know what, let me just write this on the screen just so everybody can see it, okay? So, I have been doing patch notes for Blizzard games, Diablo 2 Resurrected, and other such games for a very long time. And almost always, without exception, it is usually around 11 a.m. PDT. Alright? Which is, of course, 1 p.m. EST. And on rare occasions, it is 12 a.m., or rather, I think that turns into p.m. at that point, or I don't even know, it doesn't even matter. PDT, which is 2 p.m. EST. So we are looking at a little while. I will keep checking, of course, and if they release the patch notes early, we will be here, obviously, the moment that they are released. But we will be waiting. We will be waiting. And then you flash it on and off like this to make it scary. But in a more brain-dead fashion, instead of telling you ESTs and PSTs and all those other things, let me just say this. 2 hours. So, in about 2 hours, we will be in the time frame that they normally release the patch notes, within about 2 hours. So we've got about 2 hours of waiting. I'm going to be refreshing Windows and doing all sorts of stuff like that. But about 2 hours, guys. We just have to wait for 2 whole hours. I'm going to go ahead and pre-pull up all these websites, because first off, a lot of the times, PezRadar usually posts the patch notes on Twitter before they're passed anywhere else. So I usually pull up PezRadar's account because PezRadar is the community manager, and he is usually the first one to post the patch notes, even before, ironically, even before most of the time the patch notes are even live, which is absolutely hilarious, because I guess he always jumps the gun, but half the time he literally posts the patch notes like 2 or 3 minutes before they actually are live. And you can't even like go to the website and click on them yet because he just posted a link and the link doesn't even really go anywhere. Not yet, anyway. He did it last time. I remember I was literally just flipping through Twitter and found his post. I'm also going to pull up, obviously, the Blizzard forums, which is a good one, because a lot of the times they post the patch notes there. And on top of that, I'm going to have the Diablo news page open. So the Diablo news page is where they actually post the patch notes. If you go to the official Diablo news page, the official Diablo news page has this little thing right here. It's called Diablo 4 patch notes. And all the patch notes are from all the previous patches have been listed here. But just a quick note to you guys. Just a quick note to you guys. The this is not always like the full patch notes. A lot of the times, if you go on the forums afterward, they have like a more detailed version of the patch notes sometimes. It depends on the patch, like some of the patches are more detailed than others, but it's really quite strange because if you go to the actual forums, a lot of the times you'll get stuff like, let's see here. Let me see if I can find one of the older ones that had like this kind of thing going on. So this is hotfix 13, right? So hotfix 13 was patch 1.0.2. And look at all the patch notes here. Like, look at all these notes, right? That's a lot of notes, right? These are all the hotfixes. Like, these are the individual hotfixes. If I go over here and I look at the same hotfixes, like, they hardly have anything in them by comparison to, like, the ones that are on the forums. Like, some of them have a decent amount of information, but, like, let's take one in particular. So let's say we got hotfix 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hotfix 6 and 7. So this is hotfix 6 and 7 right here, right? So hotfixes are the lettered patch numbers right there. So we've got C, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So this is 6 and 7 right here. Like, look at the difference between 6 and 7 and 6 and 7. So we'll take a look on here just to make sure they don't post like more detailed patch notes. But we're gonna keep an eye on this stuff, and we're gonna make sure that we've got all the data that we need. Obviously, we don't care about 1.04. That one's already gone, and we'll refresh this constantly to make sure we get the patch notes as soon as they go live. And let me just kind of like minimize this for the moment. Yeah, and there's changes that they never mention. Because they deem them as unimportant, and a lot of the times those unimportant changes are literally, like, more important than anything. One of the more important changes is literally, like, the fact that they changed the super unique monsters to like, not drop the items all the time anymore. They didn't even mention that. And we just had to find that out on our own. You know, I gotta say, they did a really good job with the ground in this town. So I've heard a lot of stories. I've never actually seen it, but I've heard a lot of stories about old Wild Wild West towns, like New York back when they used to have horses and stuff like that, and how terrible the streets were, like how awful the streets were, like literally the horses, like you can see here, there's horseshoe prints all over the place. The horses would basically tear up the ground until basically there was no grass. And then eventually when there was no grass, it was just mud. And the horses would poop on everything and they would pee on everything. And so the ground was essentially like just a nasty swilling mess of just like horse manure, like pee, water, mud, and anything else that people wanted to throw out in the street. Especially if they had like chamber pots and they threw their friggin' like poo out there. And like it was disgusting. Like everything that I've read says that the streets in like New York and stuff like that during that time period when they were using horses were just absolutely filthy disgusting. And you know, this city right here, Saragar, kind of like mimics it, doesn't it? Like there's a little bit of cobblestone up here, I guess. But for the most part, I mean, just look at the like everything in this. There's like no grass. It's all just horse tracks, wagon wheel tracks, horrible piles of mud, just like water. It's just nasty, right? And it just kind of made me laugh because I'm like, this is probably how it really was. Like this is how the streets looked, just nasty. Like there was no paving, there was no rocks or anything. Why, I know how cattle farms smell. I've been to plenty. We even had a field trip to one back when I was in middle school. Over here in Virginia, there's a pretty famous farm that the schools will take people to for field trips to, you know, get us a taste of the farm life. I think Bone Spear Necro is going to get nerfed. I do too. Yeah. Atticus. Bone Spear Necro is broken. Okay, it's a broken character. Like I don't know what they were thinking, but they need to rethink what they were thinking. They need to rethink the think. Like if they can rethink the think, that would be good. Most likely around 11 PDT. That's the general gist of it. In fact, you know, let me put it up on the screen here. I know I've already put it in the title, but let me just put it up here. Actually, could I do like a countdown? Let's see if I could do a countdown. I could probably do a countdown. I probably could. Let's see here. That should make it really easy. Okay. Let me see if I can just pop this up on the screen. Why not? It'll be fun. Wow. All right, we'll put that right there. Alright, that should work. Okay, now I just need to pull it into the dew drink. Won't take me but a second. I don't know if you guys have ever actually seen anybody do this, but it's pretty cool. So this is the countdown timer right here. Alright, then I'm going to edit it, which I basically apply a filter. It's a pretty easy filter. It basically involves a crop/pad filter. Once I apply the crop pad filter, we get something that looks more like this. Wow. Boop. What? No. Wait, yep. Nope, yep. Alright, then we pull this in right here because we don't need the days. Who needs days? Days are unimportant. We got hours. Alright, and then once we have this, then we go to our color correction. Or sorry, our chroma key. We take our little dewjank right here and we find the color. And once we find the color, we can do this. And then bam, look, now we have a countdown timer. Oh no, I forgot to do the top. Edit filters, top, and we gotta make the top go all the way down. There we go. See, now we have a countdown timer. Pretty. It's a pretty countdown timer too. Look, see? I know you guys like that countdown timer. Like magic. Magic countdown timer. Now, do I know the exact time? Not really, but that's the bare minimum. They're not going to release it before that. So you might want to hear my logic on this. How do I know that they're not going to release it before that? It's simple. They're in California, okay? In California, what time is it right now? Like, it's barely even, like, work hours. That's part of the issue. So because it's, like, barely even work hours, and that's part of the problem, they're basically only just, they just, like, open their office, and they're trying to get everything ready. So how it generally works is we're waiting for them to kind of, like, go through the cycles of their day, right? So at 8 a.m. PST, which if you go to, like, a... 8 a.m. PST to EST is only like 11 o'clock, right? So it's like lunchtime. So we're like when they get there in the morning, it's lunchtime for us, right? So they generally release it like right after lunch. So if you actually look at what 11 a.m. PDT is basically after lunch. So once 11 a.m. hits, they go do their lunch, they come back, and then usually they end up posting it somewhere around that time. It's like an after lunch thing. It's like every single time they patch notes, they put notes up, it's like after lunch. Let's go clear some dungeons, though, while we're waiting, because why not? You know, it's funny because a lot of people have had no issue finding a Tempered's Roar, Rensler. And some people just seem to, like, never be able to find the thing. And I feel for you guys that can't find it because I spent, like, literally many hours trying to get my Ramaladi's Magnum Opus, and the thing would not drop no matter how hard I tried. And just, I didn't... Yeah, everybody else was finding one. Like, everybody else had one. Like, legit, everybody else had one. And I'm like, I'm trying to find mine. I'm doing my dungeons. Literally, while I was doing the dungeons to try and find myself a Ramaladi's Magnum Opus, literally, like 15 of them dropped for other people. Like, you know, just throughout the day, throughout the days that I was farming. Like, there was literally like 15 of them fell. And then on top of that, like several people that weren't even in my groups found like 5 or 6 of them. So it was like 20 or 30 of them actually fell, like in the time span it took me to find my one. Yeah, Derek said he found 3 by the time it took me to find just 1. And I feel for you because you're not finding yours, and I get it, and you're frustrated, but it's not actually that rare. Like, everybody else is finding them, you're just not finding them. For some reason or another, you're on Blizzard's blacklist. The game hates you. Go cry in the corner, basically, at this point. Like, the game is like, you're a terrible person, and I hate your guts. And I'm like, well, dang, all right. But like, and you're never gonna find your Ramaladi's Magnum Opus, and you're like, well, that just hurts. That's just hurtful. That's just hurtful. I don't know why you gotta be hurtful like that. Never. Like, all right, dang, I got it the first time. Never.
Masterful work.
They show up every now and then just to tell you that they hate you. You're like, oh, okay, thanks. It's good to know. Yay. So let's talk about some interesting things, though, while we're waiting. All right. So I'm going to shout out a YouTuber real quick, so you guys are going to have fun with that. In fact, you know what? Let's go over and subscribe to his channel because he's got some pretty cool information. He actually figured out, cracked the code for Diablo 4 armor. And no, I'm not talking about Zerio. Zerio has some pretty cool videos too, but the guy that I'm talking about basically figured out the armor penalties almost entirely, and like down to like a fraction of a percentage. And I do have his video here somewhere. Hold on. Yes. All right. So his name is Skyline. I'm going to put a link to his channel in chat. Skyline is kind of a generic name, by the way. He should really consider changing that. Because I feel like every time I type in Skyline into YouTube, it's coming up with about 1,000 other channels and videos that are not related to his channel at all. Let's I'm not even really sure how I can search for his channel on here. Let's try Diablo 4. There we go. That pulls it up. Okay, no, never mind. No, it didn't. That's not the same channel. There we go. There's the channel. Alright, so I'm not going to play his video on stream, but Skyline right here. This is his channel right here. And I'm going to go ahead and share the link. If you guys want to hop over and take a look at that video. He has a Google Doc spreadsheet in his video, and he goes over the process of explaining how armor value works. And they've done a lot of testing to it, so like there's a lot of information here, and kudos to him for figuring all this stuff out. But basically how it works is there's a penalty. So it's not actually a level penalty as in like your level versus the monster's level. It's actually just a penalty. Like there's just straight up a penalty. And you can figure out exactly like how much armor you have. Like for instance, I'm sitting at 5,407, right? So if we type in our 5,407 here, which we have to, I believe we have to copy this. Make a copy. Alright, so we have to put in our armor value here, so 5,407. And then you put in the monster's level here. So, and that calculates your penalty. Right now you can see I'm sitting at a whole 18% damage reduction right there, which is absolutely awful. This spreadsheet is in the description of the video as well. And basically you can figure out exactly how much armor you have versus specific level monsters. So like if I typed in level 90 here, I have a 41% damage reduction versus level 90 monsters. So if we take a look at our panel, I have a 50% damage reduction versus equal level monsters. So I get about 10% less DR fighting a monster that's 10 levels higher than me. One of the big things that he did find out, though, which I think is really cool, is that it's basically just a flat penalty from the attacker. So the attacker is basically just applying a flat penalty to your character, and the flat penalty has to be overcome before you get really any effect. So like imagine it more like this, and I know that he has in the video he explains this a lot better than I'm going to explain it, but let me see if I can explain this in a way to help you guys. So let's say the penalty is 2,000 armor value. So we have a 2,000 armor value penalty. And I only have, say, 1,500 armor. Then I have not overcome the penalty. And adding 500 does nothing because I still have not overcome the penalty. So the basically how it seems to work is that if you don't overcome the penalty, you basically get no bonuses because you still haven't even overcome the penalty that the monster is applying to you. But once you do overcome the penalty, say for instance I'm at 2,000 armor and the penalty is 2,000 and I add 500, now I have actually added something. Now I actually am getting a real bonus. And all this is in his video. He talks about it and it makes a whole lot of sense. He's got the math to back it up and like basically goes over all of the armor values and the levels and stuff. But he also has this beautiful calculator right here, which is really easy. So you just put in the level of the monsters that you're fighting. You put in the amount of armor that you have, and you find out what your damage reduction is. You'll notice that once you get to really high values, like an extra 1,000 here, goes from 54% to 63%. And you can get to the 85% cap. It's actually 3,201. Or close to that. It's very close to 13,201. Whereas his value is slightly different than Zario's. But basically, this gives us a much better idea of how armor works now, and you can figure out exactly how much armor you need. The unfortunate side effect, though, of this is that if you can't get a ridiculously high amount of armor, then building armor is worthless to you. Because if you can't overcome the penalty, okay? And this is very important. If you can't overcome the penalty, then you're not going to get any benefit from the armor that you're adding. And it's rather unfortunate. So if you can't overcome the penalty, and who can't overcome the penalty, right? Sorceress has a really hard time. Sorky, and Necromancer has a really hard time. There's a couple characters in the game that just have a really hard time getting armor. If you're one of these characters that has a really hard time getting armor, you probably don't want to build armor, because basically how he's discovered, or basically how he's explaining it, is that if you can't overcome the penalty, then building armor for you is pointless. Because adding armor that does not breach the penalty is pointless. Like, it basically does nothing for you. So if you can't overcome the penalty that the monster is applying to you, you basically get no benefit from adding armor. Which means that there's only two situations at this point. So either A, armor is amazing and you can stack it to the moon, or B, don't use armor at all, basically. And I know that sounds kind of silly, but if you're a character like a Barbarian, Barbarians are easy. Barbarians can stack armor because strength is part of their main bonus, right? So their main stat is essentially strength, and strength is essentially armor, right? So Barbarians fall into this category. All right. B, which is basically don't use armor at all, is Sorceress. Sorceress falls into this category. Sorceress has an insanely hard time, like, actually building armor. So if you fall into one category, you basically just don't use armor at all. And if you fall into the other category, you basically stack armor to the moon and back. And it's very important that you understand where the penalties are, and you realize whether it's pointless to stack armor in your case. Like, for instance, if I am this rogue, let's say let's go over to my Necromancer. It's a good idea. Let's actually check my Necromancer. So my current armor value on my Necromancer is 6,414, right? Alright, so let's plug in those numbers, and it's 6,414. Which means I have a total damage reduction of 25% from my armor, which is pretty awful. Let's say that I add 1,000 to this. So I can potentially add another 1,000 armor to my character, right? So adding a whole nother 1,000 is going to get me from 25% to 33% damage reduction, which may not give me anywhere near as much as adding in something like more damage reduction flat, or damage reduction conditional, or another form of damage reduction besides this. So basically what it comes down to is if you can't hit like some of these higher numbers past the penalty, you're in really bad shape. And you're just going to get basically nothing for even adding like 2,000. 2,000 brings me from 25% to 41%. But 2,000 is going to require a significant increase in my stats. I'm going to have to sacrifice a lot of stuff to hit that 2,000 mark. Like, if I had a 10% increase, like on my armor, if I had a 10% increase somewhere else, and I actually already do, by the way. So I'm actually running an 8.7 on my armor. And I think I have one more somewhere. Maybe not. But I'm already running one 8.7% already. So I'm gonna have a hard time breaching a number which is far surpassing the penalty. It might not be worth it in my case to stack armor to the moon and back. Yeah, he's a real naked mancer. That's right. Yes, Dune Buggy, we're waiting for the patch. Basically, that's what's going on. Just patch day jitters. Everybody is curious. We all want to know what the patch is gonna have. You know, like, we shake our Magic 8 balls and go, will the patch buff my character? And then Magic 8 Ball says, it is decidedly so, and we all get excited. No, we don't know. I mean, if I had to make some guesses, and I want to temper you guys' expectations because they keep repeating this line to us over and over again, which is basically, Season 2. Like, it's not coming till Season 2. It's not coming till Season 2. I have a feeling that we are not going to see a lot of this stuff until Season 2. So if you have, like, a whole bunch of expectations in your head of what you think is going to be coming, let me give you just a harsh reality wake-up. Season 1 patch was pre-approved probably before the launch of the game. Okay? Season 1 patch was pre-approved before the launch of the game, which means that all the complaints and things that we've been making to them are probably not in this patch, because this patch was a pre-approved patch that was done before the launch of the game. They pre-approved freaking Season 1 way too early. They should have waited, and they should have got some more feedback from us before then, but they just went ahead and got it pre-approved in advance. I am kind of curious if they added anything into it from since then, but I would assume they'd have to get it pre-approved if they wanted to add some things in. Twisted by hatred's corruption, the Malignant pose a deadly threat to Sanctuary. Indicated by their color, Malignant enemies have varying strengths and abilities, which will determine the type of heart they drop. So we've got a white color. We've got the red, which we know is vicious. We've got the blue, which I'm pretty sure is, what, devious? And then the kind of like the purpley sort of a color. Pez Radar has been answering some questions on here, too, which is kind of nice. I've actually noticed on a couple of his posts where he's posting stuff. By the way, if you haven't seen this, this is a leak from the patch. This is basically Joseph Piaporo kind of clarifying on the level cap requirements that are coming. So basically, as of right now, if you find a sacred item in, on your level 100 character, for instance, it's capped at level 100 because it's based on your character level. They're introducing a cap of 80 for ancestral equipment. Okay, so whenever you find a high-level item on your level 100 character, it will be capped at 80. Which means that you can, well, I mean, I hate to say this, but it's not really that great. But it's closer to, well, it's better than 100. Like, it's better than 100, let's just say that. Because if I find a level 100 now on a item, it's going to be capped at level 100. So I can't give that to my low-level characters at all. And I feel like level 80 is just way too high, but at least it's 20 levels better than level 100. Like, I feel like this is a move in the right direction, but it's not a complete fix. I feel like they really need to address this again. This is a band-aid fix. However, they also made it so that these sacred items have a level requirement cap of 60. And he did confirm for us that they're not going to be level 60. They're just going to be a cap of level 60, so they can drop lower. But if I'm a level 100 character and I find a sacred item, it will be capped at 60, right? And I made a comment on this already. If you guys could give me some support on this and shoot me a heart like that, I would be grateful, because I really want them to fix this even better. And there's a reason why. I'm going to explain. And I can just read my post. I said, level 60 requirement set for sacred items is terrible. If I am a level 100 character trying to find gear for my alt, that level 60 requirement might as well be 100, because the minimum level for ancestral gear is level 60. As soon as I hit 60 and can use the sacred gear, which you've capped at level 60, it will be useless, because I will now be able to use the superior ancestral equipment. You need to bring them, say, max sacred gear level down to about level 50, or it's still going to be useless. And I think anybody with half a brain can see this, that the level 60 requirement on the sacred items just isn't good. It's basically it's worthless. Like there's no reason to use the sacred gear if you can use the ancestral gear. And I think the main thing here is investment, right? Nobody wants to invest time and effort in something that they're going to take off like 5 minutes later. Like as soon as I find a better ancestral piece of equipment, I'm not going to invest my time and effort in the sacred piece of equipment. I'm going to invest my time and effort into the ancestral piece of equipment. So capping the sacred gear at the exact level that you get access to the ancestral equipment is a slap in the face. Like now there's absolutely no reason really for me to take a look at the sacred equipment still. The only thing that this does, and there is one positive from this, is that if I find a perfect, and I mean absolutely perfect sacred piece of equipment that rivals ancestral gear, which is possible, but it's like 1% out of 99%, like kind of problem. Because first off, the sacred piece of equipment has to roll higher than 700 so that it can be upgraded to the 725 breakpoint. Second, the sacred gear also has to be not a weapon, so the weapons are terrible. You can't have a 725 weapon. It also has to be a regular piece of equipment, like a ring, etc. And it has to basically be nearly perfect in stats. So it's not just that it has to be 700 plus, it also has to be basically perfect in stats and not be a weapon. Like minimally, like the minimalist amount of usefulness has now been created by capping the sacred items at level 60, but nobody's going to use it. Like you're talking about like the chances of you finding a perfect sacred item is very, 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 very rare. So they're basically all just going to get scrapped. They're all going to get scrapped anyway. Nobody's going to... If I can't actually put this on my lower level character, if I can't put the sacred gear on my lower level character because it requires level 60, then it's just going to get thrown in the garbage. So the minimum level on sacred gear is level 45. That is correct, Ryuja. The problem is that the minimum level or the maximum level that they're making it is 60. And if you are higher than level 60, all sacred gear then becomes level 60. So it's a issue because you still can't find equipment for your low level character. So you're still going to be SOL trying to find equipment for your alt. So if you're a level 100 character and you're in a dungeon, actually it doesn't really matter. If you're a level 61 plus character, so anything above level 60, if you're a 61 plus character, you are going to just find level 60 sacred items, which are basically unusable by your lower level characters. Hopefully they see people, talking about this. If you guys can go on there and heart my tweet, I'd appreciate it. Just comment. Just make it clear that level 60 for the sacred items just really isn't acceptable, and they've got to dial that down a little bit more. 50 would be much more acceptable. I would accept 50 because then you have 10 whole levels of being able to use that sacred equipment before you get access to the ancestral equipment. Although, to be honest with you, 45 would probably be better because 45 is when you actually get access to the sacred equipment in the first place. Oh yeah, I hope they fix the aspect requirement as well, because the aspect level requirement is also terrible. I honestly really hope that they cap the aspects at level 80 as well. I think it probably is going to happen though, because now that the items can't go above level 80 requirement or 60 requirement in the case of the aspects for sacred items, I think that will actually make it a lot easier to share the aspects. So in the case of aspects, you might actually be looking for sacred versions of the aspects. So for instance, right here I have a sacred pair of boots that's level 86. If I found this today, it would be level 60. So at least that would be shareable to my other characters. The aspects will be shareable. So that's a very interesting thing to point out there, Ryujin. Because I guess that in a way it does make the aspects more shareable among your characters. And it also means that finding sacred legendaries is not going to be as terrible as it once was. So when I find a sacred legendary item, I'm going to actually pull those aside because the sacred legendary items are going to get capped at 60, and I'm going to be able to share those with my lower level characters. That's actually pretty good. I didn't even consider that, but I would assume that since the level cap and the cap on the items themselves, like if I take this pair of boots right here and I go extract this aspect, it's going to be level 86. So it's immediately level 86.
I'm not ready yet.
45 is the point at which you get sacred equipment, Stephen Walker, so it doesn't matter either way. Like, as soon as you hit level 45, World Tier 3, you start finding sacred equipment. So as you can see here, this is a level 86 pair of boots. And because it's a level 86 pair of boots, it becomes a level 86 aspect. So I would assume that capping the sacreds at level 60 would mean that in the future, this particular pair of boots would be level 60. And when I go to remove this aspect, the aspect would also be level 60. So I guess in a way, the aspects at least will be more useful, but the sacred items themselves won't. I wonder if it'll be retroactive. I'm kind of curious because I've got a lot of sacred items in here, sacred aspects that I've been holding on to for various reasons. Like, I've got this one right here, which is the Grizzly Rage one. It's a perfect Grizzly Rage. I've got this one, which is a perfect basic skills and so forth and so on. And all of these are sacred items that are capped at way too high level. Like, this is a level 96 perfect Blood Wave that's a sacred that if it's retroactive and it affects every single item in my inventory, then a lot of the aspects might actually become useful on other characters, which should be interesting. And they nerfing weapon swap? I don't know. And they like to do hashtag nerf barb. I guess we're going to find out. 1 to 2 p.m. EST has been my personal experience. So that's why I have the countdown timer up. So once this countdown timer hits 0, we're going to start refreshing the pages. And we're going to make sure that we check constantly. Because there's a very good chance that we're going to be looking at the patch coming any minute at that point. I become a veteran of patch day. I know when to wait. I know when to look. I know when to refresh. Like, I know where to check. Like, it's pretty easy. Like, once you figure everything out, like, it doesn't take too much effort once you start figuring everything out. Speaking of refreshing, I'm going to refresh everything right now just to make sure. And nope, still no notes there. Still no word from the Blizzard forums, and still no word from Pez Radar. And I might as well open up the Diablo account too on Twitter. And no information from the Diablo account. I mean, which class do you think is going to get the most buffs, and which class do you think is going to get the most nerfs? I mean, we got new aspects coming, and we got new unique items coming. So they basically told us that there's going to be 6 new unique items, and just using, you know, your average brain cells, you can totally see that 6 is going to be 1 for each class, and it's also going to be 1 uber rare. By the way, Gareth Morgan, I forgot to thank you for the 2, was that 2 pounds? 2 pounds you sent me, man. I really appreciate that. Gareth Morgan said, love the content, Ginger. Love from Wales. Thank you, Gareth. I really appreciate it, man. I was too busy yakking, and I didn't see your message right when it popped up. So, by the way, since I have all your attention, let me clarify something. So you can pet dogs in this game, and for some reason or another, people think that you can't pet cats. And they're wrong. You can totally mess with the cats. And the cats even show you their little tum-tum. So in the game, if you say hello to the dogs, you can pet the dog, okay? The dog will will sit for you. They usually do a nice sit. And, sometimes you have to pet them a couple times before they do a sit. And then once they do a sit, then they will follow you around. They will follow you around everywhere. So they will actually follow you after you pet them because they want to get petted again. All right. With cats, which I believe there is a cat in Kyovashad, you can interact with the cats as well. Totally important information that you have to know, by the way. You can totally interact with the cats as well. You just need to find one first. So first you have to find one of the cats. There's usually a cat in this building here. You might have to run around a little bit and see if you can find him. A lot of the times he's up here in this room, but occasionally he wanders around. You may have to find the cat. But once you find the cat, you have to do the same thing. You square up on the cat just like you would with the dog. And you say the hello command. And the cat will actually do a stretch. He does a big stretch, as cats like to do. And then he will roll over and he will show you his tummy. And it's the cutest thing I've ever seen. And you can trigger this anytime you want to by finding the cat and saying hello to the cat, making him roll over and sit on his, and show you his tummy. Just like cats like to do. They like to roll over and show you their tum-tum. They're like, come on, tum-tum scratches, get to it. They're like, get to it, tum-tums. The cat was on the bed. Let's see if I can find him. There's usually cats usually here. Like, oh, there he is. I don't think that cat you can interact with. I don't. The one I'm thinking of is the black cat. I think this one is a static prop. I don't think this one counts. There he is, right there. There he is. All right, watch. So you square up on the cat like this. You press hello.
Hello.
The cat will do a big stretch. Then he rolls over, and then he shows you his tum-tum. Watch. You do it again, and he likes to show you his tum-tum. He literally shows you his little tummy. You see, look at this little tum-tum. Like, so a lot of people for some reason think you can't interact with the cat, and you totally can interact with the cat. Every time you do it, he will do the same animation. He does the stretch, and then he rolls over and he asks for tum-tum scratches. See? He rolls over and does a little tum-tum scratch. He wants a tum-tum scratches. They put some really crazy stuff in this game, I'll tell you what.
I need more time.
I have cats, and one of my cats literally does this. All you gotta do is call his name. His name is Balls, by the way. His name is literally Balls. We call him Balls because he likes to put his balls on the back of your neck. And Balls, if you call his name out, if you go, Balls! Balls! He comes over, lays on the ground just like that, and then rolls over and wants you to scratch his tummy. He literally does the same exact thing. What about the rats? The rats are interesting. I actually followed the rats around a lot in Geocool. There's like 1 million rats in Geocool. I don't think you can interact with them, but like if you follow them around, they do all sorts of crazy stuff. I'm not really interested in Ackman's videos. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not even gonna bother to take a look. The only reason I did the first one was because everybody requested it. I had no intention of doing that stuff. But everybody wanted me to take a look at the video. They were like, you gotta take a look at the video. And I'm like, alright, I'll take a look at the video. Honestly, after taking a look at the video, I regret it. So these are the little rats right here. They're all over the place in Geocool. They're about as big as chinchillas. You can't really interact with them. Like if you say hello to the rats, they don't really stop. But if you follow them around, eventually the rat will find another rat, and it's actually kind of funny. And they start grooming each other. Like, if you have 2 rats or 2 or 3 rats in the same place, they'll start grooming each other, like, you know, like nibbling on each other's, like, you know, little heads and stuff like that. And they have, like, some weird interactions with each other, which I think is interesting to watch. I don't know, they put a lot of work into, like, little small details, like the rat running around, which is absolutely silly. The rat is almost bigger than the cat, like, straight up. Mr. Rat, I'm trying to say hello to you, sir.
Hello.
Oh my god, did he just come over? I think he did just come over.
Hello.
Can you really interact with the rats? Come here, buddy. It's kind of hard to get him to stand still. Like, I guess I gotta go in front of him and be like,
hello.
Why you gotta just turn around like that? Am I ugly? I said hello.
Greetings. Hello.
Alright, let's go to a dungeon or something. Let's go to a dungeon. A dungeon. This character's not fully set up yet, but I could go and knock some heads. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about the rats leading you to the loot, and I'm like, I don't know about that. I mean, I clear all my dungeons anyway, like a raccoon. A professional raccoon. I'm a very professional raccoon. And, like, what's the difference? I was thinking to myself. I'm like, what's the difference between killing all the everything in the dungeon and clicking on every chest and following the rats to a chest? Like, isn't it the same thing at that point? Like, wouldn't it be the same thing if I'm just clearing the entire dungeon anyway? Like, the only people that rat thing would be for would be the people that don't click on everything. Like, the rats brought me to this chest that I was never going to click on myself. Like, why would I ever click on that chest? It's only glowing. I don't know. It just seems a little silly. Some people in my kinship said that they should, with this partnership with KFC, instead of having a cow level, they should have had a chicken level. And they should have had the colonel. Instead of the cow king, it would be the colonel. And I was like, that's absolutely hilarious. They should totally do that. I'm like, I would not even be mad at that. Like, get the partnership with KFC, like, freaking make all the big giant chickens carrying halberds, and then have the colonel running around. Like, hell yeah. The secret chicken level. Who doesn't want a secret chicken level?
I need more time.
Bunks.
No, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I wonder how much stuff they managed to sneak into the Season 1 patch. I'm actually kind of curious.
I need more time.
Oh, I might actually want to click on the gate control. Yeah, Season 2 is in 2 days, so they're giving us like 2 days basically to... They're giving us 2 days basically to just play around with the patch and find stuff. So the unique items and the new aspects should be available in, like, right now. So if you wanted to test out the new unique items and stuff, like, you're going to have to find them, obviously. So you're going to have 2 days to see if you can actually find them. But if you can find them, you'll be able to test them out in advance. Obviously, I'm going to be playing all 2 days, trying to make sure I can get my hands on them. We're going to see if we can get at least 1 or 2 of the uniques. I'm assuming that there's one new unique for each class. That's my assumption. If they do show them off in the patch notes, that'd be great. But otherwise, we're going to have to find them.
Yet.
I look like Brad Pitt's brother, Stewie Pitt. is that a joke from Family Guy, Stewie? I'm just kidding. I know you didn't write Stewie. I just read Stewie because I like Family Guy. I like Who doesn't like Family Guy? Oh, I will do my best. I got 2 days. Once they release the patch, that is. I do got to go to work tonight, unfortunately, so one way or another.
I'm not ready yet. More energy.
Unfortunately, I have to work night shift, but I will play literally right up until I leave, so...
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Ow! We're waiting. We're waiting, R2O. This is the waiting room. Welcome to the waiting room. We're waiting. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Waiting for them stupid notes, because it's freaking lame. I don't understand why they always have to release the patch notes at the exact same time they release the patch. Like, I don't know why that is with Blizzard. Most other companies will let you see the patch notes before the patch goes live. Like, you know, like a day before or something like that. Like, for some reason, Blizzard's always like, alright, here's the patch notes, here's the patch. Patch is live. Like, wait a minute, can I, like, read the patch notes? No, patch is live. Go play. What's up, Mr. Blood Boy? Boom, 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 boom. Think double core skill rogue will be nerfed? I don't know. I heard about that one. I was watching a video on that one the other day. I didn't really finish it because I kind of wanted to like build my own characters, but it sounded like an interesting idea, double core skills. It's a little difficult with spenders because, you know, you never have enough resource. You always got to balance your character around not having enough resource. Thorns probably is gonna get a nerf. It's after that guy posted that PvP video of him literally just standing there and like nobody could kill him. They would run up to him and like just die on his thorns. Like, it was hilarious to watch. Don't get me wrong, but like that's the kind of stuff that draws the eye of Sauron. By the way, that's the kind of stuff that draws the eye of Sauron. Guy should have never made that video, because as soon as he made that video, Blizzard was probably over there watching it like, I guess Thorns is pretty OP. We might need to nerf it. Although that Hoda at the end of that video was just personal. That just felt personal. That one guy that was like, you know what? I'm not gonna die by hitting this guy who has a million thorns, and he was about to run away, and the thorns guy like just hoded him out of existence. I guess we're gonna find out. Let's get going on nerfing Thorns. Don't forget to put the hotfix out to nerf Thorns.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, buddy? Cyprian Infernovic. What's up, man? Alright, permanently locked in CC. That's how I like to be. I hate this. This modifier right here is one of my like least favorite modifiers in the game. Whoever designed this, like, bravo. Like, you have made so many people hate your guts.
I'm not ready yet.
And then he explodes like 18 times after he dies, too. It's not even random either. I think that's the part that's the most annoying. Like, the fireball blasts coming out are totally not random. They target you. They target you directly. Like you were the one that came and just killed their whole family, and like, and you just deserve. You just deserve it. Like, there's like a vengeance there. Like freaking Batman shows up and he's like, "I am vengeance." Like they want your guts.
I'm not ready yet.
What's that? Twisting Blades gets nerfed again? Alright. Alright. That makes sense.
Well struck.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. They've already nerfed Twisting Blades like 3 times, so... Maybe a little bit further. Maybe a little bit further.
Fair trade.
Don't get mad at me. I didn't make the decision. The first time they nerfed it, everybody was like, "Eh, it's still good." And then the second time they nerfed it, everybody was like, "Eh, it's still good." So there's probably going to be like another nerf. They're like, "Eh, it's still good."
Anything
Dang
else?
it, we didn't nerf it far enough. Engage the nerfing machine. Eyes in the dark. This thing is useless. I think this pair of pants is probably one of the most useless uniques in the game. Like, it has basically no purpose whatsoever. Like, I feel like just putting it on makes you objectively weaker as a result. Like, and it's a perfect one. It's a 15%er. Like, and I'm gonna keep it just simply because, like, I want to have, like, one of every single unique. But...
Fair trade.
Ooh, cooldown reduction. That's not bad. Poison imbuement, cooldown reduction. Well, I don't really want poison imbuement, though. But yeah, my old icy alchemist. Stop telling the devs that something's OP. I mean, it's kind of hard when people post a video and the video is like somebody doing like 2 billion damage. Like, of course, somewhere along the line, somebody's gonna be like, "Hey, I think this is kind of broken." Oh, that one's level 50. That's a sacred version. It's the Eye of Sauron, my friends. It's the Eye of Sauron. Well, 43 minutes. Let me just clarify. 43 minutes until the window is open. So the window is generally between 1 p.m. EST to 2 p.m. EST. That is the general window. That is the window. So we are looking at between that time period. So once we hit 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. EST, they could pop up at any time. Up to that point. Usually they never pass 2 p.m. EST, like, if they're being lazy. Nope, you have not missed the notes. We are still waiting. Waiting dutifully. Welcome to the Thunderdome, my friends. Welcome to the Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. So who can tell me why the rules of the Thunderdome were violated in that movie? I wonder how many of you guys actually watched the movie. How many of you actually watched the movie? Did you pay attention? Why were the rules violated? 2 men enter, 1 man leave. A little bit of movie trivia. That's right. Master and Blaster were two men. Correct, William. Master and Blaster were a tag team duo. They broke the rules. Honestly, it was a perfect combination of brawn and brains. Because the guy who was real big and strong, he did not have the sense like to actually fight properly. So he definitely needed his brains basically. Without the brains, he was never going to be able to win that fight. Who runs Bartertown? I used to love Mad Max. I thought all the Mad Max movies were good. I remember watching them as a kid. I just thought it was great. There's more people in here than have bought the game? Wow.
I'm not ready yet.
Where them HellTides be at? Speaking of, for those of you guys that are here for Season 1, if you guys want a prep guide for Season 1, I've got that up already. Actually, this is my prep guide right here. Pretty simple stuff, but you can obviously grab it off of my video. So if you want to copy and paste it, like it's literally just there. I also kind of forgot to put in like 1 to 47 is stronghold farming, but I did forget to write in 1 to like I think it's like 1 to 20. It's pretty much just like events and stuff. Pretty much how you kind of get your 1 to 20. Although I'm actually kind of curious how much EXP. So this is an interesting point. I'm actually kind of interested in how much EXP we're going to get when we log into the game. So I don't know if anybody's actually considered this. So if you go to your map and you look at your renown, you get an EXP bonus for claiming your first one. You get an EXP bonus for claiming your second one, right? And according to what they're saying, will be mostly completed with the third one when we do our new character on season. So we will be looking at... Can't even talk without a monster showing up to kill me. Like, you're not allowed to check your map in this game. So when we log in as a level 1 character, we will be able to go claim, 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 right? So we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 claims that we can make immediately. And with very little effort, we can get this third one. We should be very close to completing this third one. So it really won't take very long to get this third one. So like as soon as you log in, you're probably going to be like level 7 to 10 just from claiming all of these EXP bonuses that you're getting right here. Like that's going to be a pretty big little bump in your level, like just right off the bat. Which means you're not going to start at level 1 anyway. Like I don't think any of us are going to start at level 1. We're probably all going to be starting at much higher than level 1. World Tier 1 is easier, and there's really, like, no objective reason to do World Tier 2. The bonuses that you get from World Tier 2 aren't really, like, that massively better, and it just kind of slows you down. It's not like you're getting, like, 400% experience increase. It's a pretty small bonus for the difficulty that it actually gives you. So if you're going for speed, World Tier 1 is going to be faster. Unless you just have, like, a really overpowered group. Like, if your group is just broken overpowered, then who cares? Just, if you're in World Tier 2... You know, and you can just clear everything by literally rolling your face across the keyboard like this. I mean, well then does it really matter at that point? Like, Alright, buddy. Rude. There will be a little bit of an issue there because you're going to be naked. So get some gear first before you claim your EXP. Yes, when the patch hits, we're going to be able to hop onto the Eternal Realm and test some of this stuff out. So we'll be able to test and see what level we're going to get to, because according to what they said, progress is going to transfer between characters. So apparently, when we log in today, when this patch goes live, when we log in today, we will be able to check and see how this transference of like the Fog of War. And the Altars of Lilith and the Renown and stuff. We'll be able to test it today. So we'll get an idea of how this stuff works, you know, like literally on the spot.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I freaking love this character. This character is so fun. If any of you guys in chat have a love for the Freezing Arrow Amazon from Diablo 2, did you really like the Freezing Arrow Amazon? Because this character is a character that I designed around the idea of a Freezing Arrow Amazon, and I basically created what I considered to be a Freezing Arrow Amazon in Diablo 4. And by golly, let me tell you, golly gee whiz, guys, like this character is stupid insane. Like I can go into, we were doing this the other day. I can go into like 54, like 60 level terror, like freaking dungeons, and I can't tank the damage. I'm not even going to pretend that I can because this character's not set up for tanking. But I can literally fire like one arrow into a group of monsters and everything explodes to the point where literally like even like a tier 60 dungeon, everything just demolishes off the screen. It's just nasty. Like it's exponential damage. Like watch this pack of monsters right here. You guys ready? Let me see if I can shoot them through the door. Actually, you know what? Can I shoot them through the door? That'd be funny. Just gone. All of them gone. One rain of arrows. That's all it took.
I need more time.
Gone. Stop popping out of your little nightmare portal. Nobody likes your nightmare portals. All you are is free EXP. Now we're still waiting on the notes. Ooh, that's quite a name you got there, Sangfroid. I'm just gonna call you Sangfroid. I don't know if I can pronounce that first part. I don't want to mispronounce it and just say it horribly wrong. So I'm just gonna I'm just gonna avoid. Ah.
I need more time.
What'd you say they were gonna do, Jermaine Braley? Nerf Barb? I heard it was hashtag Nerf Barb. Hashtag Nerf Barb. Barbie bomb. Hashtag Nerf Barb. We're still waiting. Nothing got nerfed, it's just a meme. Every single time we talk about something, somebody invariably shows up and says, oh yeah, wow, that's really cool about the Sorceress and all. Hashtag Nerf Barb. The Sorceress is OP? Wow, man, I can't believe the Sorceress is so broken, overpowered. We should really nerf Barb. So there was an issue with the Sorceress doing too much damage with Blizzard, and so we decided that we were going to have to nerf Barb.
I need more energy.
Necromancer killed Uber Lilith in 60 seconds, so we decided that it was very important that we nerf Barb.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know why I have so much fun with that. It's just, it's a meme, and I still have way too much fun with it. It's a good meme. It's a meme. It's a meme of virtue. It's a virtue meme.
I need more
It cries in Barb main. Ay, 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 ay. Ain't none of these doojanks even close to getting leveled up. Man, that makes me feels bad. I don't use any shouts on my Barbarian Koopa, and I do pretty good. My Barbarian is a kick / basic build. Of my own devising, and I have so much fun playing my kick basic build Barb. Let me actually bring you to my basic Barb. Let me introduce you to basic Barb. Yes, he is basic. He is a basic Barb, okay? Alright? Don't make fun of him because he's a basic Barb. He is a basic Barb. Let me show you my basic Barb. I think he's hilarious. Basic. What is he? Level 88. Do I got anything in here worth running? Poison, Gouts of Flame, Stormbane Wraith. Oh, look, it's all garbage.
I must wait.
I can't be the only one that does this. I cannot be the only one that does this, that goes through my sigils, and it's like, oh, look, Stormbane's Wraith. Why, that is something that belongs in the trash can. And you just immediately take that Stormbane Wraith and just throw it right in the trash can. Gouts of Flame is almost just as bad, to be honest. I can't stand that one either. The Poison Enchanted Affix is okay, but meh. The buff on it is pretty terrible. What am I, 88? So I want perfect for bonus EXP. I want 88 plus 3, which is 91, minus 54. So I'm looking at 37-ish. So we can do 36 to 40s. Oh, look, another Stormsman Wraith. Look, that can go right in the garbage, too. Right in the garbage, where the Stormspan Wraith belongs. Put it right in the garbage, where it friggin' belongs. Dude, the primary resource burn is literally, like, just as bad, if not worse, than mana burn was in Diablo 2. That primary resource burn thing, it says it's only like 16%. No. It's like everything that you got. Like on my Necromancer, he has like 250 plus essence. And and he literally just, like, one attack will literally just wipe his entire essence bar out. And I'm like, he has 250 essence. How am I losing every single point of essence that I've got in one attack? It's rough. It's just as bad, if not worse, than Mana Burn from Diablo 2. Yeah, it took Blizzard 20 years to fix Mana Burn, and they brought it right back. All right, let me build up my Fortify first. I'm gonna leave the DR guy alive so I can build my Fortify. See, all right. DR Fortify is built. Let's go. And we do a little bit of this, and we go.
Not ready yet.
I still haven't decided which kick passive I like better yet. In fact, I may actually change this real quick. I don't particularly like. There's two different kick passives. One of them has to do with knocking them into stuff, and one of them burns all your fury. And I don't really know if I like the one that burns all your fury yet. I'm still making up my mind on that one. I was like, no monsters in this dungeon. Where's the big packs? Like, why is it like one little dude here and like one little dude there? Like, what is going on in this dungeon? There we go. There's a big pack. There was a big pack.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, die.
I must wait.
Yeah, you die too. Kick you away. The kicking is the funnest part for me. Ooh, there's a loot goblin. Let's go get him. Oh, what's up, buddies? Let's go. Come on. We got no time for this. I got a loot goblin up there I need to kill, and y'all coming trying to raid my panty loon drawer. I'll jump on your head. How about that? Oh no, is the goblin leaving? Don't leave! I thought he was trying to teleport away. Come here, Mr. Goblin! Come here, Mr. Goblin! Don't you run away. Oh, you got me some pants. Okay.
I must wait.
The goblin is no leave. He no leave. Yeah, the butcher and the goblin always seem to come together. I don't know what it is, but like usually when you see a goblin, the butcher's probably going to show up, and usually when you see the butcher, there's usually a goblin hiding somewhere. Like they seem to come in pairs. Very rarely do I ever see a goblin and not the butcher, and very rarely do I see a butcher and not a goblin. There's some sort of link between the two. I like to think that this is my personal headcanon. I like to think that the goblins are chasing the butcher around because they know that the butcher's going to kill people and they can steal the loot from the dead bodies.
I must wait.
They can steal all the loot, oh god, from the dead bodies. It makes sense when you think about it. I mean, there's probably a lot of dead people in the butcher's wake, right?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Butcher D's nuts.
I must wait.
Ah! So many DR boys. It's like 8 of them in here. I'm trying to get them all.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Punks.
I'm not ready yet.
What happens to if patch drops and I'm playing on alt? Doesn't have the Renown unlocked. Will I still be able to log into my main and get it? But basically what they said is you log into your highest level character. Although Pezradar actually like compounded on this the other day. I saw one of his posts on Twitter. Basically what he said is going to happen is when you log into a character, your progress from that character is going to be automatically added to the total. So if you have your progress spread across multiple characters, you should be able to log into those multiple characters and update the progress on each character. And it's gonna it's basically every time you log in with a character, it's just gonna automatically put that in there. Pezradar just tweeted. Let's see what he said. This week's scheduled maintenance. There we go. Let's see what this is. Scheduled maintenance. World Diablo 4. Here we go. 7/18 at 10 a.m. PDT. To 1 a.m. 1 p.m. Is this isn't an EST, is it? It doesn't even say what time zone it's in. Assuming it's 10 a.m. PDT. 10 a.m. PDT to EST is 1 p.m. So we are approaching very soon that mark, which is dead on with what I said. So we got about 20 minutes to go until the servers go down for maintenance. That doesn't necessarily mean that the patch notes will come up at the same time that the server goes down. It may be delayed by 30 minutes to an hour. But as I told you guys, as I foretold, we basically have about 20 minutes until we are in the window. Once we are in the window, then the patch notes can come at any time once we are in that window. It says PST. Oh, yeah, there we go. It does say PST. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So, yes, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We're 20 minutes out, basically, from the actual bringing down of the servers. Now, I will give you guys a forewarning. There is a small, very small, a very teeny, look, can barely even see. There is a small chance the patch might not come today. I know they said the patch is coming today, but in the past, several times this has happened. They bring the servers down for maintenance. They apply the patch, okay? And then what happens is sometimes, this is rare, sometimes there's some type of catastrophic failure in applying the patch to the server, and they delay it. So if that were to happen, which is very, very rare, it would get delayed. But probably not. I would say that's a very unlikely to happen. But it has happened before in the past. There's been a couple patches, actually, where they had scheduled it, that we knew exactly when it was coming. They did the maintenance, and then the maintenance took longer than expected, and then they like rolled everything back. And they literally told us later that they tried to install the patch, and there was some sort of catastrophic failure that they had to fix. Best laid plans and all that.
I'm not ready yet. Yes, wait.
Well, maintenance window is 3 hours. There's no guarantee it will take 3 hours. So maintenance windows are like, you know,
I need more.
like Star Trek. Like Star Trek is a good example. Like when Scotty tells the captain that it's going to take, you know, he's like, "You can't do it, Captain. It's going to take at least 3 hours. There's no way we can pull off a warp engine cold start in just 2 hours and 20 minutes. It just can't be done, Captain." Like, I mean, yeah. Like, Scotty couldn't get it done in 3 hours, and he was absolutely right. But, like, then he did, because they had to. Like, there was no choice. It was get the cold start done or everybody dies. And Scotty found a way, and he did it in, like, he did it in, like, 2 hours and 10 minutes, or, like, 2 hours and 19 minutes, or whatever. Don't make fun of my Scotty accent. I'm not from there. And it basically you guys are cracking me up. You guys are cracking me up. Oh, there he is. So we were right. See, we were right. He was here. What's up, Butcher? Yeah, you don't even stand a chance against me, my friend. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's no, like, my character is like super tanky, and there's no chance that you're winning this fight, my friend. I don't even really need to pull out my big guns on you. Like, I should be able to kill you no matter what. Oh wait, is he regenerating HP? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We have some complications here. He's got. Is that the dungeon mod? Is that the dungeon mod? He's freaking stealing life, you little turd. All right, come on. We got this. That's okay, Mr. Lifesteal Buddy. That just means I gotta do this. 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 We gotta jump back and forth. Gotta do a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Get you a little kick in the face. Go and jump on your head. Do a little Iron Maelstrom in your face like that. You think you can steal life? I want an Andariel's Visage too. Drop me an Andy's Visage. I'll take an Andy's Visage. Freaking Butcher's got an Andy's Visage. Was that the mod for the dungeon? Yeah, non-boss monsters regenerate 1.5% of their maximum life per second. Wow, he was regenerating fast. I wonder how much life he has, because that was like, his regen was pretty good. It was pretty good. Like, I mean, I still was overcoming the 1.5% maximum HP like per second, but like that was a lot. I guess he doesn't technically count as a boss monster. Unless maybe that's just his passive regen. I don't know.
Time to do that.
I still killed him, no problem. I wasn't in any danger, like, at all. I just needed to overcome his regeneration. That dog's in there barking up a storm like an idiot.
I need more time.
14 minutes out. I'm kind of hoping they patch the note, put the patch notes out a little bit early, to be honest. Let's go sell some Dujanks. Cody the monster dog.
Well struck.
Cody Belody the monster dog. After swapping 10 times, your next overpower will deal 72%. I really want to set up an overpower build eventually. I think there's a pretty cool overpower build to be had with the Barbarian. I just don't, I don't really want to set it up right now. Eventually, in the future, one day. For PR, the armor vendor should sell Shakos. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because back in Lord of the Rings Online, when you used to do the beta test, they actually did have a room, and it was filled with vendors, and the vendors sold you every item that you could have ever wanted. Like, you could literally buy anything. Like, all of the rarest equipment that ever existed, you could buy literally everything.
Anything else?
$12 maximum fury. 18 all stats, 7.3% total armor value. It's not better than mine. Maximum fury is kind of low, unfortunately. 12 is a bottom roll. I do like that 7.3% total armor value, though. Only if only the maximum fury roll was a little bit higher, that would be worth it.
Well struck.
This is a really good aspect right here, by the way, for the Barbarian. This one combined with the one that makes it so that when you stun enemies, it dishes out all your bleed damage to the monster. You can utilize these two together, and you can get some really sick bleed effects going on. I'm not running bleed build, but one day I want to set up my bleed Barbarian. One day. Before I get started, I'm going to do a refresh on all these Dujanks just to make sure. Reload. No patch notes. No Blizzard post. No Diablo. No at Diablo post. What's the expected time for the patch notes to release? I don't know. I don't know. It could be somewhere on the screen somewhere. There might be one of these, like, countdown timers, like, somewhere around here, like, probably within this area, like, over here-ish, that, you know, might indicate something of that nature. I'm not 100% sure though. I'm not a professional. Sensei Posturize. Thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate that. I was too busy getting my butt kicked by the butcher to respond, but I really do appreciate that. Thank you, man. $5. I'm gonna get me a $5 foot long at Subway. I miss those commercials, man. I used to love watching those commercials. I don't know. Some commercials are just absolutely stupid, and I hate watching them. But every time the $5 foot long song came on, I'd be singing along. I'd be like, $5 foot long. Yes, I am dumb. Okay. Shush. Don't make fun of the mentally handicapped like myself.
I must wait.
Oh, that boy in there, a little corpse bow.
I need more time. I must wait.
Jingles be jingling, that's right. Where's the beef?
Not ready yet.
You guys ever watch comedians in cars with Jerry Seinfeld, and they go to Arby's and they literally get the people at Arby's to say we got the meat, we got the meats over and over again because they think it's hilarious, and apparently it's like part of their thing. They got to say it. I think they changed it probably because of that episode.
Not ready yet.
Oh, get over here, you little DR butt cheek fart monster. I'm thinking about Druid. Druid is what I'm thinking about, Thaddeus. Unless the patch notes show me something else that I'd like to see. There's a really cool aspect that we kind of got leaked on the Druid, which honestly seems really neat. And maybe we'll go pick up my Druid real quick and we'll actually play around with how I think it's probably going to work.
Need more time.
But let me finish this dungeon first. It's the aspect basically allows you to cast Landslide around yourself when you do your Poison Creeper, which sounds absolutely insane. And I was thinking about like maybe making a Poison Creeper / Landslide kind of a Druid this season. I really do like the Poison Creeper on the Druid. I think it's broken, by the way. If you haven't played around with the Poison Creeper, you should, because it's broken.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
I love Kick, by the way. I think it's one of the most hilarious abilities because I can do things like this. There's just something endearing about being able to smack a boss into the wall. And then on top of that, I can kick monsters that have shields. So this is actually another thing. This is actually hilarious. I can actually kick the shield, and I can knock the monster into the corner. Like, but this monster's already in the corner, so let's knock him away from the corner. Watching the shield fly across the room is just, there's something hilarious about that. You're like, get over here. So this is my little Druid that I got for this season. He uses Poison Creeper too, and if they do drop this aspect, I'm definitely gonna pick it up and try it out. But basically how it works is the Poison Creeper's already kind of broken because he's like a big AoE attack. And let me bring him outside of town and show you this, because like
I must wait a moment.
So every time you activate the Poison Creeper, which is right here, by the way, Poison Creeper activates and you get a huge AoE around yourself, right? So basically how this new aspect works is it's also going to cast Landslide around you in a circle. So whenever you use Poison Creeper, you're also going to get your Landslide cast around you in a circle, which sounds kind of insane. And it also increases damage of all Earth skills by 10% for any monster that's poisoned. So you're gonna, it's basically like a poison slash Earth build, which sounds kind of cool. And I'm gonna see how I can work that into my character, because my character is poison. That's how my character works. I use the Poison Creeper, and it's an interesting one. I'm definitely interested to see how the Poison Creeper one actually like works out. The really cool thing about Poison Creeper is that if you use the Spirit Boon, the Pack Leader Spirit Boon, you can basically reset the Poison Creeper like repeatedly. So basically every single time you get a crit, there's a lucky hit chance of 20%. So like lucky hit, critical strikes have up to a 20% chance to reset cooldowns of your companion skills. So if you're set up properly, you could basically just spam the Poison Creeper over and 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 over again, which with that aspect means you're also going to be dishing out the earth damage from the landslide as well, which sounds like a pretty interesting build. I want to try it out. Let me just say that much. I'm interested in trying out all builds and playing around with all kinds of stuff, and I think that one in particular sounds like a lot of fun. Kick is very fun. Peter Puno, if you haven't played around with Kick, let me just say Kick is hilariously fun. Not only can Kick do like freaking millions of damage, I've seen it do like up to 30 million damage, but it's just hilariously fun to just run around and just kick things and laugh at them. There's two things that you can get. You can get the one where they hit other monsters and they dish out like an explosion when they hit other monsters. There's also another one, which is if your kick damages an enemy, it consumes all your fury and deals an additional 2,252 to 2,753 damage per 10 fury spent, and kick no longer knocks back enemies. So this is a kind of an odd one, and if you utilize this one, basically what it does is it makes you have like a mega kick that can literally like one-shot something. I'm trying to think if there's a good place I can like show off the mega kick. I guess maybe I can hop into another dungeon, but we've only got like 3 minutes till the patches drop. So let me just head to Menestad, and I'll ride down to one of the more populated areas.
Not while I'm in town.
The game will be patched, but Season 1 does not launch today now. Season 1 launches 2 days from now. But we will get to play around with the patch today.
I must wait.
Alright, let's build some essence. I mean, essence. Let's build some fury.
I'm not ready yet.
And then we pop down a kick. And everything dies. And then we burn all of our fury in that process. It's a very odd way to send your characters up. And I kicked with a DR monster. That was with a DR monster within range. So all those monsters had the DR bonus. And I still basically one-shot all of them. As you can see, I just did 4.5 mil. That was basically not even with all my buffs or anything. Like, that was a full kick of 4.5 million damage to everything within range. At maximum fury. So, build up my maximum fury again. Kick monster in the face. 5.4 mil there. I was able to see a 5.4 mil number. Kick is kind of nuts. Like, it actually really is kind of insane. You can build entire characters around Kick. Like, there's a couple really good aspects, like this one, which is the Brawlers aspect, which gives a huge amount of damage and makes it so that if the monster dies within 2 seconds, you get an explosion. You also get vulnerable. You get a 4-second vulnerable from Kick, which is really nice. And then on top of that, Kick just just in general has 2 charges. So it's a 9.16 second cooldown, but you get 2 charges. So it's basically like, what, 1 kick every
I must wait.
4.5 seconds or something like that. I don't know. My quick math is terrible. It's really interesting. I have a lot of fun with kick. I think it's an amazing ability, and I also think that this one, while this one is fun, I think this one is more fun. The mighty kick, the one where they knock back and then they collide with other monsters. I think that one's really fun. So with that one, it's not scaled by fury. It's actually something else. And basically, when one monster collides with another, it does a damage modifier, and it actually does a lot of damage that way too. Summon the patch notes. I think we should be about there. Let's go ahead and do some refreshing, shall we? Reload, reload, reload. Reload. That jank just ticked over. My timer just ticked over. Now it's at 23 hours and 59 minutes. That is not correct. I have to sing the data song? That's right. Lovely little patch notes. Doo 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 doo. I need my little patch notes. Doo 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 doo. I love you. Doo 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 doo. 10 imaginary internet points to the person who can tell me what movie that was from and what song I'm copying. Patch notes. Patch notes. Star Trek Generations. Correct. It's a great song. I love that song. It's a very short song, but it gets right to the point. You can really feel it in your soul. Life forms. Doo -doo 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 -doo. A lovely little life forms. Doo -doo 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 -doo. I love you. Oh, it's life forms. Where are you? That's right. Life forms. Where are you? I'm awfully optimistic that they're going to release the patch notes before the maintenance. I mean, yes. I can be optimistic, though. Like I was telling you guys earlier, a lot of the times with these big patch notes, this is the way that it works. So let me write this down for you guys, so you guys can see it visually. Okay, so maintenance happens. All right, they apply the patch to the servers. Okay. Because up until this point, the servers haven't actually had the patch on them. They're usually on the test servers. They're not on the actual real servers. All right. They test to see if the patch is stable and working. All right. This is important. Important. Right? If the patch is not stable and working, so if the patch is not stable, they roll it back. They roll the server back to the original version. They're not going to risk corrupting the server with a unstable patch. All right. If the patch is stable and working, then they proceed. And that's literally how it goes. Downloading an update. Nice. Let me reboot my game then. Let's get out of here. Come on, let's go. Oh, it started an update. Look at that. 227.72 megabytes initializing. Mine says 227 megabytes. I don't know why mine's smaller than you guys. You guys are saying it's 8 gigabytes, 12 gigabytes, whatever. What's going on here? What am I hoping for? I'm hoping for patch notes. That's what I'm hoping for. Where the notes? That's right. Where the notes? All right. Well, while this is downloading, why is this so big like this? This is obnoxiously huge for no reason. That's what she said. Like, can we shrink you down a little bit? Like, why are you the size of the state of Texas? Like, legit. Okay, now you're just too small. Now you're just being annoying. Can you? Yeah, there you go. All right. Yeah, 8.8. That's what it says for me. 8.8 gigabytes. Looks like it's a pretty big update. Yeah, it's going to take a little while. All right, let's open these windows back up and let's see if we get the notes. So, no notes on the websites. We currently still have nothing on the forums. The Diablo Twitter is currently quiet. Pez Radar, how about you, Pez Radar? Pez Radar does not have any information on patch notes as of yet. So we're just going to have to keep refreshing and we're going to find out. It's already on BattleNets. I don't have anything up here. Let's take a look. The French have it. The French. Somebody shoot me a link to the French website. Oh, it's right here in the BattleNet page. Malignant. Patch 1.1. There we go. Yay, look at that. All right. Let's do some patch notes, boys. So Diablo 4 patch notes. You know what? Let's actually record it and start it the right way because we're going to post these later. So 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals and welcome. So patch 1.10 is now live and we've got the notes. So let's go over them and see what's going on. So right now we've got the Diablo 4 team has been diligently monitoring your feedback as we introduce patches to keep the experience in Sanctuary smooth. And we will update the below list to denote whether or not the fixes have been intended. So we got 1.10A, which is the current patch. And let's go to the article because the article... Okay, so the article's not up yet, so we're going to have to wait on that. New unique items and legendary aspects. New unique items and legendary aspects have been discovered in Sanctuary. Use them to enhance your characters in the Eternal Seasonal Realm. These unique items can be obtained from World Tier 4, and legendary aspects can be obtained from any World Tier. So the new uniques are World Tier 4 only. That's very interesting. 6 new uniques. The Avarion Spear of Lycander, Uber Unique Staff, World Tier 4. Gain a random shrine effect for 10 to 20 seconds after killing an elite enemy. Can only occur once every 30 seconds. You know, some shrine effects are just ridiculously good, like the Artillery Shrine. And some shrine effects are ridiculously bad, like the Greed Shrine. Can you imagine, when you get the artillery one? That's absolutely insane. Avarion Spear of Lycander is an extremely rare drop, and we wish you luck in recovering it from the armies of the Burning Hills. So that's added to the super rare uniques. Barbarian, Azure Wrath Unique Sword. So they finally added Azure Wrath. Interesting. Lucky Hit. Your core skills have up to a 20% chance to freeze enemies for 3 seconds and deal 0.75 to 0.15 cold damage to them. That's probably a item power modifier, so we'll have to see exactly how much that is when we look at it in game. The Druid, Flesh Render Unique. Oh, Flesh Render. Flesh Render is a unique item from Diablo 2. So both of these are Diablo 2 uniques. Debilitating Roar and Blood Howl now deal 0.5 to 1.0 damage to nearby poisoned enemies. That's pretty interesting. So that's a unique one-handed mace for the Druid, the flesh render, and it seems to be based around poison damage. That's pretty cool. The Necromancer is getting the Lidless Wall. That's another unique from Diablo 2. The Lidless Wall is lucky hit while you have an active Bone Storm. Ooh, it's a Bone Storm. Bone Storm's great. I love Bone Storm. Hitting an enemy outside of a Bone Storm has up to a 5 to 25% chance to spawn an additional Bone Storm at their location. Each of your active sacrifice bonuses increases the chance by 25% and the total number of additional Bone Storms you can have by +1. Wow. That looks amazing. That looks sexy. Bone Storm is amazing on the Necromancer, and that just honestly seems absolutely great. Let me zoom this in a little bit. Or, you know what? Actually, let me check and see if the patch notes are actually up yet so I can zoom this in and we can actually see it better. And they are still not up. They're still not up. So the patch notes are still not up. Not on the... Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah, they're on the website. All right. Good, good, good. Look, now we can zoom in. All right. So let's continue with the zoomed-in version. That sounds absolutely amazing. I'm actually pretty excited about that. I like Bone Storm a lot. Bone Storm is a very fun ability. And I think that can be a very interesting aspect. Eaglehorn. So Eaglehorn is another Diablo 2 unique. This is one that was completely surrounded about never missing. It was like a whole attack rating thing. It had a bunch of really fun stuff on it. Penetrating Shot has a 30 to 80% chance to fire an arrow that bounces off walls and scenery. Hitting enemies from behind with Penetrating Shot will make them vulnerable for 3 seconds. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Like, it's like a whole little mini game of like firing the shot, hitting the wall, and then it bounces back. That sounds really good, actually. The Oculus for the Sorceress. Another Diablo 2 unique. Gain the effect of Teleport Enchantment for free. When you evade using a Teleport Enchantment, you are taken to a random location. Wow, they really captured... They really captured the evil. They really captured the evil of that, because the Oculus would always teleport you to random locations, and basically they're just letting you get teleported to random locations. So when you evade using the teleport enchantment, you were taken to a random location. I'm not sure anybody's going to want to use that. Developers notes the Azure Wrath and Fleshfriend Render unique items have flat damage effects, which scale with power. For example, at 820 item power, Azure Wrath deals between 3,359 to 7,018 damage. Interesting. 7 new legendary aspects. Audacity, utility aspect. These are general, so these are for everybody. When there are at least 5 close enemies, stun them for 2 to 4 seconds. This can only occur once every 20 seconds. That's kind of nice. So basically just a free stun once every 20 seconds if more than 5 enemies gather around you in a circle. Kind of saves your life, I guess. Craven, mobility aspect. You gain 20 to 40% increased movement speed when moving away from slowed or chilled enemies. That's interesting. Could be interesting for my Freezing Arrow Zon. Could be interesting for Cold Sorceresses. A lot of interesting characters. This one right here seems like it would go really good with my Charge Bolt Sorceress. Barbarian specific, Ancestral Charge. Charge calls forth 4 Ancients who also charge, dealing 50 to 100% of normal damage. Druid, Subterranean. Poison creepers active also cast Landslide in a circle around you. Earth skills deal 10 to 20% increased damage to poison enemies. Necromancer, Gore Quills, offensive aspect. Blood Lance will consume blood orbs to also conjure lances from them. Each additional Blood Lance deals 20 to 50% of normal damage and prioritizes targeting unlanced enemies. Rogue, Pestilence Points. Every third cast of Puncture is poison imbued with 100 to 150% normal potency. Sorcerer, Searing Wards, offensive aspect. After spending 200 or to 100 mana, your next firewall is free to cast and will destroy incoming small missiles. I mean, okay. Bug fixes. Made various improvements from accessibility aspect perspective, primarily many fixes to the screen reader where it failed to read specific elements. Challenges. Fixed multiple issues where specific challenges wouldn't provide the proper rewards or could not be completed. Fixed multiple issues where certain challenges could be progressed through unintended means. Fixed multiple issues where players could gain progress for certain challenges through normal actions of other nearby players. That's an interesting one. So a lot of the stuff that I've noticed so far, like you can get progress on something if somebody was nearby you and completed that. So it looks like they may have nipped that in the bud. Fixed multiple instances where activities that should count toward the criteria for some challenges were not counted. Fixed an issue where players would not receive notifications for when one of their friends completed a challenge. Fixed an issue where feats of strength were not accounted for when calculating challenge completion percentage. The feat of strength, Final Slayer, First Mother, now require you to slay the level 100 Pinnacle boss solo. The silence is hellish. Challenge remains unchanged. Fixed an issue where the feats of strength, one of the first and earliest experience, did not display any titles they were awarded. Cooperative play fixed an issue where the camera wasn't functioning properly when players were far apart in local co-op. Fixed an issue where NPC conversation boxes would overlap if multiple local co-op players talked to the same NPC at the same time. Fixed an issue where Rogue's Inner Sight would only fill up for one of the players in co-op session. Fixed an issue where the Dark Potential challenge would be granted to both players when either player completed it, regardless of the other player's progress. Fixed an issue, multiple instances where quest progress would not properly synchronize or quest progression could be blocked for local co-op players. Fixed multiple issues that occurred during cutscenes for co-op players. Dungeons. Fixed an issue where the player would not be able to receive enough animus to progress through the hollowed ossuary dungeon. I think I encountered that myself. Fixed an issue where the stone carving in the Fallen Temple capstone dungeon would duplicate. I've had that happen as well. Fixed an issue where the monster regen affix in the Nightmare dungeon would also affect structures in that dungeon. Fixed an issue where the goatmen and shambling corpses enemies would continuously respawn in Forsaken Quarry dungeon. Fixed an issue where the sentinel enemies would not have weapons in the Bastion of Faith dungeon. Fixed an issue where the Bastion of Faith dungeon could sometimes not be completed. Fixed an issue where the player could respawn behind a barrier in Fallen Temple capstone. Fixed an issue where the map for the Crusader Cathedral was incomplete. Fixed an issue where the Curse of Indolence and Curse of the Weak would stack, even while the player was dead in the Fallen Temple capstone dungeon. Fixed multiple instances where the fog door could not be progressed through in some dungeons. Fixed an issue where the monster's Thorns affix in Nightmare's dungeon was reflecting physical damage. It will now properly reflect non-physical damage. Fixed an issue where blood boils would not properly spawn in Cordragon Barracks dungeon. Fixed an issue where traps would deal more damage than intended. Fixed an issue where level scaling in level 100 Pinnacle dungeons was inconsistent. Fixed an issue where the Awakened Glyphstone wouldn't spawn if the party leader left the dungeon before the dungeon was completed. Barbarian. Fixed an issue where the number of enemies to defeat for the Barbarian class quest Masters of Battle was not displayed. Fixed an issue where the Iron Maelstrom could not be cast more than 3 times rapidly, casting Warcry. Fixed an issue where stacking the Berserk Ripping, Skullbreaker, and Anemia aspects would allow the player to deal extreme amounts of damage. So there's your nerf to the guy who had like the quintillion damage bleed barb. So that's the nerf to the bleed barb. Fixed in hashtag nerf barb. Fixed an issue where the outer edge of the quakes granted to the Hammer of the Ancients via the aspect Ancestral Echoes was dealing far more damage than intended. Wow. Hoda nerf. Holy crap. Hoda nerf, boys. So, if you guys are unaware of basically what's going on here, Hoda was dealing more damage from the aspect than it was actually dealing from the attack itself. And so the problem here is that they basically have identified the fact that the outer edges were dealing more damage than intended. So the Hoda has been nerfed. I hate to tell all you Hoda barbs, but the Hoda barb has been nerfed. Your damage is still going to be the same as it was when you hit a monster dead on, but targeting that outer edge of the attack to get that bonus damage was apparently unintended. We recognize this adjustment is a significant decrease to the Hammer of the Ancients Barbarian build, but we do not want its strength to be reliant on an underlying bug. So they basically have identified and confirmed that the damage that Hoda was getting was in fact a bug. Wow. Druid fixed an issue where Earth skills and the Pulverize skill would consume 2 overpower buffs simultaneously. So sounds like the overpower... Sounds like you get... That's a buff. Fixed an issue where the bonus effect on Blood Howl from Night Howler's aspect would apply twice to the Wolf Companions, but not at all for the Ravens. Fixed an issue where Provocation passive stacks wouldn't update properly after adding more points into it. Fixed an issue where the automatic transformation from Insatiable Fury would cause the Ursine Strength key passive to not proc consistently. Fixed an issue where the Enhanced Pulverize buff would not remove itself while in town. Fixed an issue where Seeking Tornadoes produced by Storm Tracer's aspect would not deal damage. A little bit of a buff there for the Tornado Druid. Fixed an issue where the Raven's passive damage did not improve after the skill was upgraded. So Raven's got a little bit of a buff there. Fixed an issue where Rabies would deal no damage while standing very close to an enemy. Fixed an issue where Storm's Claw aspect allowed Shred to do extreme amounts of damage. So there you go, there's the Shred nerf. So the guy that was doing like 2 billion damage with Shred... I'm pretty sure that right there is the Shred nerf. So Shred is back to normal now. You know, you're not going to be doing 2 billion damage. No more 2 billion damage Shreds. Necromancer fixed an issue where Necromancer could not obtain daggers from the Purveyor of Curiosity. Fixed an issue where the Necromancer's minions would have all their life bonuses deactivated while in town. Fixed an issue where Bone Spear casting through Chilling Wind from an elite enemy would increase the number of generated echoes for that cast. So that is a nerf to the helmet, the Deathless Visage. That's one of the things that I actually noticed when I first put on Deathless Visage, was that whenever you fought a Chilling Wind enemy, you got like a ridiculously large number of echoes, and I knew that was a bug. So the bug from Deathless Visage has been fixed. Fixed an issue where the Enhanced Bone Spear would cause erratic movement. Fixed an issue where canceling Blood Mist when it's already off cooldown would immediately recast it. Doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of nerfs there for the Necromancer, so I guess the Necromancer's fine. Rogue fixed an issue where Shadow Step wouldn't trigger for the aspect of Uncanny Treachery if the target was killed. Fixed an issue where Advanced Penetrating Shot would not knock down another player in PvP play. Fixed an issue where Twisting Blades would not come back when the ability killed a bloated Corpse Fiend enemy. Fixed an issue where the dash skill would not move the full distance if targeting an enemy while using a controller. Fixed an issue where the Eldritch Bounty Paragon node bonus resistances incorrectly. I mean, resistances are broken right now, so what does it matter? Fixed an issue where Rapid Fire had an extra arrow VFX that behaved erratically. Fixed an issue where the Awakened Glyphsode wouldn't spawn for rogue players using improved barrage. Doesn't sound like a lot of nerfs for rogue. Sounds like the rogue is fine. Sorcerer fixed an issue where Firebolt enchantment did not contribute to the combustion key passive, so the Firebolt enchantment has been buffed. I know a lot of you sorceresses are using the Firebolt enchantment to get the free fire damage, which allows you to use the devastating passive and a couple of the other things. Fixed an issue where the passive stacks generated by Align the Elements could partially reset in an unexpected way. Fixed an issue where casting Deep Freeze would prevent Ice Shard enchantment from triggering. Fixed an issue where the aspect of control was applying its damage bonus 3 times for staggered bosses. The aspect of control. Which one is that one? I can't remember right off the top of my head. Aspect of control. That is the one that is deal 25 to 35% more damage to immobilized, stunned, or frozen enemies. So that's a pretty big nerf. So if you were utilizing the aspect of control, you're basically losing quite a bit of damage for that. That is a pretty huge Sorc nerf, unfortunately. Fixed an issue where the gravitational aspect was appearing weaker on two-handed weapons or amulets. Fixed an issue where the enchantment effect for Chain Lightning had no visual tracking bonus and could also unexpectedly drop off. Fixed an issue where Incinerate would immediately cost 30 mana when cast in addition to the consistent channeling mana cost. Incinerate now properly only costs mana as it's being channeled. General. Fixed multiple instances where players could unnaturally teleport during boss encounters. Fixed an issue where a chest in the Western Ways could be interacted with infinitely. Fixed an issue where the Araman NPC couldn't be interacted with in certain situations. Fixed an issue where otherwise breakable objects in the world would not be broken when evading through them. Fixed an issue where the player could avoid damages from bosses if they position themselves in a specific location. Fixed an issue where the forged relics could not be interacted with. Fixed an issue where monsters with a cold, bleeding, burning, or corruption affix would freeze players in one hit in nightmare dungeons with the cold enchanted affix. So this is something that I've encountered, is that certain monsters can literally just instantly freeze you with one hit and lock you down. And they can lock you down basically infinitely if you have multiple of them. So that's interesting that they fixed that. Fixed an issue where cold enchanted monsters froze players more often than intended in higher world tiers. So both of these are together. Fixed an issue where the chest could spawn that could provide infinite loot. An infinite loot chest? Really? HellTide and Fields of Hatred. Fixed an issue where the player could be damaged by HellTide Firestorm while standing in Gironde. Fixed an issue where enemies resurrected by shamans would continuously drop aberrant cinders in HellTide. Fixed an issue where Chain Lightning could bounce infinitely between the caster and other player characters standing in the Fields of Hatred Town. Fixed an issue where Crackling Energy could hit other players in the Fields of Hatred Town. We know, it's shocking. Fixed an issue where players could not see other players they should when re-entering Alzuda Fields of Hatred Zone. Fixed an issue where certain areas in the Fields of Hatred would be incorrectly flagged as town, rendering players unable to cast skills while still being able to be damaged. Items and aspects. I need a drink. All right. Fixed an issue where the cost reduction bonus from the Ring of the Starless Skies could unexpectedly drop off. It affects no one, because hardly anyone has that ring. Fixed an issue where the aspect of the Protector would trigger its barrier effect after destroying a breakable object. So apparently you can no longer use breakable objects to trigger the aspect of the Protector. Fixed an issue where the Ring of Misfortune had incorrect stats. I don't think hardly anybody has that thing. Fixed an issue where the Ember Staff weapon didn't apply the bonus damage to crowd-controlled enemies, which is inherent for all stave weapons. The Ember Staff? Is it a specific weapon, or are we just talking about like all weapons based on that particular base? Apparently we're not applying their crowd control damage bonus, because that crowd control damage bonus is actually pretty high. That's actually a pretty big bonus because it's a two-handed weapon. Sounds like a pretty big buff, I guess, if you were using a staff that was not applying its crowd control damage like it was supposed to. Fixed an issue where any character menu interaction would reset the bonus granted by the Inner Calm aspect. Fixed an issue where the maximum life affix on Mark of the Conclave quest item was scaling improperly. Isn't that the one where you have to kill Andariel? I think that's the Andariel quest, isn't it? Or am I misremembering wrong? Is that the helmet? I think that was like a 2000 HP helmet or something like that, or amulet or something. I can't remember right off the top of my head. But sounds like the HP that was scaling on it was wrong. The level requirement for sacred items will now cap at 60. Boo, it should be 50. The level requirement for ancestral items will now cap at 80. Fixed an issue where the Mother's Embrace unique ring did not trigger properly with several abilities. Okay, wow. So the Mother's Embrace ring, which I think a lot of us have been utilizing for, refunding resources, apparently just hasn't been working correctly with several abilities. It'd be nice if they listed what those abilities were so we knew which characters to retest the ring on. But it sounds like you should probably retest the ring on your character to see if it can fix your issues, because it sounds like it just wasn't working at all from, for some characters. Monsters. Fixed an issue where the items of higher power than intended were dropping from rare monsters. Fixed an issue where the warg's jumping attack dealt no damage when passing through a player. Fixed an issue where the pitless Gur monster would endlessly run around in circles. I've actually seen that before. I thought it was pretty funny. Fixed an issue where the lightning enchanted champion Goatman would fail to deal damage to a player. Fixed an issue where monsters with the suppressor affix would be immune to damage from abilities that started initially outside the immunity circle. Example, when a barbarian started a whirlwind cast before getting within proper range of the suppressor monster. The suppressor, honestly, is just like broken. Hopefully they fixed it, actually. Hopefully that actually fixes it. Fixed an issue where clones of a monster with suppressor affix could have suppressor affix also. Fixed an issue where the treasure goblins would behave erratically if initially engaged from a long distance. Fixed multiple other issues where monster behavior could not perform properly and could be exploited in some cases. Quests and events. Fixed an issue where the progress bar could not fill during the caravan under the siege. Fixed an issue where the putrid enemies could not remain idle during the filed ground event. Fixed an issue where champion enemies could not spawn during the ancient obelisk event. Fixed multiple issues where the traversals could cause elite and boss monsters to disappear during multiple events. Fixed an issue where Radiant and Greater Radiant chests would not spawn when completing the Fearful Bones event. Fixed an issue where the Cursed event could not be completed. Fixed an issue where the Defiled Ground event in Hawazar would have a respawn point much further away than intended. Fixed an issue where unique drowned enemies spawned during events in the Forgotten Coastline could be invulnerable to damage. Wow. Fixed an issue where the suppressor monster's effects would be active on containers and furniture inside the dungeon during the Remnants quest. Fixed an issue where the players could teleport through Ancient Gate and block progression during the Storming Gates quest. Fixed an issue where the progression could be blocked during the Flesh and Blood quest. Fixed an issue where the quest did not reset if associated quest was abandoned. Fixed an issue where the quest tracker would be missing if the player re-entered the game during the picking through the Bones quest. Fixed an issue where not enough monsters would spawn to fulfill the requirements for completing the Hungering Necrolites cache quest. Fixed an issue where an enemy was missing when progressing through the Lost Archives dungeon during the Legacy of Magi quest. Fixed an issue where the immemorial inscription could not be read during the Augury of Bones quest. Fixed an issue where the players couldn't face to speak the NPC when initiating dialogue for multiple quests. Fixed an issue where the ghost body of Bakira would remain invisible after being defeated during the True Potential Rogue class quest. Fixed an issue where outside party members could influence the progression of the Bad Blood quest. Fixed an issue where the player could be blocked from re-entering the boss's arena after dying during the flight against Elias and the Piercing Veil quest. And fixed various other issues where quest progression could be blocked. User interface and user experience. I'm actually kind of excited about this one because there's a lot of stupid stuff in the user interface, and there's a lot of things that could be fixed. Fixed an issue where the minimap didn't accurately depict the game world during the Blind Eye quest. Fixed an issue where maps was incompatible with the Loch Wraith region in Scotland. Fixed an issue where the portion of the map was invisible in Exilar Terrace dungeon. Fixed an issue where the Mad Bomber title would be displayed for enemies encountered through the Whisper of the same name. Fixed an issue where articles in the news feed could not be opened up using the mouse and keyboard. Fixed an issue where you have cross-network play enabled. Message was being sent in chat each time a campaign quest objective was completed. The Cult Leader Paragon passive no longer appears above hostile minions in PvP. There's just one missing here. There's a bullet point, but there's just nothing there. Fixed an issue where the bonus from the ballistic aspect displayed +0 to skills instead of +2 on the bonus bar. Fixed an issue where sigil sorting was inconsistent between inventory and stash. Fixed an issue where the social tab on the action wheel editing window would be skipped during navigating the controller. Fixed an issue where the amount of gold would not properly displayed when trading gold in large quantities. Fixed an issue where item comparison numbers would be inaccurate if the item in question had a gem socketed that granted a stat that was also present on the base of the item. Fixed an issue where images would not properly load on the newsfeed. Fixed multiple issues with map pin functionality. Fixed multiple issues where the quest and whisper markers weren't displaying properly. Various improvements to consistency and clarity of messaging, skill, description, and tooltips. Various other UI and UX improvements. Miscellaneous. Fixed an issue where the completion music for defeating Avarice could start playing before the boss was defeated. Fixed an issue where players couldn't send Battle.net friend requests to friends on console. Fixed an issue where you could confirm if hardcore mode was enabled after logging in with a new character. Fixed an issue where players that haven't unlocked a high world tier could be invited into higher world tier party. Fix an issue where players could transfer leadership of a clan. Fix an issue where the sender of the party invite would not be informed that the invite failed due to incompatibility with command prologue progress. Fix an issue where Nafane's spear would duplicate in the cutscene where the player picks it up. Fix an issue where Mashif's camel made no noises. Oh no. Fix an issue where there was no sound when Lorath kicks Mashif awake. Various other improvements. Loading screen updates. We've added more dynamic load screens with the release of the season of Malignant. This includes more assets to the loading screens, such as your player character. Gameplay updates. Altar of Lilith unlocks are now account-wide. Map discovery is now account-wide. Whisper will no longer reward sigil dust. Overall loot quality has been significantly improved for silent chests. That's the second time silent chests have been buffed, by the way. The channel time for leave dungeon ability has been increased from 3 to 5 seconds. We have generally reduced tendency for many monsters to move around in combat so that melee characters don't have to chase their enemies down as much. What? What? So they're just going to stand there and let us wail on them? They're just going to be like, kill me, daddy. Okay. World Tier. World Tier 2 has had the following bonuses added. Bonus gold has been increased from 15 to 20%. Monsters now drop 15% more items. Interesting. So the World Tier 2 bonus was always kind of lackluster. It's interesting to see them buff that up. Developers note, we like where World Tier 2 has landed overall, but are increasing its reward pace to better align with its difficulty. Level scaling inside dungeons and most overworld territories has been adjusted in World Tiers 3 and 4. Monsters will begin to trail behind the player in level after a certain point, up to a maximum of 5 levels behind. This change does not affect world bosses, Legion events, Fields of Hatred, HellTide, or Nightmare dungeons. So in regular dungeons, they will start to lag behind up to a maximum of 5 levels. So they have like a level range. World Tier 3 example. Hold on. We want to give players a better sense of their power progression and mastery over the world while still challenging themselves with structured endgame activities. If the player's level is below 55, the monster's level is 55. If the player's level is 56 to 60, the monster's level becomes level 55. If the player's level is 61, then the monster's level is 56. If the player's level is 62, the monster level is 57, etc. From this point, the monster will always be -5 until World Tier 3's maximum monster level of level 70. World Tier 4 example. If the player's level is below 75, the monster level is 75. If the player is level 76 to 80, the monster is level 75. If the player is level 81, the monster becomes level 76, and if the player's level is 82, the monster's level is 77. From this point, the monster will always be -5. Did anyone ask for them to make the monsters easier? Like, I'm having a hard time understanding this. Like, they basically just made all the regular dungeons even easier. I mean, they did say that this doesn't affect Nightmare dungeons, it doesn't affect HellTide, it doesn't affect the Fields of Hatred, and it doesn't affect the Legion events or the world bosses. So for the most part, this change doesn't really change anything. But like, for the regular dungeons, so if you're running regular dungeons, it's going to make the regular dungeons have not only less EXP, but the regular dungeons are going to be much easier now as well. So all the regular dungeons are going to be even easier. That is kind of a weird change. Like, I almost feel like they should have done a level range instead of doing something like that. Like I understand what they're trying to go for, but a level range would have been better than just simply making the monsters like 5 levels lower than you. And then 5 levels lower than you is not really that big of a deal, but then, like, as you can see here, when I'm level 82, the monsters are now level 77. And then it says, from this point on, the monsters will always be -5. So, like, if you do any dungeon at any point, like, I mean, it's just regular dungeons. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not Nightmare Sigils. It's not anything important that we would consider, like, endgame content. But, like, if you wanted to go and... If you wanted to go and just, you know, do a regular dungeon and feel powerful, I guess you can do that now, because the regular dungeon is going to be 5 levels lower than you. And you're going to feel really powerful going through those lower level dungeons. You're going to... Their monsters are going to be really weak. They're going to be really weak. Reward experience for completing Whispers in World Tiers 3 and 4 has been significantly increased. We have observed that the experience bonus rewarded for killing high-level monsters escalates too fast when compared to the relative challenges involved. We still want to reward players for taking on this challenge by encouraging them to participate in power leveling it together instead of one player killing enemies while another member of their party waits at the dungeon entrance. Wow, they have been paying attention. They have been paying attention, guys. They have been paying attention. We are adjusting the bonus experience rewards for killing monsters that are higher level than the player. Pre-season of the Malignant bonuses, 1 level higher, 15%. 2 levels higher, 20. 3 levels higher, 25. Post-season of the Malignant, bonus EXP per level up to 10 levels. 1 level, 1.5%, 2 levels, 3%, 10 levels, 15%. So the new 15% bonus is now sitting at 10 levels higher, not 3 levels higher, which means that that has changed entirely. So you're going to want to do 10 levels higher than yourself, not 3 levels higher than yourself. And it's 1.5% per level up to 10 levels. So it caps out at 10 levels above your character. Interesting. We are also adjusting experience rewards for monster level offsets for higher world tiers. Current world tier level offsets, world tier 2 up to +3. Experience rewards for monster level offsets for higher world tiers. So world tier 4 up to 100. I'm trying to like wrap my head around this. So what they're saying is that it's 1.5% bonus EXP up to 10 levels over your character. In World Tier 2, it's only +3. In World Tier 3, it's +10. And in World Tier 4, it's +100. So it's 1.5% per level, which means that... let me pull out my calculator so I don't look like an idiot. We're talking about 1.5 times 100. So 150% bonus EXP for doing something that's 100 levels higher than yourself. Which I don't even think you can get a monster that's 100 levels higher than yourself. Not really sure what they... Read the example. Let's check the example. For example, you are level 1. Your friends bring you to a world tier 4 and leave you at the entrance of the dungeon. They start killing level 100 monsters. Prior to the season of the Malignant, you get a level 100 monster times 1 plus 25% EXP. After the season of the Malignant, you will get a level 11 monster EXP times 1 plus 15%. So they nerfed power leveling, basically. So you're gonna... Power leveling has become basically worthless at this point. You are no longer going to be able to sit at the entrance of the dungeon and just absorb EXP. They basically completely nerfed boosting, so you're not going to be able to boost any characters anymore. That is a huge nerf across the board for power leveling. So we're talking about a level 100 monster EXP with a bonus of 25% versus level 11 monster EXP with a bonus of 15%. The difference between those two numbers is absolutely insane. So power leveling is basically completely dead at this point. HellTide. We're looking to increase the danger in HellTide's risk-reward gameplay by making the monsters a bit more challenging and the Tortured Gift of Mysteries harder to open. Oh, okay. So the Tortured Gift of Mysteries is going to get a nerf. HellTide monsters are now 3 levels higher than the player instead of 2. The Tortured Gift of Mysteries chest has had its cost increased to 250 cinders from 175. That's a pretty big increase. All interactable objects in the HellTide zones now have a small chance of dropping aberrant cinders. So they increased slightly the amount of cinders that are dropping, but increased massively the number of cinders required for the Tortured Chest of Mysteries. Also made the monsters a little bit harder, which I don't really care about that. HellTide monsters being harder is probably, that's a thumbs up in my book. Balance updates. As our community continues to battle the burning hells, the builds emerging from new players have shocked and delighted us. We've chosen to focus the Season of Malignant's balance updates on clear itemization, disparities over redesigns of class features. The class changes are largely focused on numeric increases to skill upgrades and legendary aspects that players haven't yet found compelling. Additionally, we're changing critical strike damage Paragon glyphs to empower all damage instead of only core skills to enable more build strategies. I like that. There are also a few class stat decreases on sources which grant extreme amounts of damage, healing, or unstoppable. In general, we prefer build-specific changes to bonuses instead of decreases, but we feel these changes are necessary for the overall health of the game. Diablo 4 is a game that is continually evolving through its seasons, and thus the adjustments we make will evolve with them. Barbarian. Skills. Violent double swing, vulnerable duration has been increased from 1 to 2 seconds. Furious upheaval damage bonus per stack increased from 3% to 5%. Power charge cooldown reduction is now capped to 3 targets for a maximum of 9 seconds of cooldown reduction. Tactical ground stomp fury gain increased from 25 to 40. It's a pretty big buff. Enhanced death blows damage bonuses to bosses has been increased from 100% to 150%. Enhanced steel grasp vulnerable duration has been increased from 2.5 to 3 per seconds. A little bit of a buff there for the Barbarian. Enhanced rupture damage has been increased from 30 to 45%. Rupture really needed the buff. It kind of sucked anyway. Warrior's Rupture attack speed bonus has been increased from 20 to 30%, and the duration has been increased from 4 to 5. That was a very needed buff for that as well. Fighter's Rupture healing has been increased from 15 to 18% maximum life. Looks like they buffed Rupture across the board. Hamstring passives. Hamstring now only slows healthy enemies, and slow amount increased from 10, 20, and 30 to 20, 40, and 60. That is a really big nerf. Wow, that is a really big nerf. So if you guys are unaware of how barbarians are all building their characters, it basically involves utilizing bleeds to apply slows to everything so that you have the crowd control bonuses. And also there's other, effects like things that are nerfed. The fact that now the slow only applies to healthy enemies is like a pretty big nerf. It's 85% or higher. So any monster that's below 85% is no longer going to be slowed. Like that's a pretty big nerf to the Barbarian. Cut to the bone bleeding damage bonus to vulnerable has been reduced from 6, 12, 18 to 5, 10 to 15. Paragon. Wrath glyphs bonuses now affect all damage instead of just core skills. Aspects. The Relentless Berserker's aspect berserking duration has been increased from 1 to 2 seconds. Battle Mad aspect berserking duration has been increased from 1 to 2.5 to 2.5 to 3.5 seconds. Brawler's aspect damage increased from 1.1 to 1.3 to 1.5 to 1.8. That's a flat damage aspect, so we'll have to see that in game. But that is a buff. I'm actually using that one on my Barbarian. It's a kick aspect. We can check that out literally right now. Aspect of Burning Rage damage increased from 0.8 to 0.14, 0.22 to 0.28. Aspect of the Iron Warrior damage reduction has been increased from 15 to 25% to 18 to 28%. Slaking Aspect lucky hit chance has increased from 30 to 50 to 40 to 60. Aspect of the Ancestral Echoes lucky hit chance has been increased from 40 to 50 to 50 to 60. Weapon Master Aspect lucky hit chance has been increased from 32 to 50% to 37 to 55%. Goer's Devastating Grips now explode every 2 seconds or after it ends, and its hit cap has been removed. So Goer's Devastating Grips has been changed yet again. So every 2 seconds it will explode no matter what, or after it ends it will explode. That's actually a pretty good change. I actually do like that change. Goer's Devastating Grips might be back on the table. I'm going to go back over Albert Cunningham, all of the stuff, and talk about the individual nerfs and things. Like, I totally get that you're frustrated because I'm not stopping and talking about every single point as I go over the patch notes. But you have to understand that there's a lot of patch notes here, and if I stop and talk about every single point, we're never going to get through the patch notes. I will go back, and we're going to do a recap over the patch notes while we're done. So when we are finished, we will go back and talk about each one of these nerfs in detail. Fields of Crimson bleeding damage bonus has been increased from 10 to 15%. Let's go to the Druid now. Enhanced Claw attack speed bonus from 10 to 15%. Also a buff. Storm Strike damage reduction reduced from 25 to 15%. That's kind of a pretty big nerf to Storm Strike there. Boulder damage increased from 33 to 46%. Savage Trample Spirit gain increased from 20 to 40. Prime Lacerate healing increased from 3% to 5%. Cataclysm lightning damage increased from 64% to 77%. And tornado damage from 19 to 23%. Supreme Cataclysm vulnerable duration increased from 2 to 3 seconds. Prime Cataclysm duration increased from 2 to 4 seconds. Prime Grizzly Rage now grants Unstoppable for 6 seconds instead of while active. Passive Provocation threshold requires for guaranteed overpower reduced. 35, 30, 25 to 24, 20, 16 seconds. Seems like a buff there. I could be wrong. Spirit Boon Masochist now also requires lucky hit chance of 75%. Prickle Skin Thorns increased to 0.15, so a little bit of a buff there on the Thorns. Iron Feather maximum life increased from 10 to 14%. Bolster Fortify increased from 10 to 15% maximum life. And Overload damage increased from 0.2 to 0.25. Spirit Glyphs bonus now affects all damage instead of just core skills. Aspect of Calm Breeze lucky hit chance increased from 5 to 10% to 7 to 12. Balance Aspect maximum spirit increased from 30 to 50 to 60 to 80. Aspect of the Tempest damage bonus increased from 7 to 15 to 10 to 18. I mean, it looks like we've got a lot of buffs across the board here, like on a lot of this stuff. Skinwalker's Aspect and healing was increased. That's a flat damage item power increase, so 0.5 to 0.1 from 0.7 to 0.12. Symbiotic Aspect cooldown reduction reduced from 4 to 8 to 3 to 5. Aspect of the Stampede bonus from 10 to 20 to 16 to 26%. A little bit of a buff there. Shepherd's damage bonus increased from 6 to 8 to 6 to 10, a 2% increase. Insatiable Fury Werebear skill ranks increased from 2 to 3. And Mad Wolf's Glee from 2 to 3. So both of the unique items got a buff of their plus to skills. They went up from 2 to 3. That's actually quite interesting. I have that on my Druid as well. Let's take a look at Necromancer, shall we? Initiates Decompose slow increased from 30 to 50%. Okay. Paranormal Sever cast required for vulnerable reduced from 4 to 3. Enhanced Blood Surge healing increased from 2.5 to 3% maximum life. Enhanced Blood Lance reduction from piercing reduced from 15% to 10. Bone Prison initial essence gained increased from 15 to 25. Abhorrent Iron Maiden healing increased from 5 to 7% maximum life. Golems move faster and unhindered through enemies when their cooldown is activated. Supreme Blood Wave leaves behind blood orbs earlier in its path. Raised Skeleton, Corpse Explosion, Corpse Tendrils. Range for auto-targeting corpses on mouse and keyboard has been increased by 50%. That's actually pretty good. So, like, I had a lot of trouble targeting the corpses on the Necromancer. This is something that I actually had issues with. It's not this hard in Diablo 2 if you guys are familiar. You can kind of, like, go next to a corpse and it'll still take the corpse. I think this one in particular just kind of like, they increased how far away your mouse has to be for it to activate that corpse, so you don't have to be, like, dead on. Raised Skeletal Priest bonuses are increased from 20 to 30%. Raised Skeletal Priest healing increased from 10 to 15%. Skeletal Priest kind of sucks, so that's a good thing. Passives, Evulsion bonus to damage to vulnerable reduced. Evulsion is the Bone Spear. 6, 12, 18 to 5, 10, 15. Evulsion is one of the main Bone Spear passives, so looks like Bone Spear did get nerfed. Transfusion, minion healing increased from 15, 30, 45 to 20, 40, 60. Drained Vitality, Lucky Hit Chance increased from 25 to 30%. Amplified Damage increased from 369 to 4812. Looks like the curse has got a bump. Book of the Dead. Necromancer minions will now automatically resummon after respawning during a world boss fight. Skeleton Warrior Defenders upgrade Thorns and Heritage is been increased from 40 to 50%. Thorns Necromancer's got a little bit of a buff there. Shadow Skeleton Mage upgrades attacks required for an additional Shadow Bolt, reduced from 5 to 4. Bone Skeleton Mage upgrade Fortify is increased from 11 to 20%. I don't like the Bone Mages. They kill themselves, and they're really hard to manage. Iron Golems upgrade attack for required for Slam reduced from 5 to 4. Paragon. Essence Glyph bonuses now affect all damage instead of just core skills. Aspects. A splintering aspect of the Bone Shard reduced from 50 to 100 to 30 to 60. That is a heavy nerf to the Bone Spear Necromancer. Plain and simple. That is a very heavy nerf to the Bone Spear Necromancer. And didn't we all call it, though? Like, didn't we all call the Bone Spear Necromancer getting nerfed? I mean, that's a ridiculous nerf, actually. So that's a 40% decrease on the flat bonus, but it's an 80% decrease on the two-handed. I know, poor Bone Spear Necromancers, they've had it so easy, right? Aspect of the Plunging Darkness, bonus damage has been increased from 50 to 100, 75 to 125. Cold Bringer's Aspect Blizzard cooldown has been reduced from 10 to 8 seconds, so a buff on the free blizzards that you get from the cold mages. That's pretty cool. I actually like using that one on my cold mages. Aspect of Hungry Blood Chance to fire Blood Lance has been increased from 10 to 20 to 13 to 23%. Blood-Soaked Aspect damage increased from 0.15 to 0.2 to 0.24 to 0.31. Aspect of Ultimate damage increased from 0.16 to 0.22 to 0.43 to 0.48. Aspect of the Grasping Veins critical strike damage bonus has been reduced from 30 to 60% to 20 to 40%. That is another hefty nerf for the Bone Spear Necromancer that relies on that to beef up the critical strike damage bonus that they need for that. That is 2 nerfs, if we're counting. That is 2 nerfs to the Bone Spear Necromancer. So the Bone Spear Necromancer's damage is going Ceaseless Gale Aspect bonus Bone Storm duration increased from 4 to 8 to 5 to 10. This is a pretty good aspect. It's hard to bring into every single character, but if you can, Ceaseless Gale is actually pretty amazing of an ability. So a buff to that is actually pretty nice. Bone Storm already has a 10-second duration, so a 10-second increase is 20 seconds on Bone Storm. And Bone Storm also gives you a 20% crit bonus, so 20% crit bonus for 10 seconds. 10 more seconds, so 20 seconds total. Aspect of damage of the damage bonus increased from 30 to 40 to 40 to 50. Aspect of the damned. Bloodbath aspect echo damage reduced from 70 to 60 to 60 to 50. Aspect of reanimation skeleton's damage bonus increased from 20 to 30 to 40. Bloodless Scream essence gained increased from 2 to 5 to 7 to 10. That's kind of a massive bump. It's double. Deathless Visage damage increased from 0.25, 0.35 to 0.28, 0.38. Not much of a change there. So three nerfs, from what I can see, 3 nerfs so far to the Necromancer. Number 1, they nerfed the Deathless Visage unique. Number 2, they nerfed the Splintering aspect. Number 3, they nerfed the Ceaseless Gale. So, I mean, sorry, the Grasping Veins. The Grasping Veins is one of the things that the Necromancers rely on. Next is the Rogue. Skills. Advanced Rapid Fire duration has been increased from 3 to 5. Caltrops cast speed is increased by 15%. Enhanced Cold Imbue Lucky Hit Chance has been increased from 30 to 40. Enhanced Smoke Grenade damage bonus increased from 15 to 20%. Methodical Dash maximum cooldown reduction increased from 3 to 4 seconds. Concealment Stealth duration increased from 4 to 5. Enhanced Dark Shroud's chance to not be consumed increased from 10% to 14%. Supreme Death Strap cooldown reduction increased from 10 to 12. Passives, victimize lucky hit chance increased from 30 to 35%. Siphoning strikes now also requires a lucky hit chance of 75%. Rugged damage, the reduction against damage over time effects increased from 5, 10, 15 to 6, 12, 18. Mending obscurity healing per second while stealthed increased from 369 to 4812, so a buff to the healing while stealthed. Aftermath energy restored increased from 25, 50, 75 to 30, 60, 90. Paragon, combat glyphs bonus now affects all damage instead of just core skills. Eldritch Bounty legendary node duration increased from 6 to 9 seconds. Specialization, preparations ultimate cooldown reduction increased from 4 to 5. Legendary aspects. Aspects of the volatile shadows damage increased from 0.1075. Looks like a small buff from 0.193 to 0.27. Icy Alchemist's chill has been increased from 15 to 25%. That's a pretty big buff for my frozen arrow source. Amazon. Shadow Slicer aspect damage increased from 25 to 35 to 80 to 100%. Oh, that's a massive bump. Shadow Slicer. I don't even remember what the Shadow Slicer aspect is. Shadow Slicer is the... When you dash, a shadow clone is spawned at your location that also casts dash, dealing 25 to 35% of the base damage. They really buffed that up. Toxic Alchemist damage increased per small amount, so like 0.03 on the top end. Vengeful Aspect lucky hit chance increased from 30 to 50 to 40 to 60%. Aspect of Imitated Imbuements duration increased from 5 to 9. Aspect of Stolen Vigor healing increased from 0.02, 0.06 to 0.04, 0.08. Aspect of Lethal Dusk life on kill duration increased from 4 to 6 seconds. Aspect of Noxious Ice bonus damage increased from 10 to 25 to 14 to 29%. Aspect of Elusive Menace dodge chance increased from 1 to 5 to 3 to 7. Unique changes. Sky Hunter's energy gain increased from 15 to 25 to 20 to 30. Grasp of the Shadow lucky hit chance has been increased from 20 to 30% to 24 to 34%. I don't think anybody's using those Grasp of Shadow. I hate to tell you guys, but I don't think that buff is enough to warrant anything. Let's take a look at the Sorcerer / Sorceress next. I know, Cody. Good Lord. You're going to have a heart attack because there's somebody outside and it's your mama and she's not playing with you. Enhanced Charge Bolt's damage has been increased from 24% to 30% and now benefits from skill ranks. My Charge Bolt Sorceress got a buff. Nice. Destructive Charge Bolt's damage reduction has been increased from 20 to 25%. Hey, another Charge Bolt buff for my Charge Bolt Sorceress. Destructive Incinerate damage reduction has been increased from 20 to 25%. Ice Blade's cast Clean Up has been tightened, allowing players to act after its cast sooner. Good. Firebolt initial damage increased from 10 to 18%. I like Firebolt. That's a buff. Wizard's Firewall maximum increased mana regeneration has been increased from 25 to 35%. Firewall got a nice little buff there. Wizard's Blizzard score... Why does it say Wizards? Well, why are we talking about Wizards? Blizzard core skill mana cost reduction increased from 10 to 20%. Supreme Deep Freeze cooldown reduction increased from 50 to 100%. Seems like a lot of buffs across the board. I don't see a lot of like nerfs there. Passives. Elemental Dominance now also affects mastery skills instead of just core skills. Potent Warding duration increased from 3 to 9 seconds. Protection Barrier increased from 2 to 3 seconds. I'm noticing a trend here, and the trend basically is that there's lots of defensive buffs. I mean, if you look, they increased the defensive buff from Destructive Charge Bolts. They increased the defensive buff from Incinerate. They increased the defensive buff from a lot of different things. The Deep Freeze is definitely a defensive cooldown. And then on top of that, I mean, we've got other defensive cooldowns. Protection Barrier has a higher time. Potent Warding has a higher time. Like, they're trying to make the Sorcerers tankier. So tankier, 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 right? I mean, that's a good thing. The Sorceress does need more tankiness. Align the elements damage reduction per second increased from 123 to 369. Mana shield damage reduction increased from 5, 10, 15 to 7, 14, 21. Another defensive buff. Devouring Blaze critical strike damage reduced from 10, 20, 30 to 7, 14, 21. Devouring Blaze bonus critical strike damage to immobilized reduced from 25, 50, 75 to 10, 20, 30. Wow. So Devouring Blaze nerfed, and Devouring Blaze nerfed. So Devouring Blaze got, like, kicked into the dirt, basically. I'm sure it's still going to work and do something, but it's not going to do anywhere near as much as it did before. So if you guys were relying on Devouring Blaze for your Sorceress... Fiery Surge mana regeneration increased from 10, 20, 30 to 15, 30, 45. Paragon. Destruction Glyph now affects all skills instead of just core skills. That's just across the board. They've been making those changes. Enchantments. Spark Enchantment. Chance to form crackling energy increased from 10 to 14%. Frozen Orb Enchantment. Chance to be cast increased from 20 to 30%. Incinerate Enchantment. Cooldown reduced from 18 to 14 seconds. Hydra Enchantment. Mana threshold reduced from 300 to 200. A buff to Hydras. What do you know? Legendary aspects. Aspect of efficiency mana cost reduction increased from 10 to 20 to 15 to 25% and now also affects mastery skills. Aspect of Armageddon damage increased from 0.25 to 0.4. It's a pretty big buff. Aspect of the Shattered Stars damage increased from 0.2 to 0.25. Not a huge buff, but a little buff. Serpentine aspect Hydra duration reduction reduced from 30 to 20% to 20 to 10%. Glacial aspect Ice Spikes bonus damage to frozen reduced from 25 to 15. I'm pretty sure this is the isn't this the Blizzard nerf basically? Like the sorceresses that were literally like murdering everything with the ice spikes that were coming out of the blizzard. So it looks like they took the glacial aspect. I'm pretty sure that's the Blizzard aspect. I could be wrong. When you cast Blizzard, it periodically explodes in ice spikes, yes. So it looks like they reduced the bonus damage, but they increased the damage of the effect. So they nerfed it and buffed it at the same time, so whether or not it ends up being an overall nerf, I guess we're going to have to test it. But it looks like an overall nerf, although not quite as hard as it seems. Aspect of Frozen Tundra Ice Spikes damage increased from 0.25 to 0.35. They didn't buff tornado damage, Coulson. Apparently there was some sort of bug where the tornadoes were just simply doing no damage. So you thought you were doing damage before, but you were actually doing 0 because there was some sort of bug where the tornadoes weren't hitting anything. And now they actually are hitting stuff. So, like, apparently there was a whole bug there where the tornadoes weren't actually hitting anything or something, or they weren't doing the damage even if they hit the target. So it was weird. Aspect of the Frozen Tundra Ice Spikes damage increased from 0.35 to 0.4. Aspect of Frozen Wake Ice Spike damage increased from 0.3 to 0.35. And Chill is increased from 10 to 15%. Aspect of the Biting Cold chance to apply vulnerable to frozen enemies has been increased from 25% or 35% to 40%. Encased aspect life and mana restore per second increased from 10 to 20 to 30%. Stable aspect chance for a free cast has been increased from 5 to 10% to 7 to 12%. I was actually utilizing that on my sorceress. That's nice. That is the one where it's the unstable currents. It gives you a free cast from unstable currents. Aspect of the splintering energy chance to spawn an additional lightning spear has been increased from 11 to 20 to 41 to 50%. I'm also using that on my sorceress. That's a nice buff. Aspect of the unbroken tether chance for additional chain lightning chains increased from 25 to 35% to 30 to 40%. Unique item changes. Gloves of the Illuminator fireball damage reduction reduced from 65 to 75 to 55 to 65%. Asu's Heirloom critical strike chance from movement speed has been increased from 15 to 25% to 20 to 30%. So Asu's Heirloom gets a buff. Isadora's overflowing cameo, chance to release a lightning nova, has been increased from 10 to 15%. General changes. Aspect of Disobedience, maximum stacks reduced from 100 to 60, reducing the maximum bonus armor from 25 to 50% to 15 to 30%. Pretty heavy nerf to Aspect of Disobedience. I never relied on that myself anyway, because number one, I knew it was going to get nerfed, and number two, armor kind of is garbage anyway, unless you can stack it to like 13,000. Like, unless you can get it up to like 13,000, it's not even really worth stacking it anyway. So, like, okay, I guess it's going to be much harder to stack your armor to 13,000, which is what you need to hit the cap anyway. Aspect of Retribution bonus to stunned reduced from 20 to 40 to 10 to 20. Exploiter's aspect bonus damage to Unstoppable reduced from 20 to 50 to 20 to 40. Okay. Starlight aspect resource restore increase from 10 to 20 to 20 to 40%. It doesn't say percent, it just says 40. I mean, that's quite a bit more resource. It's double the resource it was before. The Butcher's Cleaver has been changed. Slow has been increased from 40 to 75% to 61 to 75%. So the bottom end is now lower than it was before. Drop rate adjustments. Increased the bonus to drop ancestral and sacred items in Nightmare Dungeons from 5 to 10%. Removed a 20% chance to drop an extra equipment item from elite monsters outside of Nightmare Dungeons on HellTide. Well, that's pretty cool. Didn't know that. Increased a chance to drop extra equipment item from elite monsters in Nightmare Dungeons HellTide by 10%. Nightmare Dungeons now have a 50% chance to drop a second legendary item upon completion. Nightmare Dungeons now give 3 rare items upon completion, up from 1. Wow, so Nightmare Dungeons got quite the bonus there. Three rare items instead of 1. Monsters. Increased HP scaling from 85% to 100% bonus per player in a party. So the monsters get 100% bonus. I mean, I didn't know the exact percentage, but 85% seems like an awful lot. But they get 100% bonus HP for every player in the party now. So if you have 4 people in the party, the monsters are like ridiculously harder. Miscellaneous. Adjusted the scaling of the Greed Shrine to improve effectiveness throughout the game. Hey, the Greed Shrine might actually be nice now. World bosses now drop more potions more often. There is no longer a limit to how many materials you can refine into higher materials at once. That's a good fix. Item affixes. Many affixes were too efficient and are outshining alternatives. We're looking to refine the outliers, improve the number of meaningful choices on competitive slots, and increase the overall flexibility of items. We know these changes will reduce the total amount of possible power a character can possess, so we'll be monitoring how these changes affect players' ability to conquer expected milestones throughout the season. We're increasing the availability of affixes below to make them easier to include in different builds. Control impaired duration reduction can now appear on pants. Barrier generation can now appear for all classes. It will also begin dropping later in the game. Lucky hit chance while you have a barrier can now appear for all classes, reduced by 12% when on a helmet and 20% when on an amulet or offhand. Mastery skill damage, newly added, can appear on sorcerer weapons, scales identically to core skill damage. Resistance to all elements can now appear on shields. The core stat bonus on weapons has been overperforming, so we're pulling back on this bonus. Strength, 50% stronger when on weapons, 25% stronger when on weapons. Wait, what? Cool. What? So they're nerfing strength, dex, intelligence, and willpower? Am I reading that correctly? So they're basically just nerfing all of the strength, dex, and intelligence and willpower that you have on your equipment? So if you have strength on your weapon, for instance, and the weapon has 180 strength, then it is now 25% less than it was before. So all stats on weapons all stats have been reduced by 25% on weapons. Cooldown reduction affix is often felt mandatory due to their raw power. We imagine cooldown reduction will remain a highly desirable stat, but the penalty for not prioritizing it won't be as harsh. Cooldown reduction has been reduced by 30%, so cooldown reduction has been nerfed. Imbuement skill cooldown reduction has been nerfed. And trap skill cooldown reduction has been nerfed. So cooldown reduction has been nerfed across the board. So if you were relying on cooldown reduction for your character, well, dope. Dope. Isn't that right, Cody? Dope. Cody, this is a once in a lifetime. I don't give you these, but I'm going to give you one today. Would you like a Rice Kristen? We're going to take a very small break, and I'm going to give you a Rice Kristen. Would you like this? Taste it. What do you think? Is it good? Okay, you ready? Yes. Alright, go be good. Disparities in inherent affixes can rule some weapons out before the rest of their stats are even rolled. Correct. These are receiving harsher reductions than their normal affix counterparts to increase weapon flexibility. Cooldown reduction inherent on offhands has been reduced by 35%. Critical strike damage inherent on swords has been reduced by 50%. Vulnerable damage inherent on crossbows has been reduced by 65%. So instead of making the passive bonuses on all of the items more better, instead of making the other ones better, they basically made all the weapons worse that people were utilizing. It's terrible. Critical strike damage reduced by 17%. Lightning critical strike damage reduced by 17%. Critical strike damage with Bone, Earth, Imbued, and Werewolf skills has been reduced by 17%. And vulnerable damage has been reduced by 40%. Massive. Holy Jesus. What is this? The patch of the nerfs? Everything I'm seeing here is a nerf. Like, I mean... Nerf. 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 Like, holy Jesus. Nerf. This is literally the patch of the nerfs. Developer's notes. Damage bonus to crowd-controlled enemies was overperforming relative to the ease of activating it versus stricter crowd control type specific affixes. Damage to crowd-controlled enemies has been decreased by 30%. Damage to frozen enemies has been increased by 20%. We have seen that skillful players are frequently slaughtering monsters many levels above their own. We want to support this, but the current situation is beyond what we believe is correct for the long-term health of the game. To chase this goal, we're shifting power to many offensive affixes from defensive affixes. We know this will make our endgame content more deadly, particularly for those chasing our pinnacle boss, an encounter not meant for the faint of heart. Overcoming the pinnacle boss will take every ounce of grit you can muster and all the tools at your disposal. We will continue to evaluate feedback from the community and make changes to our combat mechanics. All physical damage has been increased by 25%. Fire damage is 25%. Cold damage 25%. Lightning damage 25%. Poison, shadow, non-physical. Physical damage over time. Fire damage over time increased by 40%. Shadow damage increased by 40%. Damage with two-handed, bludgeoning 25%. Slashing 25%. Dual wield 25%. Ranged weapons 25%. Damage with skills that swap to new weapons 25%. Damage while in human form, 25%. Damage while shapeshifted, 25%. Blood skill, 25%. Bone skill, 25%. Brawling skill, 25%. Companion skill, 25%. Conjuration, 25%. Cutthroat, 25%. Darkness skills, 25%. Earth skills, 25%. Frost skills, 25%. Immune skill, 25%. Beam skill, 25%. Marksman skill, 25%. They're all 25%. Pyromancy, 25%. Shock skill, 20%. 25%. Storm skill, 25%. Summoning skill damage, 25%. Trap skill damage, 33%. Weapon mastery skill damage, 33%. Werebear skill, 33%. Or 25%. Werewolf skill damage, 25%. Total armor reduced by 30%. Holy Jesus. They turned everybody in the game into a glass cannon. They basically just gave us all more damage, nerfed everything that we were using to give us damage, but they gave us more damage in return, and then reduced our total armor value as well. So we're gonna be a lot less tanky. Attack speed for 4 seconds after dodging an attack increased by 20%. Damage for 4 seconds after dodging an attack increased by 20%. Total armor while in werewolf form reduced by 25%. Total armor while in werebear form and werewolf form reduced by 25%. Damage reduction from close enemies reduced by 20%. Damage reduction from distant enemies reduced by 20%. Damage reduction from enemies that are bleeding reduced by 25%. Damage reduction from enemies that are burning reduced by 25%. Damage reduction from enemies that are poisoned reduced by 25%. Damage reduction from enemies that are affected by shadow of time reduced by 25%. Damage reduction while fortified reduced by 25%. Uh, thank you for the five subscription memberships, Derelict. Appreciate it. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about this. So let's do a quick recap and then maybe we'll do a more detailed recap. But let's just talk about this for a second, shall we? So if we go all the way back up to the top, let's go all the way back up to the top. They introduced some unique items, and the new unique items seem pretty cool, and the new aspects seem pretty cool. I'm not gonna down that. However, they did basically nerf like just about everything that was overpowered. So, going through here and looking at some of these, this particular one is the nerf to the shred, which was overpowered, which was deserved. I mean, let's just say that was deserved. They also nerfed the mist from the unique item. I don't even know if this is the right area, but they yeah, here it is right here. They nerfed the unique item, getting that buff for the chilling wind. They also nerfed the Barbarian, having that ridiculous thing that was going on with the berserk ripping. So that was like the quintillion damage, right? So they fixed all the major bugs with the characters, the things that were making characters do like way too much damage. They also addressed the issue with the blizzard as well, so they addressed the blizzard. But then, like, going through the individual class things, I mean, we did see them give a lot of buffs to the sorceress, like in damage reduction and things like that, which he's definitely going to need now because her damage reduction has been nerfed into the dirt. In fact, everybody's has. They made the monsters easier in regular dungeons, which was a really weird change, but I guess it's there. They also completely nerfed power leveling, so power leveling is now off the table. I'm assuming that we could probably try and find some way to power level a character, but at this particular point, it's not going to take like an hour to get to level 50. It's going to take probably more like several days to hit level 50. I mean, who knows? They increased the cinder requirement for the chest of mysteries, which is really quite strange. And then going over the individual changes, like, I'm not even going to touch these at the moment. Like, let's ignore these for the moment, because none of those in there really are all that important. Like, I feel like the individual class changes that they made were more or less just to counter the fact that they pretty much just, like, hit everyone straight in the penis. Like, I mean, they literally just donked us right on the dong. Like, every single character in the game got a dong hit. Like, it's not, and if you don't got a dong, well, they hit you right in the other place. But like, I mean, they reduced everything. They reduced the armor that we get from basically everything. They reduced all of our survivability, which was already iffy at best. I mean, everything that had to do with survivability, they took away from us. Like, you go down here and look in the patch notes, like, they literally took away every form of damage reduction and armor value that we could possibly get, making us even weaker and even more easy to kill than before. All of it. And not only that, but they reduced the total armor value as well. So we are now all like weak little baby kittens in the grand scheme of things. They also took the things that we were utilizing the most, and they nerfed them. So having your main stat on your weapon, guess what? Goodbye. Having cooldown reduction, guess what? Goodbye. Having critical strike damage and vulnerable damage increases, guess what? Goodbye. And guess what? Like having inherent bonuses that you enjoy, cooldown reduction, critical strike damage, vulnerable damage, guess what? Goodbye. Crowd control enemy bonus, goodbye. They increased the frozen one though, I guess. And then to compensate for taking all that damage away from us, which they took a lot of damage away from us. I imagine that most characters are probably going to be looking at much lower damage, as a result from this. And then they gave us more base damage. So like everything that is considered any kind of damage, they increased all of the base damage of every skill within the game to compensate for taking away from us the things that we were using to increase our damage. And I don't really know if it's going to be a compromise, because this is just to counter this. So I don't even know if we really did get more damage. Like the comment earlier that On Sleep Mode made, which is that we're all glass cannons now. I don't even know if that's really correct. Because they took so much damage away from us that even the damage that they gave us is probably not going to counter the balancing of them taking the damage away. So we had damage up here and they took that away, and then they gave us a little bit more, but are we returning to the same values? I don't think we're even going to return to the same value. I think we're going to be going around shooting pea shooters. In fact, yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be less. And then they made us weaker too. So we're not going to be able to get in there. We're not going to be able to actually stand toe to toe with anything anymore. I don't know exactly what they're thinking here. This is too much. It's just too much all at once. They could have made these changes over the course of 3 or 4 patches, and then maybe it would have lessened the impact. But they made all these changes all at once. Haven't they ever heard about limited variables? When I'm repairing a computer, let me just tell a little story here. When you're repairing a computer and you're trying to figure out which component in the computer is causing an issue, you remove the components one at a time. Okay? And the reason why you remove the components one at a time is because if you remove them all at once, you don't know which one was the one that was actually causing the issue. So you remove one component, you turn on the computer, issue still exists. You take another component out, you turn the computer on, issue still exists. Eventually you find out which component is the one that you're actually, is the one that's actually causing the problem, right? You don't do everything all at once. I feel like they did too much too quickly, and it's going to come back to bite them in the butt. There is so much going on in this patch. It is so massive in the way that they change things. I mean, just drastic nerfs across the board to everybody's stats. Drastic nerfs to everybody's, cooldown reduction. Drastic nerfs to all critical strike damage. Drastic nerfs to all vulnerable damage. Drastic nerfs to the cooldown reduction, the critical strike damage, and the vulnerable damage on all passive items. Just drastic damage reduction to crowd-controlled enemies. They've made us so weak at this point, I don't even know. My character already couldn't barely survive with, appropriate equipment. And now you're saying all of my damage reduction equipment that I'm utilizing at this point is basically even worse. My armor is now even worse. My werebear and werewolf armor is now even worse. My damage reduction from close is even worse. My damage reduction while fortified is even worse. My characters are going to walk into the dungeon and get one-shot by trash. What's up, Brandon? Watch them add something to the battle pass that gives you a 25% buff to everything that got nerfed. No, I think they're just cruel. This patch is just cruel. Like, this is gonna go down in history as like the Diablo 4 patch of nerfs. Let's talk about some of these changes. Let's start with Necromancer, because I do know Necromancer the best, because it's the class that I started with. And, I mean, there's a lot of buffs in here. There is a lot of buffs. A lot of them are just small buffs, like increased life. Like, there's a pretty good buff in here from Amplify Damage, which I thought was pretty nice. There's a pretty hefty nerf to the Evulsion bonus, which is for the Bone Spear Necromancer. They also nerfed the crap out of Bone Spear, so Bone Spear got, like, destroyed. They nerfed splintering, the splintering aspect. They nerfed the Grasping Veins aspect, and I was actually pretty sad about this one because the Grasping Veins aspect is not restricted to the Bone Spear build and is utilized, I think, by just about every Necromancer, because Grasping Veins is just an amazing ability in general. And it's really kind of hurts me that they nerfed this one, because this one was for all Necromancers. It wasn't just for the Bone Spear Necromancer. Like, every Necromancer was using this, so that is like just a nerf across the board for all Necromancers. I mean, a little bit of a buff to Deathless Visage, which is interesting since they just nerfed it. So, a buff, they're like, hey, we nerfed it, let's give you a little bit more damage. I mean, overall, there's a lot of buffs in here, but they definitely hit the Bone Spear Necromancer really hard. The Bone Spear Necromancer is down. He's down for sure. The Barbarian has some of the strangest changes, and like, I don't really know what to think about some of these. Some of these are buffs. Like, there's like this one is a buff. Tactical Ground Stomp is a buff. You know, like the Upheaval is a buff. You got the double swing got buffed up a little bit. Steel Grasp got buffed, which didn't even really need it, but whatever. Rupture got several buffs, right? But then this thing happened, and like, that is such a heavy nerf to all the Barbarians, and I don't even, I'm not like a Barbarian main, like myself. But I know you guys there's probably some of you guys out there that play Barbarian more than me, and I definitely feel like this one is a really heavy nerf to the Barbs. I feel like just about every single Barbarian out there was utilizing Hamstring to get the slow, which would also essentially allow them to apply the bleeding effect and grab the crowd control damage bonuses. And not only have they made it so that the crowd control effect is no longer permanently active on a monster that's bleeding, but they've also made it so that all of the crowd control bonuses that they would have been getting are nerfed as well. So the crowd control bonuses are nerfed, and the crowd control effect itself is also nerfed. So Hamstring is basically off the table at this point. Like, I mean, you might still put 1 point into it, because why not, as long as you have some kind of bleed, but like, it's been gutted. Like, it's been gutted. I mean, there were very few Barbarians that did not use Hamstring in their build. I think pretty much all of them used Hamstring at some point. Like, that was just what they did. I used it in mine. I know Leon used it in his. I know freaking Wolfie used it on his Barbarian. Like, it's just like a thing. Everybody uses it because it's really good, and now it's kind of garbage. Unique drop pools need fixing. I mean, there's some other interesting things in here that are definitely buffs. Like, they did a lot of berserking buffs, like duration buffs, so I guess they want more people to use the berserking. Goer's Devastating Grips was an interesting change to probably fix that so that it actually is worth using now. I mean, it's probably a lot better. Fields of Crimson got a buff as well, so that's just another buff to Rupture. So I guess Rupture got buffs like across the board. They literally made 1, 2, 3, 4 buffs to Rupture. So my Fields of Crimson video might be outdated at this point. Druid, I'm not really quite sure. Like, I didn't feel like the Druid really got a whole lot of nerfs or anything. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was taking a look at these, and as I read them, I didn't really get like a huge sense of like nerf from the Druid. I mean, granted, everybody got nerfed with the stuff that was below, but the Druid seems mostly unaffected. They got a lot of increases. They got a lot of damage reduction. The Storm Strike, I think, is the main one here that's a big nerf. That one right there is like a huge nerf to the Druids, and I did call that one out when I was reading it. But reducing 25% to 15% damage reduction on the Storm Strike is massive. But if you're not utilizing Storm Strike, I mean, I guess that's not too ridiculously bad. They did change the Grizzly Rage so it no longer makes you always unstoppable, which I did notice. So you're not permanently unstoppable using Grizzly Rage anymore. It's still 6 seconds of unstoppable, but I can definitely see how that's a pretty huge nerf to Grizzly Rage. And also Werewolf Rage if you're using the other version of it. But then again, wasn't this part of the bug? If I remember correctly, wasn't Grizzly Rage part of the bug that was being used for the Shred, like, 2 billion damage hit? The one that got posted on social media? Like, I'm pretty sure it was some sort of reaction between Grizzly Rage stacking continuously, the Toxic Claws, and the Envenom passage. Like, it was a combination of all of them. So it makes me think that they kind of did that on purpose to nerf that specific build that was taking advantage of that. Though I don't know why they didn't just nerf the actual Grizzly Rage ability. Because I think it was the problem with the Grizzly Rage ability basically scaling all the way to 990%, which was the problem. Not necessarily anything else to do with it. I mean, there's a lot of increases in here. I mean, we got increase, 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 increase. I mean, the symbiotic aspect was reduced a little bit from 8 to 5 seconds. The cooldown reduction, they seem to be attacking cooldown reduction across the board. Seems to be their goal. Cooldown reduction everywhere is getting reduced across every single possible way that they can reduce cooldown reduction. So, it's unfortunate. Let's take a look at the Sorceress. So they did a lot of buffing to the charge bolts, I noticed. Several buffs to the charge bolts, a couple different ways. Looks like they're trying to beef up charge bolt Sorceress. A lot of damage reduction increases, not that they really matter all that much, considering the fact that the damage reduction has been nerfed across the board. The Sorceress, who was literally one of the weakest characters, I think, in terms of damage reduction, has now gotten even weaker. Despite these changes, I guarantee you they are now in a even worse place than they were before, as far as, like, damage reduction. You can use whatever you want, Darkado. I use Principle on my my particular character because that's the way my character's built, but you can throw Enigma in there. It wouldn't change anything. I mean, overall, it doesn't look like the Sorceress got messed with all that much, except for the fact that they screwed over the Blizzard Sorc. So the Blizzard Sorceress had all that stuff going on with the aspects, and they definitely messed around with the ice spikes. So chances are the Blizzard ice spike build, the one that was like absolutely insane and was annihilating everything from existence, like killing Uber Lilith in like less than like a minute, like it definitely has been attacked. I don't know how much it's going to be affected, but it's definitely there. And I'm not really 100% sure about this patch. We're going to have to get in the game, and we're going to have to start testing some of this stuff, and we're going to have to see how this stuff actually affects the characters. I am so curious about how this stuff actually affects the game as a whole. The Rogue didn't seem like she really got a whole lot of nerfs, to be honest. Although, you know, everybody got nerfs across the board with the other changes, but I didn't really see a whole lot of nerfs in here for the Rogue. I mean, there were some cooldown increases, but for the most part, it seems like the rogue is generally got the less end of the stick here. But the problem is that because rogues have so much of everything that they have tied into vulnerability, like despite the fact that we don't see a lot of nerfs on the actual board for vulnerable or from the rogue, I guarantee you the rogue got hit probably the hardest because of the reduction to the vulnerable damage, which is one of the things that they were relying on the most. So, like, not only has the rogue's vulnerable damage been nerfed, also all the cooldown reduction, and you know, 2 of these are literally targeted directly at the rogue, by the way, imbuement skill reduction and trap skill reduction. And then on top of this, the dex has gone down, and then also the damage to crowd-controlled enemies has gone down. I mean, like, I think overall the rogue probably is going to take a bigger hit than I think some other characters. The Siphon nerf, I was looking at that, and I was thinking about how that affected the character. You're talking about this one where the siphoning strikes now also require lucky hit chance of 75%, which is a pretty big reduction in the amount of times that it's going to go off. Even though it's a 75% lucky hit, you still have to roll the lucky hit, which means it's not going to go off anywhere near as often. There was also another change for the siphoning strikes. I'm pretty sure I saw another one in here for siphoning strikes. Where was that one? No, that's the only one. Well, I mean, that's one of the things that I noticed. So, although they changed this with siphoning strikes, I did notice that they gave a whole lot of additional healing from other abilities. So, Stolen Vigor healing was increased. Where is it? Aspect of Lethal Dusk Life kill duration, life on kill duration increased. There was a bunch of them in here. I can't remember seeing them all, but I did see a bunch of different ones in here that looked like they were increasing the life from other skills. It seems like they're trying to compensate. The rugged damage reduction from this one was increased as well. I mean, it's not going to be enough. Not if you guys are relying on this as your main source of healing. But I can see that they nerfed that and then buffed up some of the other healing effects. Paragon boards did get touched across the board, JV. So one of the things that they made for Paragon boards across the board was every Paragon board has stuff that's for core skills specifically. And they basically changed everything that was core skills to include all damage. So constantly, like, across the board, we're going to be able to utilize things that are for just core for everything now. So it actually is kind of a buff to the Paragon board overall. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot. Hoda got nerfed, so I totally almost just walked by that one. So Hammer of the Ancients, I didn't even think that this one was an issue, but Hammer of the Ancients got, like, donked into the dirt. You know, I was memeing before the patch notes went live, and I was talking about hashtag nerf Barb. You know, hashtag nerf Barb. I didn't think they actually were going to do it. I didn't think they actually were going to do it. Like, but they totally did it, though, didn't they? They totally did. They went ahead and they friggin' nerfed the crap out of the Barbarian. They hit him with a big old hammer and smacked him in the eye. Alright, I'm not ending the stream, guys, but I am ending the video that I'm recording, so give me just a second. Alright, video has been recorded, and I love you guys. I do, but I'm going to upload this video. So, just as a forewarning, the stream is going to get a little bit laggy while I upload this video. And we're still going to be testing things, though, and we're still going to be here. So, I'm going to start uploading the video now. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take, but it's going to take a little while. I think probably around like 30 minutes, judging on the size, because it's a fairly large video. It's going to be the patch notes video. Did Hoda get fixed for console X genetics? No, it did not. It got nerfed. Hoda got nerfed for everybody. So what do we want to check out first? Dear Lord Jesus. Let's check out the Necromancer, shall we? I need to see what they did to my boy. I need to see what they did to my boy. I gotta see what they did to my boy.
I need more time. I'm not ready.
Well, that is so much less damage. That is like so much less damage. I mean, granted, I'm still killing things and like, oh my god, I can feel the tankiness decrease. That would never have happened before. That would never have happened before, not even remotely. So, for retrospect, I was hitting for probably like 6 to 11 million before the patch. And I'm having trouble breaking 1 million. God, I feel so weak. Can I have some, like, can I have any kind of, like, survivability?
I'm out of essence. I'm not ready yet.
Dude, this character needs a complete rework. Like, I'm not even gonna joke with you guys. Like, at this particular point in time, I feel like my Bone Spear Necromancer is absolutely done. Like, he is not gonna be able to perform any content, like, whatsoever. Like, he's done. Like, I would need optimal equipment. I would need to rework him almost completely. And I'm gonna have to rework the whole Necromancer to make him work. Like, and I just died in a regular event in an open world level 95 area. Like, this is bad. Let's get an idea of how bad this tankiness nerf is. I have a Barbarian, his name is Basic Barb, and he is set up for just massive amounts of damage reduction. And he's never had issues with anything, like, damage reduction wise. Let's just take a quick look and see how he's running now.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
I mean, my boy's still tanky, and he doesn't even have his Fortify up. Honestly, I'm gonna have to rework that Necromancer to even make him viable. Man, I can feel the damage decrease, though. Like, the damage decrease is really there. Like, you can tell that the damage has gone down. I think, like, across the board, just about every attack is dishing out less damage than it was before. I think I was hitting for around like 250,000 a swing, like every swing basically on this Barbarian. It was like 250k plus, and like I feel like he's gone down by about half. I don't really know how else to explain it other than that.
I must wait.
They did nerf Hoda Barbarian. The Hoda Barbarian has been nerfed into the dirt. The effect that everybody was utilizing, the aspect that was creating the large amount of damage, was apparently a bug, and they stated in the patch notes that it was a bug and they did not intend it, and it is not something that they want to stay within the game. Man, this patch was a big kick in the nuts. Like, it really is a big kick in the nuts. Let's go test out my Sorceress real quick. So this is a Sorceress. They actually buffed up Charge Bolt by quite a bit. So this is actually a character that's based around one of the things that they buffed. But the Sorceress was never a very tanky character to begin with. And they buffed frozen damage, but they also nerfed crowd control damage. So they gave you a piece of candy with one hand and slapped you with the other. Like, I don't really know if it's necessarily a buff to frozen damage, more so just a rebalancing away from crowd control, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because crowd control is literally one of those things that most people lean on, like, because it encompasses all of the crowd control effects. And basically what they said was, like, no, you don't get, like, I don't... Went from 235k to 280k ice shards with full perfect gear to 108 to 135k level 97. Also, they nerfed the plus mana from 207 to 177. My pen shot critical build is just dead. Yeah, let's see what they did with this charged bolt sorceress. They apparently they messed with the skills, so let's see how the charge bolt sorceress plays now. Oh, well, her damage is just fine. Let's find some bigger. Oh, good, the event's back up. Let's do the event. I mean, I don't feel ridiculously weak,
I'm not ready yet.
I guess.
I need time to do that.
My damage definitely seems a lot lower.
I need time to...
This is not how I built this character, that's for sure. Still ended up dead. One donked by the Ice Clan. I'm not even sure I'm gonna be able to complete this event, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, screw the nightmare dungeon at this point. You guys are like, go to a nightmare dungeon. Like, I don't even... This freaking event is, like, taxing my character at this point.
I'm low on precious mana.
You know what this patch is? And I think I've just realized it. Everybody said the game was too easy. Like, reviewers were saying the game was too easy. That it was boring. Everybody was saying the game was too easy. I literally did a review, like a video of somebody who literally spent the entire video saying how easy the game was. You know what they just did? They just made the entire game more difficult. That's what they just did. They made the entire game more difficult than it was before. All of it. Not just a little bit of it. They made literally everything more difficult. They reduced the damage reduction to the point where every single character is weaker. They reduced the damage so that every single character does less damage. They focus things more into, like, less cooldown reduction, which means less of everything. So basically, this patch is literally every single character has now become weaker, and every single character has now become more noodly armed. So not only can you no longer take the damage, but now you can no longer dish the damage out. Well, they didn't nerf Hoda specifically. So one of the things about Hoda Ufda is that Hoda was always dishing out decent damage. But with the aspect, on the edges of the aspect, you were getting higher damage than what was intended. So so everybody was using the Hoda aspect, and then they were getting that massive damage bump on the edges. So they didn't nerf the skill itself. So Hoda didn't get nerfed directly, but the aspect that was giving the massive amounts of damage did. The skill might still be okay to use. It's just not going to get those really ridiculously hard hits like it was before. So let's see. Do items retroactively change level? The answer to that question is no. So the sacred items that I had in my stash before I started have not automatically gone down to 60. Which, in my opinion, like, I might as well just sell them all. Like, you guys are gonna witness this, because I don't even care. Like, I'm not gonna hang on to these sacred items with the high level aspects on them. I'm just gonna sell them. And I'm just going to move on. I'll restock my aspects. I mean, we've got season coming in 2 days, so there's no reason to hold on to all this crap anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and sell it all.
You need a proper weapon.
Honestly, I don't even care about this stuff either.
Fair trade.
I don't even care what it is. Those are my gloves. I care about those.
I'm not ready yet.
Bugs are not nerfs. I agree with that. Bugs are not nerfs. However, we also can address it from a different scenario, which is bugs are not features. So read that. I'm going to write it in chat. Bugs are not features. And I know that's a double negative. The reason why I want you to read that is because you have to understand that while yes, bugs are not features, bugs are also not features. And what this means is that bugs can often become features if they are so endeared by the community. The Blessed Hammer Paladin in Diablo 2 is literally the example of a bug that was not intended, that was removed from the game and then later re-added as a feature. Okay? Bugs can actually become features if they are endeared by the community. Bugs can actually make things better. So the way that things work, like, it's not always the case where a bug is the enemy. Sometimes bugs become features, and sometimes bugs should be removed. And I will definitely 100% agree that certain bugs definitely should be removed, and they shouldn't have ever been in the game in the first place. But occasionally a bug happens, which actually is pretty cool, and the developers can incorporate it into the game. It's happened before. The Blessed Hammer Paladin is a clear example of that in Diablo 2. A bug that should not have happened, that did happen, that eventually was removed and then was eventually re-added as a feature. Whether they want to re-add bugs as features, that's up to them, but like that's neither here nor there. Let's check some of this other stuff. So hamstring, we forgot about hamstring. Let's check out hamstring. So hamstring has been changed to your bleeding effects now slow healthy enemies by 20%. So what that basically means is any enemy that's no longer healthy will just instantly lose the slow. That's basically what I'm hearing here. Let me just walk out here and let a monster beat on me for a second. So they are slowed right now because they are currently healthy. And now he's no longer healthy and he is no longer slowed. That is a really big nerf to the Barbarian. in general. Yep, the slow disappeared. So as soon as he left the healthy status effect, he was immediately lost the slow, which means that he immediately loses the crowd control bonus, which means that you don't have any crowd control damage increases. So like crowd control damage bonuses in general, like anything that comes from crowd control, might as well just drop those at this point. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess you can still get stun, you know? You can still get stun, of course. Which I am using ground stomp, so if you happen to have stun on your barbarian, that's one thing. I mean, kick has a small knockback, but for the most part, like, you're not going to get that permanent crowd control bonus like you had before. Oh, man. Let's test out this thing with a new character real quick, so... This is like a big headache all the way across the board is what it is. Alright, so look, my map is revealed. Oh, so, we've done it. Here's our level 1 character. Let's test to see how this works, shall we? So, level 1 character from the beginning. Let's claim our XP bonuses, and let's see how high we get. So, EXP bonus 1, EXP bonus 2. We are now at a very small amount of EXP. We got 200 EXP for those 2 bonuses, which is relatively nothing. So let's go out and let's kill a couple monsters and level up, and then we'll claim the next 2. I think what we're looking at is that these bonuses might be better saved for later. The reason why is because, well, it seems like they are not... what's the term? Let's just go ahead and pull Puncture. I don't really care. We're just going to go kill some stuff. Alright, so we are now level 2.
More time.
And let's test this again. So we are currently at 153. Let's go ahead and claim 2 of the rewards, or let's just claim one of the rewards. Doesn't really matter. And now we're at 255. 255. So we went from 153 to 255, which is roughly, what, a little over 100? Exactly, what, one... well, my quick math is always terrible. Y'all can make fun of me all you want, I don't care. So, 102, so we got a small bump in EXP for having the level 2. Let's level up one more time, and let's check it on level 3. Alright, so we have our level 3. Now we are currently at 365. So 365 EXP. Let's go ahead and claim one of our rewards. And we went to 470. So 470 minus 365 is 105. So the reward goes up with level. The EXP reward increases as your level increases, which means that if you claim all your rewards at the start, right when you start, you're basically going to get nothing. you're going to get like 100 EXP per claim, and it's going to get you basically nowhere. So you're basically looking at like, if you claim them all right when you start the game, you're looking at like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000. Like you're looking at like 1,000 EXP, which is like nothing. It's not even enough to level up your character one time. Which seems to me like it's much better off to hold on to those probably for later, when they are more useful to your character. Let's check on a different character that I probably haven't claimed all my rewards on. So I think my Frostbite, I don't know if she has, actually no, she probably does. Let's check Mortician. Group gameplay was nerfed. They increased the HP of all the monsters while in groups, so it went from 85% increase to 100% increase. Am I going to go over the hearts? Did they release any information about the hearts, Albert Cunningham? I didn't see any information about the hearts released. They released the information about the new uniques. They released the information about a lot of stuff, but they didn't release anything about the hearts, unless I'm just an idiot. Let me double check. Nothing there. Oh, they did. Okay. Well, looks like we got to go over this too. Alright, boys. Well, we got something to do. Let's go back to town. We got some more information to go over. This was in a different news article than the first. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome! So on top of the patch notes, we've also got information on the new season, including the hearts that they're going to be giving us. The Malignant hearts. And we're going to go over them today, so let's take a look at it. So we've got the first season starts on July the 20th. Obviously, it's in 2 days. We also have the patch notes, which I also have those up already. If you haven't seen the patch notes video, I would definitely recommend checking that out. Although, spoiler, it's pretty much all nerfs, like, across the board. Just, like, nerfs to everybody. It's a little disappointing, to be honest, but, like, I guess maybe it fits the theme of what they were trying to do, which is make the game harder for everybody. Because everybody was complaining that the game was too easy, so they were like, hey, you guys were complaining the game was too easy, so we're going to make it harder for everyone. And they did. They definitely did make it harder. Let's go over this together. So, investigate the Malignants with Cormond in a new quest. A deviant form of Lilith's sinister machinations has given birth to a new threat, the Malignant monsters. These decaying abominations roam Sanctuary in a frenzy, mindlessly attacking anyone in range. Distraught and in panic, without the Church of Light's guidance, the denizens of Sanctuary have turned to new sources for hope. Wanderers will investigate these mysterious malady in a new quest line that will help Cormond and the former Priests of Light. Blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah, to embark on the new burning from within questline, you'll need to have already completed the campaign on the Eternal Realm. This is important. So basically, we have a lot of stuff going on with the hearts, and we've kind of already gone over a lot of this, but basically how it works is you'll find monsters throughout the world. The monsters will be corrupted with malignants. You kill the monsters that are partially corrupted and activate a secondary event, which will be from dropping a malignant heart. Once you activate the event, a better, stronger monster will appear, and then you have to kill the fully corrupted monster, which will then drop you one of the hearts. These malignant hearts are basically pieces of jewelry that you can put inside of your your jewelry pieces. So you're only going to be able to put 3 hearts on your character. The season includes 32 Malignant hearts that provide build-altering bonuses. The hearts are broken into 4 categories, each with a corresponding color and unique keyword. Vicious, orange, offensive power; brutal, blue, defensive power; devious, pink, utility power; and wrathful, black, super. Defeated Malignant monsters will drop a heart that corresponds to the monster's color. The colors of each heart also correspond to the special Malignant sockets, which will replace normal sockets of jewelry you acquire for the duration of the season. Wrathful hearts are a special case due to their rarity and can be placed in any socket as you roam Sanctuary in search of Malignant monsters to dispatch. Keep an eye out for ones that match the color of an item socket you're looking to fill. Creating and salvaging Malignant hearts. As you encounter more menacing Malignant creatures, so too will the strength of their Malignant hearts grow, and any heart that you don't wish to keep can be salvaged at Cormon's Wagon for Ichor, a corresponding color. Ichor is a resource that allows for creation and upgrade of Malignant hearts, upgrading Malignant hearts, and can also be harvested from lesser Malignant monsters. Salvaging each vicious, brutal, and devious heart provides you with 5 to 15 Ichor, with wrathful hearts providing 2 to 5 Ichor, all of the other heart types. Creating random a heart is of a specific type costs 35 Ichor, and of the other 2 primary colored Ichors. For example, if you want to craft a vicious heart, you would need 35 brutal and devious Ichor. In return, you would receive a random vicious heart that scales to the level of your character. The random heart you create will always either be your specific class or class agnostic. Each of the 32 Malignant hearts pack a punch with bonuses they provide. Wielding the very core of rot-infused husks you've slain across Sanctuary is essential to bringing about safety. Below you'll find a full list of Malignant hearts broken out by class. For our example, the stats you see reflect what a level 20 character would receive as a drop. As your seasonal character grows in level, so too will the power of the Malignant hearts increase. Well, that's a really bad example, like, of power level. Like, couldn't they have used, like, level 70 or something, or level 50, or level 60 or something as an example? Why did they have to use, like, the bare minimum level of, like, level 20, which is, like, barely a character who can do anything at that particular point? That just seems silly. Unless specified, the heart can be acquired by playing in any world tier in Season Realm. The Picana. Vicious offensive. Critical strikes generate electrical charge. The enemy for 0.7 to 2.5 seconds, causing lightning to arc between them and any other charged enemies, dealing 68 to 136 lightning damage. And of course, this is a flat damage number, and since it's based on level 20, it's garbage. Or at least it looks like garbage. But if you find this on a level 100 character, I'm sure that number is going to be a lot higher. And it's hard to know exactly what that is because they scaled it to really low-level characters, which is stupid. The Dark Dance. Vicious Offensive World Tier 3. Every 5 seconds, while above 60% life, core skills cost 68 to 51 life instead of your primary resource. Skills that consume life deal 10 to 20% increased damage. That is pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. That is actually pretty amazing. Like, the amount of damage that you could potentially get out of something like that is kind of crazy. I'm thinking like Ramaladni's dual wield Whirlwind Barb or something along those lines could be very interesting. Tempting Fate. Vicious Offensive World Tier 3. You gain 40 to 60% critical strike damage, but your non-critical strikes deal 20 to 15% less damage. It's pretty powerful. Especially considering a lot of people that build crits usually have like a 100% crit chance anyway, so like I see that one as probably one a lot of crit builds are going to utilize. The Lionheart. Brutal Defensive. You gain 10% barrier generation. You heal 3 to 7 life per second while you have an active barrier. So a heal for people that have active barriers. I mean, 3 to 7 is very low, but again, this is scaled to a level 20 character, so it's hard to get an idea of how much that heal's actually going to be, but it's probably a lot more than that at a higher level. Revenge, brutal defensive world tier 3. 10 to 20% incoming damage is instead suppressed. When you use a defensive, subterfuge, or macabre skill, all suppressed damage is amplified by 250% and explodes, dealing 1,360 to 2,040 fire damage to nearby enemies. So basically, this one is the ability to have a explosive effect. So you get 20%, you get a 20%er, and it's just going to suppress all incoming damage. Sounds a lot like the way that Gore's Devastating Grips work, which is an explosion. It's even fire damage as an explosion, but this is the same as Gore's Devastating Grips. I bet you it's probably the same icon, or the same graphic. Prudent Heart, brutal defensive world tier 3. You become immune for 2 to 4 seconds after you lose more than 20% life in a single hit. This effect can only occur once every 110 seconds. You become immune for 4 seconds after you lose more than 20% life in a single hit. This effect can only occur once every 110 seconds. 110 seconds is a long time. But 4 seconds is a pretty long duration of immunity. So if you get one donked at any point, anything that does more than 20% of your life in a single hit, anything that would be a one donk that doesn't kill you, I would assume. Or maybe this even does save you from death. I don't know. Maybe this saves you from death. Maybe that makes actually some sense. So it could potentially save you from a one-shot once every 110 seconds. If it does that, it sounds pretty good. If it doesn't do that, then it sounds pretty bad. It's kind of like a catch-22 there. I have to see how that one actually functions. If it functions more like Fire Shield on the Sorceress, then it might actually be worth using. Determination, Devious Utility. Resource draining effects are 40 to 50% less effective. In addition, gain 3 to 8% increased resource regeneration. That seems kind of weird. I mean, resource draining effects don't exist that often within the game. There's not a lot of them, and usually people avoid them, so I'm not even really sure why anybody would care about that. But having an 8% increased resource regeneration certainly is not terrible, but it doesn't seem like what I would want to choose for my character. Retaliation, Devious Utility World Tier 3. Deal 510 to 680 fire damage to surrounding enemies whenever a crowd control effect is removed from you. Okay. That seems kind of weird. I mean, I guess technically you could remove the effect by creating an unstoppable situation, so every single time you use unstoppable. So you would basically be able to have a fire damage effect which hits all surrounding enemies every single time you trigger your unstoppable to escape a crowd control. If you can spam your unstoppable repeatedly, then I guess you could have multiple explosions repeatedly, but they just nerf cooldown reduction, so good luck trying to spam your unstoppable. I guess some characters could probably do it. The primary calculated Devious Utility World Tier 3. After spending 150 to 200 of your primary resource, your next attack stuns enemies hit for 2 seconds. 2 seconds seems kind of crappy for consuming one of your special slots and also requiring 150 resource spend. I'm not really 100% sure about that one. That doesn't seem very good. Even my character that utilizes stuns, the Charge Bolt Sorceress, I don't even think I would want that. The Malignant Pact, Wrathful Super, cycle through a Malignant bonus every 20 kills. The Vicious, gain 20% increased attack speed. Devious, core and basic skills have a 15% chance to restore your primary resource fully. Brutal, every 21 seconds gain a barrier absorbing 85 to 102 damage. Every 20 kills seems like a pretty long time to cycle between these buffs. I mean, sometimes you're going to kill 1 or 2 monsters, or 3 or 4. Sometimes you're going to kill an entire pack of monsters, and it's going to cycle through 3 or 4 of these effects. Like, there's been many times, especially with the little baby spiders and all the other crap, that you can kill, like, 100 monsters in one attack. So what happens when you kill 100 monsters in, like, one attack? Is it just going to cycle boop, 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 boop really fast? It's just going to keep cycling? Like, I mean, some of the buffs seem nice. Don't get me wrong. The 20% attack speed seems nice. But then losing it is not going to seem nice because you're going to be much slower, and you're not going to like the fact that you're much slower. The devious buff with the core and basic skills giving you a 15% chance to restore a primary resource seems really nice, but then you're not going to be able to rely on it all the time. And the barrier coming in seems kind of nice, but you're not going to be able to rely on that all the time either. So, like, I mean, it seems interesting, but I don't really know how that would actually work in practice. Creeping Death, Wrathful Super. Your damage over time effects are increased by 30 to 40% for each different crowd control effect on the target. Unstoppable monsters and staggered bosses instead take 110 to 130% increased damage from your damage over time effects. Wow, okay. So this one is basically like for bleed barbarians, poison characters, etc. And if you have more crowd control effects on a target, they take more damage. And the more crowd control effects you have, the more damage they take. And if the monster is unstoppable, or if it is a boss and they get staggered, you get increased damage to all of your damage over time effects for those bosses. Sounds really good for a lot of characters that use damage over time effects. I feel like just about every DOT character is probably going to be putting this one in one of their slots. I don't really see a reason why they wouldn't. Firewall maybe too. The Barber, Wrathful Super World Tier 3. Critical strikes and all subsequent damage within 2 to 4 seconds is absorbed by your target. Then, the absorbed damage erupts onto surrounding enemies. Stored damage is increased by 10% per second. Critical strikes and all subsequent damage within 4 seconds is absorbed by your target, and then the damage erupts. That seems absolutely ridiculously powerful. So basically, if I'm using this, and I hit a target for like 5 million damage crit, right? And all the damage that I do to this monster doesn't actually hit the monster, right? But it stacks inside the monster. And then it blows up and it hits all surrounding enemies for an increase of 10% per second that the damage has been stored, I guess. So then, like, that 5 million hits everything around it in a circle. That seems kind of crazy. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Superman Bach. Good luck getting a 5 million crit at this particular point, because they nerfed the ever-loving bejesus out of every character. So those were all the generics. So these are all the generals, and now we're going to be going into the class specifics. So Barbarian, Focus Rage. After spending 100 to 60 Fury within 2 seconds, your next non-basic skill's critical strike chance is increased by 20 to 30%. Critical strike chance, non-basic. Okay, I mean it's still, you have to spend Fury to do it, but I mean, I guess really that's kind of a massive bump. I'm not even gonna lie. 30% crit strike increase, but you have to spend 100 to 60 Fury within 2 seconds. Who can spend 100 to, like, Whirlwind Barbarian basically? Resurgent Life, Brutal Defensive. While below 40 to 6% life, you receive 50 to 60% more life or healing from all sources. I mean, that seems kind of interesting. If you have like a healing life build, it could be interesting. There are some builds that actually go around how much life you heal, like the Blood Necromancer and stuff like that, so it could be interesting for the Blood Necro. Punishing Speed, but this, and who am I kidding? This is Barbarian. I don't really know. I guess technically, I don't know. I don't know about that one. For the Barbarian specifically. Punishing Speed. Your skills have 20 to 30% chance to knock down all enemies for 1.25 seconds when that skill's attack speed is higher than 35 to 20%. When that skill's attack speed So if you can get your attack speed high enough, you just get a 30% chance to knock down all enemies for 1.25 seconds. I mean, that seems kind of powerful, not gonna lie. There's quite a few characters that could probably easily get that attack speed bonus to create that opening. Ignoring Pain, Wrathful Super World Tier 4. Incoming damage has a 5 to 15% chance of being ignored, and instead healing you for 17 to 68. Well, that seems freaking broken. That honestly just seems absolutely broken. Like, why wouldn't I want that? Like, you're talking about a 15% chance to just completely ignore damage, and then the damage also heals me instead? Like, that just seems kind of ridiculous. Druid. The Moon Rage. Vicious Offensive. Kills have a 5% chance to summon a wolf companion to your side for 20 to 30 seconds. In addition, gain +3 wolves. Oh, Companion Druid got a buff. That's for sure. You could already get 3 wolves, so that means 6 wolves total in the mix. And with a 5% chance to summon a wolf side to your companion, them dying all the time won't really matter as much because you're going to be summoning them all the time. So you should be able to maintain full wolves. The Agitated Winds, Brutal Defensive. When 8 to 13 close enemies automatically cast Cyclone Armor. This cannot occur more than once every 10 seconds. So basically just automatically knocks enemies away from you. Cyclone Armor has a knockback effect. Inexorable Force. Devious Utility. Up to 30 to 50 distant enemies are pulled toward you while you have an ultimate skill active. Well, that is a huge buff for pretty much all of the Druid ultimates. So as long as you have an ultimate active, up to 30 to 50 distant enemies are pulled towards you. So like if you're a grizzly bear, or if you're using the Petrify skill, or if you're utilizing the Lacerate skill, it kind of seems insane. I'm not gonna lie. That seems absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. The Unconstrained Beast. Wrathful Super World Tier 4. When you are hit with a stun, freeze, or knockdown effect, there is a 40 to 60% chance to automatically activate Grizzly Rage for 3 seconds. Stun, freeze, or knockdown effect. So basically, anytime that you get locked down, it's going to automatically, well, 60% chance to automatically activate Grizzly Rage for 3 seconds. Which, since Grizzly Rage applies a 6-second unstoppable to your character, it's going to break you out of the stun, freeze, or knockdown effect, and it's going to allow you to start Grizzly Raging. So the fact that it just automatically gives you Grizzly Rage sounds pretty broken. I can definitely see that being a good one, especially if you use Grizzly Rage as your main attack. So it's just going to continuously, every single time you get put in a bad situation, potentially break you out of that bad situation by pulling Grizzly Rage out of your butthole. Necromancer, the Sacrilegious Vicious Offensive. Walking near a corpse automatically activates an equipped corpse skill every second, dealing 40 to 30% reduced damage. So basically, anytime you walk near a corpse, it could explode if you're using Corpse Explosion. Or what about, like, if I have the skeletons, will it automatically res my skeletons? That actually sounds kind of insane. If it were, you know, it probably doesn't res the skeletons, but it could be bad, especially with Corpse Tendrils, because maybe if it activates Corpse Tendrils, it's going to automatically pull the monsters on top of you. I'm not really 100% sure about that one. The Decrepit Aura, Brutal Defensive. When at least 5 enemies are near you, gain an aura that automatically curses surrounding enemies with Decrepify for 5 to 15 seconds. I mean, that sounds kind of interesting. The Frozen Terror, Devious Utility. Lucky Hit. Up to a 10 to 20% chance of inflicting fear for 2.5 seconds. Feared enemies are chilled for 20% every second. that is kind of interesting. This is kind of not. I don't know, like, I feel like this could be taken advantage of. I don't really like fearing enemies, though. I don't like them running away from me. I think most people don't like them running away from you. But, like, I guess there could be a build around that, maybe. The Great Feast, Wrathful Super World Tier 4. Each minion drains 1 to 2 essence per second, but deals 50 to 75% increased damage. With no minions, this bonus applies to you and drains 5 essence per second. So, sounds like it's specifically for a Minion Mancer, and this sounds kind of insane. Because if you were to set up a Minion Mancer and just use a basic ability, like, I don't know, like Decompose or something like that, you could essentially maintain your essence constantly. Who cares about the essence drain? But you'd get a pretty massive damage bump. However, with no minions, it's going to apply to you. And you're going to lose 5 essence per second, which sounds pretty evil, to be honest. I'm not really 100% sure about that one. Rogue, Cluster Munitions, Vicious Offensive. Lucky hit, you have up to 20% chance to launch a 3 stun grenades that deal 26 to 32 physical damage and stun enemies for 0.50 seconds. Launch 3 stun grenades that deal physical damage and stun enemies. It's a 20% chance to launch 3 stun grenades. I mean, it sounds like it'll happen often enough and stun monsters probably more often than not, but it's only a 0.5 second stun, so I don't know. Trickery, Brutal Defensive. When you use a subterfuge skill, leave behind a unstable shadow decoy trap that taunts enemies. The shadow decoy trap will explode after 6 seconds, dealing 680 to 1020 shadow damage. Cannot occur more than once every 5 seconds. I like how it says trap. Is this something specifically for the trappers, maybe? But it taunts enemies. So it's going to bring them all together on top of the trap. The shadow decoy trap will explode after 6 seconds, dealing shadow damage. Cannot occur more than once every 5 seconds. Sounds to me like this is pretty powerful. You could utilize your subterfuge skills to leave these little shadow decoys, which are going to taunt the enemies and keep them off of you, and then they also explode for a large amount of damage. But on top of this, it's also going to gather all the monsters in one place, making them easier to kill if you have a big hit. So overall, I think this is actually pretty powerful. The Clip Shot, Devious Utility. Lucky hit up to a 20 to 40% chance for your Cutthroat skills to slow by 40% for 3 seconds, and your Marksmanship skills to knock back enemies. So basically, crowd control options. The Vile Apothecary, Wrathful Super World Tier 4. Your attacks have a 5 to 15% chance to apply all imbuement effects at a 40 to 50% normal potency. Okay, that's kind of insane. Being able to fire a regular attack that has all 3 imbuements attached to it sounds absolutely dumb stupid, and I love it. And my character, my Freezing Arrows on Rogue would definitely take that and just absolutely run with it. Sorcerer, Talrasha. Vicious Offensive. For each unique element you deal damage with, you deal 7 to 12% increased damage for 3 to 10 seconds. I would assume by unique element they mean fire, ice, and lightning. So you would want to, and this would be something for a character that's flipping back and forth between all 3 elements. Spell Breaking, Brutal Defensive. After taking elemental damage, gain 20 to 40% resistant to that element for 5 seconds. I mean, like, most of the time when you get donked by a really big fire attack, you don't get donked again, you just die. Like, when the explosive effect kills you, like, it's usually just you're dead. Like, I mean, this seems kind of interesting from a perspective of if you can survive, but the fact that they literally, like, reduced every single character's defenses, I don't know. Spite, Devious Utility. When you are afflicted with a crowd control effect, there is a 20 to 40% chance that the same enemy and enemies around you are also afflicted with the same effect for 3 seconds. So if you get hit by a crowd control effect, the enemy can also get hit by the crowd control effect. I mean, it seems kind of interesting, I guess, but also, like, why do you know why? I mean, like, if I get frozen, then they get frozen, and then we're both frozen, and then I guess it saves my life, but I can't take advantage of the fact that they're frozen, because I'm frozen. If I get stunned, then they get stunned, and then I'm stunned, and I can't take advantage of the fact that they're stunned, but it's gonna... Well, we're both stunned, so... It kind of seems more of a defensive than anything, just kind of like trying to protect you from a crowd control effect, and it doesn't really seem very offensive. I don't know. Yeah, you can be ice cubes together. Ice, ice, baby. Ba-da-doom-doom-doom-doo-doo-doom-doom. Omni Power, Wrathful Super World Tier 4. Core skills that launch a projectile consume all of your mana. For every 45 to 35 extra mana consumed, you launch an additional projectile, and the damage is increased by 3 to 5%. That's a lot. That's a lot of projectiles. Like, I mean, using my Necromancer as an example, let's just say that you could reach 250 mana. At 250 mana, you're looking at potentially, what, 250 divided by 35, 7.14, so you're looking at probably around 7 additional projectiles. This thing is saying that it's going to consume all of your mana, and for every 35 mana that you consumed, but it does say extra, so I think that's also important there, so it probably still charges you for the initial casting of the spell. So for every 35 extra that you consume, you're going to launch an additional projectile, and the damage will be increased by 3 to 5%. So you're going to, like, just going to be like, oh, I'm out of energy. Like, hold on, let me, you gotta build it back up. You gotta build it back up. Gotta build it back up. All right, I'm back to max. And then you go, like, I don't even, I'm gonna be honest, that sounds really fun. It sounds really fun, but you're also gonna have to build for it. You're gonna have to build specifically for it. You're gonna have to max out your mana. Like, you're gonna have to build mana as a stat on all of your equipment. And it sounds kind of crazy, though. I'm not gonna lie. I imagine if you combined it together with Fireball and the Staff of the Endless Rage, which already shoots 3 projectiles, and you could potentially get 7 additional projectiles, you would be looking at a total of 7, 8, 9, 10 fireballs, all being shot at the same time, which sounds kind of insane, to be perfectly honest. And what does it mean by that launch a projectile? Like, is Frozen Orb included? Because if Frozen Orb is included, that sounds insane. That sounds absolutely insane. Like, that's to the point where literally you'd be firing like 8 Frozen Orbs at one time, or 7 Frozen Orbs at one time. And that sounds like ridiculous. Seek new power in the Malignant Tunnels. One of the best places to acquire Malignant Hearts is the new Malignant Tunnels. Highly replayable dungeons teeming with fearsome foes to eradicate. While inside, you'll need to risk your life and limb to feral monsters navigating the dank system of tunnels. In total, there are 6 dungeons spread across the Sanctuary that make up the Malignant Tunnel system. After putting mobs of Malignant monsters down, you'll come across 2 outgrowths. One will be the Wrathful, and the other one will be a different heart type depending on the dungeon. Using Malignant Invokers, a special item crafted at the Corman's Wagon, players can interact with outgrowths of the same type, causing them to summon a fully corrupted enemy. Or, if you can overcome the summoned foe, you'll receive a Malignant Heart that matches the monster's type. Confront Varshan the Consumed. Rooting out the source of malignant monsters with Cormund will see you going toe-to-toe against Varshan the Consumed, the new boss battle. Varshan weaponizes his hatred in the form of malicious blasts, hurling globs of corruption at far enemies, and stabs and swipes with his meaty tendrils to eviscerate even the hardiest of wanderers. And then we've got the seasonal characters, so the option to skip the campaign. Your mount will be available immediately. All previously discovered Alt of Zillis will be unlocked, corresponding renown for them. All previously areas of the map revealed and corresponding renown for them. Once the season is ended, the character you made and its progress will be transferred to the Eternal Realm. All items you collected, including your seasonal stash, will be transferred too. You can take this character into Sanctuary wherever you please, but season-specific features, such as the Malignant Hearts, will no longer be accessible. Starting on July 18th, we strongly recommend you log into Diablo 4 with your most progress character. We just did that, and we tested that earlier, so it does work. So the progress from your Altars of Lilith and your map will transfer to all of your characters as long as you log into the one that has the most progress. You can also log into multiple characters and stack the progress, depending on which characters have what progress. Our belief behind seasons. So this is basically them talking about that they believe that seasons are a good thing. The season journey. So earn rewards with the season journey and the battle pass. As you hunt down malignant monsters, they're building enhancing hearts. You got the season journey battle pass. They have added the scroll of amnesia in there. The legendary aspects and things can be learned as well as a new title. There's also some cosmetics and things that can be earned as well. We're going to take a look at those. The smoldering ashes are earned from free tiers, so that's important. And they can be spent on blessings. The blessings, I'm not sure if they show them here. Looks like they got some new stuff in the shop as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not sure what to think about these hearts. Some of them are really interesting. Like, I definitely think this Sorceress one is, like, really ridiculously good. Could be very interesting to build an entire character around it. Some of these other ones are a little odd, like Spite. I mean, it literally is just like, oh, you crowd controlled me, then I'm going to crowd control you. And that seems a little weird. The rogue ones seem a little odd too, but I really do like this Vile Apothecary one. I think that one's kind of crazy. This one seems kind of crazy too, the Trickery one that allows you to taunt enemies and explode. The Necromancer ones are kind of strange. Like, this one seems almost designed specifically to increase minions, but then it also increases you too, but drains your essence, so... Trying to see, like, this one, I don't even understand what the hell this one is even for, really. Like, I feel this one's a little strange. This Aura one, where you could kind of, like, cast Decrepify at monsters around you when you have 5 or more enemies, is very defensive, of course, because it's a defensive one. And not really 100% sure about that one either. This one, the Sacrilegious that automatically casts corpses, I'm kind of worried that that one's going to activate some of my corpse skills that I don't want it to activate. Although I am curious about, like, what qualifies and what doesn't, so it'd be interesting to test that out. This one seems really interesting for the Druid, basically giving you, like, free Grizzly Rage all the time, anytime you get stunned, frozen, or knocked down. And, basically just breaking you out of those. Seems more defensive than anything, because you get unstoppable when you're in Grizzly Rage, of course. But, I don't know. Inexorable Force, up to 30 to 50 distant enemies are pulled towards you. This one was kind of interesting as well. Very powerful, it seems like to me, like basically giving you the ability to pull things in and condense them down. Although it does say distant enemies, so if they're not within melee range, it's going to basically pull them within melee range. So it does seem really powerful. Especially since you can combine that one with this one. And you can get both. Oh, thank you, Gabe, for the $2. I appreciate it, man. Great patch overview. Necro nerfed. My rogue is okay. I don't know if your rogue is okay. They nerfed a lot of vulnerable damage, my friend. A lot of the things that rogues kind of depended on kind of got hit with a bat. The Barbarian, I'm not really 100% sure about some of these, but the Ignoring Pain one does seem extremely powerful. The this weird one with the Punishing Speed, I need to see how it works, but it sounds pretty crazy. Basically just making sure that if you have a skill with attack speed higher than 20%, then you basically just get like a free knockdown, like a 20 to 30% chance to knock out down all enemies, which sounds kind of crazy. This one, I don't really even know like why that one exists. I guess I'd have to like do a little bit of research on that. But this one also seems pretty powerful as well for the Barbarian. Overall, though, a lot of these were generic, like generic ones that everyone could get your hands on. And like some of them seem interesting, like Critical Strikes Electrically Charged Enemies seems kind of interesting from a certain character standpoint, especially if you're built around lightning. This one, which is every 5 seconds while above 60% life, core skills take life instead of primary resource. This one seems kind of crazy and burns life instead of resources, but I feel like it could be extremely powerful in certain builds. And I don't know. Like I'm thinking Bone Spirit, I'm thinking like Bone Spear, I'm thinking stuff like this that allows you to like get damage based on primary resource, like Hoda and whatnot like that, and you're literally going to use the ability and it's not going to burn your resource and you can just spam it infinitely. It does sound pretty crazy. You're still mowing down monsters? Alright, well, good to hear. I guess the rogue got out scot-free. Maybe the rogue is the only one that got out scot-free. Some of these other ones, like, you gain critical strike damage, but your non-critical skills go down. Like, perfect for crit builds. Like, if you're doing a crit build, that's, like, perfect for you anyway, because you don't care about your non-crits. This one seems really cool for the people who spam barriers all the time. You basically get a heal as long as your barrier is active. And you also get a barrier generation bonus. So both a heal and a barrier generation bonus while you have a barrier active. So it's kind of crazy. This one is kind of nuts. The 10% to 20% damage is instead suppressed. And when using defensive skill, a Subterfuge or Macabre skill, all suppressed damage is amplified by 250% and explodes. So it basically lets you like turn incoming damage into an attack, which sounds kind of crazy. I'm actually kind of interested in that one. This one right here may be garbage or it might be amazing. It really depends on if it turns you into, if it works like Fire Shield. So if it works like Fire Shield, and basically that if you get like one donked into the dirt, it saves your life and then makes you immune for 4 seconds, it could be amazing. If it doesn't work like Fire Shield and it doesn't save your life, then it's probably garbage, and I don't think anybody's going to use it. It really kind of depends on how this thing works, and it doesn't necessarily say that it saves your life, so I'm going to assume that it doesn't, although we don't know. This one just seems really weird. I don't even understand this one at all. Like, it just seems kind of meh. This one seems like it could be exploitable heavily if you can create unstoppable effects constantly. So if you can create unstoppable effects over and over and over and over and over again, then basically every single time you are crowd controlled of any type, you would hit unstoppable, remove the crowd control effect from you, and then you would explode and you would dish out damage to all the monsters around you. So if you could constantly remove crowd control effects from yourself, the retaliation seems powerful. So, like, I'm thinking of the bulwark spamming druids. That's one of the things that I'm thinking of. Like, bulwark spamming druids can spam bulwark repeatedly, like over and 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 over again. But the problem is that if you have unstoppable active, then you can't be crowd controlled. So the problem with this is, and this is I want to make this very clear, is that you can't be crowd controlled while you're unstoppable. So if your unstoppable lasts for a long duration, then you're not going to be able to abuse this. So, like, for instance, the earthen bulwark spamming druids, which I think somebody said they fixed it, wouldn't even have worked anyway because you were permanently unstoppable. which means you were never getting crowd controlled anyway, which means you would never get crowd controlled and then remove the effect. So you have to get crowd controlled and then remove the effect, and then get crowd controlled and then remove the effect, and then get crowd controlled and remove the effect. So it has to be a sequence of events, not just you spamming Unstoppable over and over and over again. This one is kind of like not very good. I don't know why this one even exists. I don't know about this one. It doesn't seem all that powerful. Spending 150 resource stuns the next attack stuns enemies for 2 seconds. Like it seems like a waste of a slot, especially considering most characters that can stun for a lot longer than 2 seconds. I mean, even my Charge Bolt Sorceress, she stuns like everything, and she utilizes stun to cast her abilities, so it's like very powerful for her to stun monsters, but like, I don't even think I would use that one on my Sorceress. This one's weird. Like, I don't really know what to think about this one. This one's really weird, and I'm actually kind of curious how the hell this one's even going to work out, because like 20 kills is a lot of kills. And sometimes you're only going to kill like 2 or 3 monsters, and sometimes you're going to kill like a freaking ton of them. If it cycles through every 20 kills, then that means that you could potentially go and deliberately cycle it to the one that you want, so that you have the effect while you're fighting a boss. So consider this. Like, say I want to go fight Uber Lilith, and I have this particular Malignant Pact super gem. I could go outside, kill a couple monsters until it cycles to... say Devious, core and basic skills have a 15% chance to fully restore your primary resource. Then once it cycles to Devious, I could just simply go fight the boss. So when it comes to single targets or single monsters, you could cycle it to the one that you want, and you could utilize that one effect. But for like dungeons and things like that, you're just not going to be able to rely on any one buff at any given time. Creeping Death, Wrathful Super. Your damage over time effects are increased by 30 to 40% for each crowd control effect on the target. This one was kind of interesting to me, and I think this one might be pretty powerful, is that like if you have a character that just like puts millions of crowd control effects on the target, it could be kind of crazy. The more crowd control effects, obviously, the better, because it increases the damage by 30 to 40% for each of those. And then on top of that, it also gives you a huge damage bonus versus bosses and unstoppable monsters, which I would assume would also affect PvP, because when you're fighting a person in PvP and they trigger their unstoppable effect, you're probably going to get a huge damage bonus versus all the unstoppable players as well. So a pretty ridiculous one here, but specifically for damage over time effects, so keep that in mind. And then this one right here is also another explosion effect. So critical strikes and all subsequent damage are absorbed by your target. Like, this one seems like it goes along with the other crit gem, which basically lets you get like 30% more crit, like on the Barbarian and stuff like that. But being able to store that damage and then explode it out onto the targets could be kind of massive. I don't know exactly how that would affect things, but I can definitely see that dishing out some pretty ridiculous AoE damage. The thing is, though, is a lot of this stuff is literally just that. It's AoE damage. Like, I'm noticing a lot of these things are like AoE explosions, and they're not going to help you versus those really big, tough, single-target monsters that you're going to have to fight. I'm not really sure what I think about these. A lot of these I really feel like I need to get in the game, and I need to play with them and test them before I can really get a good idea of how well they work. Some of the mechanics are kind of, I don't know, like interesting, but not quite. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, we're going to have to test these things out. We're going to have to get them, we're going to have to play with them, and we're going to have to figure out which ones are good and which ones aren't. Because some of these are, like, we don't know exactly what the damage numbers on a lot of these are. Like 68 to 136 tells us nothing. I mean, that's a level 20 character that this is all based on. So all these effects that we're reading are based on level 20 characters, which is just stupid. Because we're basically getting no good idea of, like, how powerful they actually are. Like, it's 17 to 68 healing on this one. Like, what's that for an actual character that has a real level? Like, can we see, like, the higher numbers? Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and end this video here. I'm going to get this one uploaded as well for everybody. That's the Malignant Hearts, everybody. I'm not going anywhere, by the way. Just ending the video. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright, and I'm going to upload this video as well. So I'm going to lag all you guys out again. I literally just titled the video "Everyone Gets Nerfed." Like literally, literally, everyone gets nerfed. For my thumbnail, what are we gonna do? Let's do this. Patch 1.1.0. The season of nerfs. Everyone gets nerfed. Sweeping nerfs. There we go. We're gonna double up. I'm gonna add in your mom got nerfed. Even your mom gets nerfed. Yep, even your mom gets nerfed. We're adding that in too. Even you think I'm joking? It's gonna be on the thumbnail. Even yo mama gets nerfed. Even yo mama. Oh, Lord Jesus. Even yo mama got nerfed. This is terrible. Everybody got nerfed on this one. I think everybody did. I don't even. There's not a single person who escaped the nerf on this one. We all did. Like, you know, be like, oh man, I can't believe my Barb got nerfed. No, we all, everybody collectively as a whole, got donked into the dirt. Like I don't even know. You know, there was a patch a while back that had like Paragon nerfs. They nerfed like everything in the Paragon board, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they nerfed like everybody." And then and they did. They nerfed everybody with that Paragon patch. I didn't think they ever were gonna top that, but they went ahead and they nerfed everybody in the whole game. I mean, it, mm. I'm not trying to like argue for the nerfs, okay? But since everybody got nerfed, I guess it's not as big of a deal. Like if everybody gets the donk, then then not any single person got donked more than the others. Like, but and from a standpoint of like what I'm thinking is, I feel like what they did was they're trying to make the game more difficult as a whole. Like, they don't want to make the game more difficult for one particular class. They're trying to make the game more difficult for everybody. Like, which they did. That's exactly what they did. They made the game more difficult for everybody, which, I mean, I guess if that was their goal, then they achieved it. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to get these videos up so that more people can enjoy the nerfs. I mean, come on. You guys are just greedy little bastards that want all my attention. Everybody else needs to know about the nerfs too. I mean, they need to know. Everybody needs to know. Disobedience hurt every single class, yes. I mean, except for me, I never used disobedience because I thought it was stupid, but I knew it was a good aspect even from the very beginning because I remember using it at the beginning. But then at the same time, I also remembered that a lot of us switched off of armor and went to DR instead because DR was just having better results for us all. And so I just kind of stopped using the disobedience aspect and moved more toward damage reduction aspects. And so I never really went back. And obviously I probably should have gone back eventually, but now we don't get to. Now it's just even more of a nerf, so whatever. But then they reduced all my damage reduction too, so like I was relying on that damage reduction to save my life, and now I'm gonna have to like rebuild all my characters. I guess it's a good thing that we got a ladder reset coming, because like pretty much all my characters need like reworks now because of the way that they've changed everything. That yeah. I did say I wanted a tier 5. I guess they gave us a tier 5. They made everything more difficult by making us weaker. But I mean, how they went about it was they basically just nerfed everybody's survivability to the point where I think so let me kind of like really magnify this for a second. Survivability was always an issue. Okay? Survivability was never not an issue. There was never a point where anyone said that, oh man, I'm a tanky beast and nothing can kill me. No, because to be honest with you, everybody died at some point or another to something. You would get one shot by something. Everybody would get one shot by something. It was only a matter of time. And like it feels really bad. Because I feel like many of us were struggling to build characters that were tanky enough to take on the high tier content. So we were already having trouble building our tankiness. And like maybe our damage was fine. I mean, that's not necessarily what I'm saying, because damage is a different component entirely, but like we were always having trouble with survivability. I think everybody was having trouble with survivability across the board. Versus like on tier monsters, I don't think most people even really cared, but as soon as you got into higher tier content, I think everybody was struggling with survivability. And at this point, they basically just nerfed survivability across the board. Armor value nerfed, werewolf armor value nerfed, werebear armor value nerfed, aspect of disobedience nerfed, Damage reduction, nerfed. Damage reduction while fortified, nerfed. Damage reduction while bleeding, nerfed. Damage reduction while poisoned, nerfed. Damage reduction, it's just like they went across the board and they made us even squishier. Like we had so many issues already just trying to survive, and now like everybody is gonna have more damage, like more incoming damage problems than ever before. Like it's just gonna be even worse. I've been sitting here for like 4.5 hours, 5 hours. I'm gonna take a quick pee. I'll be right back, guys. And then we're gonna try and test out some of this stuff because, quite honestly, there's a lot of stuff that we need to test out. I want to see if I can get access to that aspect. We're gonna see if we can find some of the unique items. We got a lot of stuff to do today, obviously. So I want to see if I can get the unique items. Obviously, I want to see if I can get my hands on each individual new aspect. We'll check to see if I doubt they're in the codex. They're probably in the season journey, but not in the actual codex. But we can do some gambling. We'll probably pop some HellTides, see if we can find them, or do some gambling, see if we can find them one way or the other. I think we can discern which slot they're in. Anyway, I'll be right back. Just probably like about 5 minutes. Just want to take a quick bathroom break. And then we're going to continue. Alright, I'm back, guys. Bink. Let's hop into chat. Let's talk to people. What's up, guys and gals?
Fallout. Hey, Mr. Ginger.
Yep.
What up?
So they nerfed everybody.
No, it's not. Yep. It's nerf.
So
Nerf.
Dude, they nerfed everybody. Everybody.
It's painful. It was painful to watch you try and play your Necro.
Hey, what's up, Lonsdale?
That actually did hurt my heart a little bit.
Hey, Reggie.
Hey.
So, like,
Let's let Leon and Ginger hash it out, because I'm sure they'll have some really good points to share.
So ignoring all the obvious, like, oh my god, they nerfed my character. Like, let's just put that to the side for a moment. Like, I hate to tell you guys this, but, like, as a greater whole, your one build getting nerfed isn't really as important as basically what they did to this game. All right, so let's talk about what they did. Let's talk about what they did as a whole, okay? So what I see from the patch notes, gathering it all together and sifting it in my brain, is there were tons of people complaining that the game was too easy, right? It's too easy. Oh, you know, getting to level 50, I was so bored. I was yawning. Oh, right? It looks to me like what they did was they made the entire game more difficult. All of it. Like, they basically said, oh, the game's too easy, huh? Well, then they took away all our defenses, which is basically what they did. They took away our armor. They took away our aspect of disobedience. They took away our damage reduction. They made everything hit us harder. And then they also took away all our damage, too. So they basically made the entire game more difficult, almost seemingly as a direct response to, oh, the game's too easy. And now we're like, oh, okay, well, dang, all right. Now the monsters are hitting me like way harder than they were before.
Yeah, but that they made the game harder for the end game. The 1 to 50 that guy was complaining of, for instance, in his video, is actually gonna be easier because the mobs scaled down now. There's 5 levels below you.
Yeah.
So it's actually gonna be easier with the part they complained about, and harder with the part where you invest time.
Well, the thing is, the thing is that scaling below you is only for what? The open world, and
which is what you do when you're leveling 1 to 50.
and regular non-dungeons. So, yeah, you're right. They did. They made it like 5 levels easier on everything in the open world.
Yeah, they did the opposite.
That's going to create a shock, though, when someone who's in the open world and dominating goes to their first nightmare dungeon and gets dominated.
Yeah, because they're going to be dealing with all these easy 5-level lower monsters as they're going through the rest of the game. And then when they get to their first nightmare or their HellTide or whatever, it's going to be a stark contrast.
If we picked the Act Man's video again, and he played 1 to 50 again, he'd actually complain the game was easier. I have no doubt in my mind.
Oh, I watched that Ant-Man video, his follow-up one. It's not worth watching.
No,
I'm just saying, like,
had no
his
plan.
opinion was the game.
I had no
game was
plan
too
to
easy.
watching it. It's funny, though, that you say it's not worth watching.
He's basically just doubling down on everything he said and throwing memes at everybody who's providing constructive feedback. So, not worth it.
I'm sure he got some views on the video, too, which is what he wanted. Let's take a look at HellTides.
He scaled back his profanity a lot.
Ginger, you're playing on your rogue right now, right?
You know why he scaled back his profanity? Yeah, I am.
He wants some CPM.
Because he realized that first video was 1 million views.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money that he missed out on because his freaking potty mouth got him into trouble. And people made fun of me for making fun of him on that, but the fact that his secondary view that comes up after the first one has limited cussing in it just points out the fact that even he felt the fact that he wasn't getting the full revenue from that video.
I'm not ready yet.
When you suddenly don't get $6,000 some odd dollars that you should have gotten, you gonna feel it, okay? You gonna be like, oh dang, I just missed out on $6,000. I'm an idiot.
I need more time.
So they nerfed Hoda, but they didn't nerf Hoda specifically. They only nerfed the
I need more
aspect.
time.
Well, so this is the whole patch. This sums the whole patch. And I'm going to mention Hoda for a second here. They put a description there. They said, we fixed this bug. And we realize that this bug makes the build far worse. But we don't want you relying on a bug. But they gave nothing to compensate. And that's what seems the whole patch is. We took away, we didn't compensate. We took away disobedience armor capping, but we didn't give you resistance fix. We took away crit damage, vulnerable damage, primary stat, the scaling of it. You have less of that. The implicit has less. But it doesn't make me want to choose an axe over a sword. I'm still going to choose a sword. I just have less.
I didn't understand that one at all. I was like, you know, it would be like, hey, we heard you like, you know, raisins. So, like, we decided that because you like raisins so much, and we would prefer you to eat cranberries, but you're eating all the raisins, we're going to take away 20% of your raisins. And I'm like, how is that going to make me eat more cranberries?
No, it's just going to make you want more raisins and have less.
Like, they should have just beefed up the ones that we're uninterested in. They should have taken the weapons that had the passive effects that we didn't like and turned them into something that we did like, or increased them to the point where they actually looked interesting. Like, decreasing everything else doesn't even make them look better. It just... They were never very good to begin with. Like, nobody wants those passive buffs. They need to figure out a way to make them more attractive. Not make everything else look less attractive. That's just stupid.
I felt like that was the entire patch. If you summarize that patch, it was, we're taking away all this stuff, but we're not adding anything.
What did you miss, Rowan? You missed, like, nerfs. Millions of nerfs. All nerfs.
Yeah, lots of nerfs.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, on the bright side, my rogue seems relatively unaffected.
Yeah.
Although she is definitely squishier. So she is 100% squishier than she was yesterday. I can barely take a hit anymore compared to what it was before. If I start trying to push content, I'm just gonna get one shot by everything.
I reckon there'll be slight adjustments before season goes live. I'd hope anyway.
The Malignant Hearts will help a little bit, but you can only hope to get back to where you were. And I don't even think it's going to get us back to where we were.
No, so the Malignant Hearts have some damage increasing bonuses, but it seems like the majority of the bonuses are utility or defensive. And the defensive bonuses that they offer, I don't think are going to compensate for one-shots. And I think that's really what it comes down to. Is like if we get one shot, then the defensive bonuses that are being offered are basically useless. And they've brought us down to the point where, yes, we're going to get one shot a lot more often. I mean...
And I'm not sure what their philosophy is, because I still felt, before this patch, with my Barb that have hundreds of hours in, with near-perfect gear, still had trouble surviving in tier 80-plus dungeons. You know? Like, if my cooldowns weren't up, I can die from a normal mob. He can just 1-2 shot me. Even with great gear, fully invested in defense, all over the tree. Now you have even less defense. So what are they saying? Like, we don't want you to beat the game? Because to me, beating the game is like completing the hardest content, which would be tier 100. So now we want you to farm tier 70s, but where can I progress my character? Like, at one point, how many hours do I have to put in? Because I have perfect gear already. And now you still say I should get one shot with perfect gear? So what do you want from me? Like, what do you want me to do?
They also... Can we talk very temporarily about, like, the nerfing of the power leveling, too? Like, I feel like they obviously saw us doing the power leveling, right? So they saw us. And they nerfed us about as heavily as they probably ever could. Like, they basically set it up so that anytime you kill a monster, the EXP that you get from the monster is going to be more appropriately adjusted to the level of your character. So, like, when you kill a level 100 monster, for instance, it gives level 100 EXP. And then there's a bonus that's applied to that, too, depending on, like, world tier and stuff like that. Well, basically, they just set it up so that, like, if you're level 1 and you're in a dungeon with a bunch of level 100 monsters and there's a level 100 killing those monsters, you're going to get basically level 11 monster EXP from those monsters. So they've basically just completely killed power leveling. I mean, we could go try it just to see and laugh at how tiny the numbers are, but I bet you it ends up being basically nothing.
I'd be up for that in a couple hours.
And they killed carrying too, right? Because you said they increased the health in parties. So like you can't have one guy carry 3 people anymore. Like
it was a pretty massive increase. Like it was so apparently before, and this was I didn't even know the numbers on this. I knew that the HP of the monsters was going up. I always knew that, but I didn't know exactly by how much. But apparently it was 85%. That was the amount. So 85% increase per character that was additional on top of yourself. So I would assume that's 85% times 3. But now we're looking at 100% times 3. Or rather just 300% of whatever the monster's HP normally is. So, like, they made it very difficult for one person to carry a group, that's for sure. Everybody needs to push their level.
Yeah, and combined with the damage reductions and the life increases, that's just a double whammy.
Oh yeah, I forgot to check. They buffed up my kick aspect. I need to go look and see what my kick aspect is.
Kick aspect. Could have called him Kicking Dinner.
We've already been joking about that in dude. Like, it's a distasteful joke. Oh yeah, they really beefed it up. Okay. That's quite an increase. I'm pretty sure before I was sitting at like 10,000 something. It was somewhere in between like 10, 11,000. More closer to 10,000. I could go back on the screenies and look, but they buffed it up to 14,907. It's got quite a large increase in damage on the kick.
So they nerfed the Barb's hamstring, but not the Druid's neurotoxin.
Well, they nerfed the shred interaction and they nerfed the Grizzly Rage because apparently, like, they were upset that people were using that.
I'm talking about the slow thing where Barbs can basically permanently slow as long as they have bleeds up. It looks like Druids can still do it as long as they have poisons up, but they got rid of the Barb one.
Probably because of that whole crazy stuff that kept happening between those 3 aspects: the aspect of the berserk ripping, the aspect of the anemia, and was it one other one? I can't remember all of them, but like they were basically saying that, like, from what I could tell, is that they think hamstring is literally the cause of why that thing is stacking so much. That's kind of the gist of what I got from it. And then I think them nerfing the hamstring is in response to those 3 aspects being too powerful. But in that case, why not just, like, remove one of those aspects so that the chain stops? Like, if there's some sort of chain that's happening between the 3 and they can't, like, mathematically solve it without nerfing hamstring, I would rather them leave hamstring alone and take away one of those aspects.
I don't think hamstring is just a slow. It's just a crowd control. It's not part of the damage calculation.
Yeah, but you bleed the target, it applies the slow, which means now the target is crowd controlled. So the aspect of the berserk ripping is what's giving you basically free bleeds that are creating the free slow. And then you have other things that are adding in other effects, like every time you, what is it? The anemia one is every time you stun. I'm trying to remember what the
it does a percentage of the bleeding damage. That's what's multiplying. That percentage is multiplying the bleed as well, which then it was infinitely stacking, which they said they fixed mathematically.
But
the slow had nothing to do with it.
But they didn't fix it, and that's why that guy hit for like 1 quintillion damage.
Well, they said they fixed it this patch. I'm talking about today.
Well, yeah, this patch. What I'm saying is they tried to fix it before. Remember, this is not the first time that they've adjusted those aspects.
Yeah, but it wasn't with the anemia one. It was with the
berserk ripping and the edge master, and then now the anemia one is in on it too.
Yeah, but the Druid had the same problem. Like we were talking about the shred one that was hitting for billions. The Druid had the same problem, but the slow that the poison did had nothing to do with the damage calculation. That's why the Druid one didn't get changed.
I don't even know. I don't even understand why they like. I feel like every single barbarian pretty much was using hamstring. Like that's what I feel like. I feel like every barbarian was using hamstring. So like, what
slowing them is a huge part of the game.
Well, it's just it immediately gives you crowd control, which crowd control bonuses. You know, you can get a lot of different crowd control bonuses. And taking that away from the barbarian is a pretty hefty like nerf to their damage output. I mean, I guess they didn't take it away completely, but they took it away to the point where it's like, alright, so basically anytime I'm fighting a monster that's lower than 85% health, I just don't get it. And like you can knock a monster below 85 health sometimes with just like 1 or 2 shots of your attack. Like unless it's like an elite. They made it way harder to farm frickin' the HellTide chests, by the way. Like it was one thing I
Yeah,
noticed.
that cinder increase, yeah, it's
It seems
crazy.
it seems like they just deliberately made that ridiculously difficult.
Now, one thing we haven't been able to determine is if they increase the monster density. If that went up significantly, it could just be to balance the number. So that it stays relatively the same.
Well, they made it so that cinders would drop from like basically all clickables is what they said, so you can run around just clicking on stuff. I
Yeah, so
guess.
this could just be a balancing thing to the fact that you're gonna get so much more.
Let's see if we can get our hand on one of these new aspects. So, can't even remember what the aspect is called. The new one, the one that has the, I think he already has them in here. 'Cause I'm pretty sure he already knew what they were. You know, there was that one, though, that one aspect, or the gem that lets you, like, summon more wolves and gives you, like, +3 wolves. Seemed pretty darn cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that seemed awesome.
+3 wolves, like to the skill?
Yeah, +3 wolves, and also gave you, like, it was like a, what was it, like a 15% chance or something? 5 to 15 or something that would, like, you would just automatically summon a wolf from, like, any attack. Like, it seemed kind of interesting. I think it was called, like, the constricting something.
I know I have one that gives +1 to companion.
It wasn't a Malignant Heart? I thought that was one of the Malignant Hearts.
No, this is one of the aspects. I can't remember what it was called. I'm going to have to look it up.
On Druid.
It looks like all the Nightmare dungeons did change, so I have to experiment with these new dungeons.
Although I didn't really find the companions on the Druid all that exciting from a passive.
No, the wolves were never really all that exciting in my personal opinion, but that aspect, or that Malignant Heart, has actually made me a little bit more interested in that.
Well, if you compare it with that other legendary aspect, have 4 wolves total.
It's called Subterranean. So it doesn't look like he has it on here. Let me do a search just to be sure.
Well, I think right now you can get...
No, he does have it on there. So it's offhands. Let's go gamble for some offhands and let's see if we can get our hands on this new aspect. Yeah, look at Proner being ahead of the game. He's got the new aspects on there before we even know the new aspects exist. What do I got? 810? Let's see if we can get it in 810 Doojanks.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
Poison Creeper doing Earth skill things, that's right. Alright, let's gamble up some totems and see what's going on.
Not a bad pull. Hello, shining. Well, too bad, friend.
Rampaging Beast. 17% Edge Masters. That's not the one. Nope. Dang. No luck on my first gamble fit. I really want to test this one out. This is one of the ones I'm really interested in. Some of the other ones I wasn't really too interested in. Did you see they added the Oculus with all of the terrible effects that the Oculus all... the same reason nobody ever wanted to use the Oculus, and they're like, here, have the Oculus. And I'm like, I don't want that.
I'm a little disappointed it doesn't increase Magic Find.
That, and they gave Barb a unique that does cold damage, which is another interesting thing.
They fixed goers. They gonna test out goers?
I tested it out. The problem is Gores is based on your damage, and your damage just got halved. So, and they also didn't put crit on it. They left attack speed, which still doesn't work with World.
Well, I just mean it automatically explodes on its own, so you don't have to stop. And you know, they reduced.
That part was nice.
They removed the cap because there was no reason to have a cap when it explodes on its own. So, I guess technically, if you dive into like a really big group of monsters, however many monsters that you can hit in 2 seconds, and then it becomes a mini game of trying to hit as many monsters as you possibly can in 2 seconds, and then when the explosion happens, it's, you know, like a massive big explosion as opposed to like before, where you're trying to build up a large amount and then unleash it. Like now it's a little mini game of let's hit the most number of monsters we can and then unleash it in 2 seconds when it automatically fires anyway.
This is what I would say about it. I did a couple dungeons with it. It's better than it was, but the fact that it doesn't have crit on it still makes it not usable because you're still losing an aspect and you don't have the 12% crit, which you now need because they nerfed the whirlwind aspect like the first week of the game. So you need the crit on your gloves.
I got a sausage biscuit.
Can one of you guys tell me how the heck you put skills on your bar down here? Because I'm not getting it. I'm trying to put my shadow imbuement back. I tried the poison. I want to put my shadow back, but it won't let me drag it back down there on the bar for some reason.
If you press
Press
the
S.
S key,
Yeah,
and then
S.
that'll bring it up, then you can drag them down that way.
I wonder why it won't let me.
Weird, it should work fine.
Everything's grayed out down there.
The
Are
cooldown
you, like, in
reduction.
combat or something?
No, I'm standing in town.
I don't
The
even.
cooldown reduction interests me. It seems like that's just a nerf across the board again. And it's
Oh, yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
you pick Barb, like the shouts have been nerfed again. But who cares about the shouts? Let's say, all right, we'll
All
do Death Blow.
cooldowns got nerfed, right?
Yes,
So
Death Blow got nerfed, Leap got nerfed, Charge got nerfed, Kick got nerfed. It just everything got nerfed. Just everything. Because you just have less uptime.
oh my god, I am so squishy. Dear Lord Jesus. Yep. My characters never had any trouble. I had all of them balanced right, and none of them had any issues with survivability, except for like the brand new one. Man, I can't even survive like 1 or 2 hits no more.
I'm not ready yet.
This is nuts.
Love it.
They really
They're
did
gonna
like
roll
reduce the
anything back in the next
survivability.
2 days?
I really don't understand the survivability nerf. I understand the damage nerf, but like,
I'm not ready yet.
did anybody really have like god tier characters that could just survive everything without like any kind of like willy-nilly? Like I feel like all of us were like dancing half the time trying to avoid explosions, and like I'd even see people who were like over leveled for content sometimes die.
I don't think so. I think everyone that was doing the high tier dungeons were doing some form of cheesing.
Like War Druid.
I don't think anyone was going in there just
immune
tanking
to
everything.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think anybody was actually, like, doing well in terms of survivability. I felt like we were all, for the most part, like, getting our butts kicked, and we were just doing our best trying to make, like, the survivability work. And some of us had found some ways to make the survivability, like, passable to the point where we could complete a dungeon or something, but, like, we'd still get one shot if we made a mistake. Like, it wouldn't... I don't know. Like, and then it's almost like a kick them when they're down kind of a thing. Like I feel like they kicked us while we were down. Like we were already having trouble with survivability, and they're like, let's kick them right in the gonads while they're on the ground and like make it even worse. And I'm like, oh well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, Leon was saying earlier, it feels like this is half of a patch.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
if
can
that
see
was
it in so many things.
if that was the case, they should have released it all at once, because now you're gonna have people logging in. They're gonna be checking out their character. Their character's gonna be so weak that they don't even know what to do. And even if this is the half the patch, like, so what about the Eternal Realm people? Like, what about the people that aren't gonna get access to the Malignant hearts? The Malignant hearts aren't coming to the Eternal Realm. So if the Malignant hearts are half the patch, then you basically just nerfed the Eternal Realm.
Yeah.
Like, with no recourse for them to fix it.
Another reason why the Eternal Realm should have had higher drop rates at this point on the uber unique items, so we can have fun and experiment on the Eternal Realm.
Yeah, that would have been nice. And then there's absolutely no mention of inventory tension.
Well, I mean, I didn't think there was going to be because, like they said, they weren't going to be able to get to that until Season 2, and I'm not trying to defend them. I think it's stupid. But, I mean, they're laying it out, and they're like, hey, we can't address this until Season 2. And so, if they don't address it by Season 2, we're going to riot.
Well, that's the thing. They knew they couldn't address the resistances until, like, Season 2, right? So why did you nerf armor without giving us the resistances?
I know. Why nerf all of our defenses before you fix the resistances, which we need to survive? Like, we were utilizing the damage reduction to overcome the horrible, crippling resistances that we don't have. And then, like, you're basically just like, oh, well, guess what? You know, now you can't even do that because we kind of, like, nerfed everything. Did somebody find an Aki in the guild? No, they added Oculus into the game. I don't know if anybody... I don't know if oh, somebody found one?
Yeah.
Oh, Orion found one. Well, congrats, Orion.
Hey, Ginger, I got an easy one for you, man. Why is it not letting me put my shadow imbuement down on my skills?
Is it...
Everything down there is gray.
I mean, do you have that... Sometimes when you're in the skill window, you can accidentally pull up that little thing. And I don't know how to explain it. I could show you. I don't know how to explain it. So when you're in your skill window, sometimes you can accidentally pull up this, and it grays everything out. And so when you're trying to, like, pull the skills down, like, something weird happens. There's, like, a weird interaction that goes on. But you should be able to just press S and just drag your skill down to the bar. You can drag skills off of the bar, and then you can drag skills onto the bar. I mean, maybe try dragging whatever the skill is off first, and then try dragging it back on. You can't drag on skills that you don't have, so if you don't have any points in the skill, it's not going to let you drag that skill on.
Goodness, man, this is just frustrating.
Weaker toy.
So the Oculus, so you got an 811 Oculus, too. Wow. That's a pretty high item power for an early find. So you got +2 max evade charges. That's actually pretty interesting, especially since you can get +3 on your boots. So that's 5, 6. So you can have 6 total evade charges. Attacks reduce evade's cooldown. Wow, they're giving you 6 evade charges, and they're giving you. That's kind of ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. So you can also reduce the cooldown of them, which means you're going to have evades up constantly. 5% chance to restore primary resource. 10 ranks of teleport? What the ham biscuit? 10 ranks? Is there a max on skills? Because, like, if that gives you 10, and then you wear a +3 defensive amulet, that's 13, +5 on the skill, that's 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 18 right there, and can't you get teleport on, like, pants or something like that, of, like, +4?
Probably.
So 19, 20, 21, 22... That's like level 22 teleport. Like, what the frickin' ham biscuit is that even... What in the ham biscuit? Gain the effect of teleport enchantment for free, so you don't have to use the teleport enchantment. When you evade using teleport enchantment, you are taken to a random location. So instead of being able to determine where you go, you're just going to randomly float around the map with doojanks. The rhythm of the orb, which had pulsed steadily for 5 centuries, quickened as its owner took his final ragged breaths. It were as if some intelligence within reveled in the sight. Master Eos. Waldang. Orion has level 19 teleport at this particular moment. I'm not really sure if you put that with Raymond of the Infinite, that could be like crazy. You basically be able to spam teleports, and spam pull-ins, and spam stuns.
Yeah, that's pretty broken.
You wouldn't have any control over where you go. Probably end up inside of a wall somewhere, but it definitely could be interesting. I don't really know. That sounds kind of crazy.
I think they should have went and buffed way more uniques too.
I mean, they did buff some of them. They also nerfed some of them, like Deathless Visage. They got rid of the bug thing that was like the interaction between the chilling winds.
Why can't the Hellhammer and the other mace have buffs? Like, why can't we have Death Blow be buffed?
Alright, let me put this Malignant Hearts up. Oh, I like that one. Just gotta make a thumbnail for this Malignant Heart video real quick. Time to do my best work.
A little cutscene when you go to the dungeon too is I kind of dig that, where they show your character standing there now. Hey.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. Pretty cool.
I heard that you didn't like loading screens, so they try to make it visually appealing.
So we wanted to make them appealing. I mean, hey, that follows along with nerfing all of the buffs on the weapons, so that the other ones are more appealing.
They buffed the travel screens.
I can't wait to, you know, focus my one-handers to overpower damage, because I can't even overpower this thing anyway. So
is my thinking on this, and I don't know if you guys agree with me on this, but I think it's correct. It's too much. Like, it's too much all at once. They should have eased us into this. If they wanted to do this, then okay, like, all right, do it. But like, it's too much all at once. Like, they should not have thrown all of this at us on the same day, because like, basically what I'm thinking here, and this is how my logic goes. We can't even see like what's going on with our characters because before the patch it was one thing, and after the patch it was completely different. Like we got like literally nerfed into oblivion. So like we don't even have like a point of reference anymore. There's no point of reference on how like our characters have progressed. And we a lot of us might even need to like completely rebuild our characters just to even understand like how things are going. Like they touched on too many things at once. They took our damage away, they took our survivability away, they changed the way the builds works, they changed where we need to focus our damage, you know, numbers. They like it's like a whole swath of changes, like so fast that there's no time for us to react or even understand what's going on. Like I almost feel like I'd be better off just rebuilding my characters at this point and rebuilding them for like the new stuff, as opposed to the way that it currently is.
I'm kind of at the point there. I just want to focus on picking a leveling build and leveling options. Got 2 days, and I don't think it's even worth my time experimenting with any of my characters at this point. Without the Malignant Hearts, you can't even play half the game.
I mean, when we level up in the new season, we're gonna get a better idea. Like obviously. So like, I think at least that part is true. So like, when we start a new season character, we're gonna be able to get a new feeling for things and how powerful we are, and like our damage reduction, whether it's enough and all that other stuff, but like...
It just feels like a borrowed power system again that they did in WoW. Where like every expansion you lose the power that you had, and then your character feels gimped. And then the new power they add in is not strong enough, and then they spend the whole expansion buffing that power, then your character feels good again, and then they take the power away, and it starts all over. It's like a ruthless cycle.
This guy said fixed an issue where Diablo 4 players had any hopes for the future.
That's a good one. I mean, this is the thing, too. This is their first season. This is the patch. Now the game's been out over a month. You have people who don't like the game, people on the fence, people who like the game, and you just, like...
Chased away a lot of them.
You killed the hype, you killed the excitement. You just... You're trying to murder your own game at this point. Like, where's Bobby? I kind of want Bobby to come over on his yacht and be like, yo, you guys are hurting my bottom line. What's going on here?
Oh man. You know, I expected the patch to be like big, and I expected certain nerfs. Like, I'm gonna say right off the top of my head, I definitely did expect the Bone Spear nerf. Although they did kind of hit him really hard with the bat. Like, I think my Necro might be, I think he might be going to the hospital for some recuperative surgery. Like, I don't even know at this point. I might even just convert him into my Corpse Explosion build and just move on with my life. But like, they really hit him hard, a lot harder than I thought. The Hoda, I kind of expected Hoda to get the axe, and it did. I mean, they didn't nerf Hoda; they just nerfed the aspect, which is acceptable. I knew they were going to nerf the Shred build. That was hitting for like 2 billion damage, obviously, and I knew they were going to nerf the Barbarian bleed build that was hitting for like quintillion damage, which was just absolutely insane. But like, I didn't expect them to nerf every single character across the board. Not only in damage output, which I could even see damage output, because I think I've said multiple times, even in this chat with you guys, that damage isn't the problem, it's survivability. So, like, we've never had an issue putting out damage. But they nerfed our survivability, too, which is something we've always had issues with. I don't think anybody has ever really, like, successfully made a super tanky character that can just, survive all damage. And so I can even understand them nerfing the damage equation, especially the crit damage, which people were exploiting like very heavily. I feel like that was just kind of like a no-brainer, because like everybody was exploiting crit damage to the moon and back, and like so everybody had crit damage equipment, like on all their characters. So I can even understand that, but I can't understand the survivability thing. Like, I can't understand that. I don't think I ever will. Like, I don't understand what the underlying motivations are of taking weak characters that couldn't survive one-shots before and making them even weaker.
Well, on top of that, nerfing your damage is nerfing your survivability. Because I don't know how many like tier 90 plus dungeons you've done, but you have your defensive cooldowns up. Iron Skin, Challenging Shot, whatever. They're up for maybe 5 to 7 seconds. You have that window to kill those mobs. Now that you do less damage, those cooldowns are going to fall off. You have less cooldown reduction, so they're not going to come up quicker, and you won't be able to kill those mobs in those windows. So it's just like a double nerf. You're going to have more mobs, more dangerous mobs up on the screen. You're going to take more damage as you have less armor. You're going to have less cooldown reduction. You're going to be doing less damage. You're just dead.
I don't remember saying the game was too easy. I remember saying World Tier 4 was a little bit too easy, but that was because the monsters don't scale to our level. Like, we were always talking about nightmare content being too hard, basically, because we get one-shot all the time. And then we would talk about the other thing, which is basically the, like, when you gear yourself for nightmare content, which is what you do, you're going to be having a much easier time doing the non-nightmare content, right?
Exactly.
So, like, we weren't saying that the game was easy. We were saying World Tier 4 was too easy, and they needed to give us a World Tier 5 equivalent to the difficulty of the nightmare dungeons, which were difficult. And they were very difficult. Nightmare dungeons, I don't think anybody is saying they're not, because if you are, you're a liar. Calling you out.
Yeah, we just wanted the rest of the game to be playable. So now the outdoor content just got even easier with the -5 thing. Like,
Oh, Thorns didn't get touched, by the way. Thorns didn't get touched at all.
like, can you survive long enough to do the Thorns damage?
Which Thorns didn't get touched. There's no big deal. I'm gonna go run a nightmare dungeon. Let's see how this goes. I need to get a feeling for how powerful I am now. So I guess let's just run a +3. We'll see if we can get a decent +3 and go see how terrible our character is.
Andrew, craft a tier 80. Tell me how you live.
Craft a tier 80?
Yeah, tier 80. 20. That's 20 tiers below the highest completion of the game. It's tier 80. Just do it. It's nothing, dude.
Man, did you see me on my Necromancer go out and die in a regular event?
Yeah.
Like, my Necro is so weak now, damage-wise and damage reduction-wise, that I literally walked out in a regular event in town. It wasn't even like a HellTide event. It was a -5 event. I literally walked out into a regular event and died. Like, that character could push content like 20, 30 levels higher than himself, like, easy before the patch. And he just walked out in a regular event, and he just got smashed.
Did you see their wording in the patch? It was like, we realized people are fighting monsters higher level than them. It's like, that's the whole end game you created. You capped us at 100, and you gave us mobs that are 154.
So
what do you mean?
What's the point of the nightmare dungeons if we're not supposed to fight monsters that are higher level than ourselves?
That's what I'm saying. What do they mean? That's the entire end game.
Yeah, the bot's probably going to have it much harder now. They're going to be getting one-shotted all the time. One-shot the suckers everywhere. They're going to run. Suck the one-shot here. Alright, what am I? 72? Let's run this real quick. I just want to get an idea of my power at this point. Because that's like the first step you got to do. You got to just figure out exactly, like, how powerful am I at this point.
So
Like,
do you start at where you were?
Can
or
I
do you start where you think you can be?
I'm just gonna do a +3, you know, I guess, or near a +3 if I can get one. There's a +2 with Avengers. That seems decent. That's fine, yeah. Mercy's Reach, Fractured Peaks. Let's go. And I don't want none of you guys with me neither, because you're gonna make the monsters have 100% more HP.
You sure you don't want that?
I don't know. I don't want to see how terrible it is. We'll do another one of those. I'll be a separate test. So they put my character on the loading screen. It just seems really weird. What if my character's ugly and he's got like horrible equipment?
Even more reason to roll a male sorceress. You can look at him at the loading screen.
Andrew, did they buff eyes in the dark at all?
No, not really.
They still belong in the dark, don't they?
Honestly, it's a terrible, like, unique. It's I don't even think it's worth putting on any character.
Yeah. I won't be using it. I just found one, but it ain't for me.
The only benefit that unique effect has is that it guarantees you the cooldown reduction that the skill offers if you get a kill. So you don't always get a kill with the ability, but like the cooldown increase that it gives you is completely countering the cooldown reduction, the guarantee of the cooldown reduction. So it's basically just, you know, like, I don't know, like if you had somebody live in your house and they promised to, like, you know, pay for rent, but they were only paying for, like, the exact things that they do. So, like, you know, like, they pay for the food that they eat, they pay for the internet that they use, but, like, they don't pay you for anything else. Like, so they're only covering their own costs, and that's it. Like, the unique effect only covers its own costs. Like, it doesn't actually give any additional benefit.
Yeah. They need to buff the gloves again. They're just not good.
I mean, honestly, we just pointed that out because they reduced the level of all the monsters by 5, basically for all content, except for, like, the harder content. the casuals got basically a buff across the board. They're going to be fighting monsters that are 5 levels higher than them, and they are going to be like ripping through them because it's going to reduce the damage reduction on all the monsters. Monsters have damage reduction just like we do, and when they're 5 levels lower than you, their damage reduction is really low. So they're going to be tearing, ripping and shredding through monsters. And then they're going to do their first Nightmare Dungeon or their first HellTide or whatever that's like +2 or +3 or whatever, and they're going to get annihilated and they're not going to know what's happening. But like up until that point, they're going to be fine.
I must wait.
You know another large complaint from most of the casual base is that the leveling takes too long in this game. They nerf the XP. And then not only do they nerf the XP that you get from fighting monsters higher than you, they're giving all the casual players 5 monsters lower than them, so you're getting an XP negative on top of the nerfed XP.
Yeah, it takes away the XP bonus.
So leveling's gonna be even longer for them. Like double as long. It's another double nerf. I like to call them double nerfs because they get hit twice. They're fighting lower level mobs, so they're not getting the bonus, and then the bonus when they do get it is a lot lower.
I mean, my character's not having any issues in here. Like, survivability-wise, I guess my Druid's fine. I mean, the Druid is one of those characters that doesn't really have too many issues with survivability anyway, so I don't know. I definitely feel it on my Necromancer. The Necromancer and the Sorceress, I think, are going to feel it the most. The Necromancer and the Sorceress already had issues because their scaling main stat was intelligence, and most of their defensive mechanics were supposed to be coming from the resistances that they were gaining from the intelligence, but like, so they were compensating with armor and damage reduction equipment, and now the damage reduction equipment and armor is even less than it was before.
I must wait a moment.
So the armor nerf is actually a lot worse than it actually seems. Skyline put out a video today going over like how armor works. I'm not sure if you've seen it, Leon, but basically he figured out like all the equations like down to like one. I think it was like a 0.5% or something.
I didn't watch the video yet. I saw it last night on my feed.
So basically how it works is it's actually an attacker debuff, not a level penalty. So essentially the monsters, when they are higher level than you, have a attacker debuff which is being placed on you, which is penetrating your armor by a certain amount. So how this works is that if you cannot overcome the penalty, then any armor that you add is basically useless until you overcome the penalty. So like for instance, if a monster is reducing my total armor value by say 2,000 and I only have 1,500, and I add an additional 500, it's not going to make any difference really because the penalty still hasn't been overcome. Well,
like cast rates in D2R, huh?
Well, for the characters who are having trouble building armor, they are going to be worse off than before because now they're not even going to be able to exceed the penalty, which means that their armor is going to be even more worthless than it was before.
Yes, I agree.
In fact, in that video before the patch notes, he even said that in the Season 1, since we're going to be giving up our skulls for Malignant Hearts, he says the Sorceress is probably never going to want to build armor again because she's never going to be able to pass the penalty. And then they nerfed the Disobedience, and now we no longer have the skulls, which means that the characters that can't build armor past the penalty basically just don't even build armor, which means it's going to be even worse for them. Like,
I don't understand why they had...
They're just not going to be able to exceed the penalty. And by the way, I strongly recommend, if you want to understand the armor system, to go check out Skyline's video and his subsequent document where you can punch in your numbers. But
But why do this change? I understand this change was going to come eventually, but why do it before you fix the resistances? As one example. Like, what's with the order of operations here?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
I really don't know. It doesn't look like the rogue really got very much of the raw end of the stick.
Oh,
with the exception
I said
of
that too.
With the exception of the vulnerable, like issues. Seems like the rogue actually made it out mostly scot-free.
Well,
You could
that's
say
cool.
they evaded.
Yeah, they evaded. I mean, the druid kind of evaded too.
I
mean,
agree.
Like, they did nerf some things, obviously, but
Yeah.
I feel like the druid probably got out a lot better off than some of the other classes. Oh man, that is spicy in there. I am dead.
So I logged into my 3, like 100 characters
Holy
basically.
Jesus, that's a lot of elites.
My rogue and druid feel almost untouched. My bard feels like he's half the character he was.
My necromancer is just completely ruined. Like I
Yeah.
feel for the bone spear necromancers. Like I knew the bone spear nerf was coming, but I didn't think they were going to hit it that hard. And it's not, and it's a combination of things, obviously, because it's not just the nerf to the necromancer's bone spear. It's also the nerf to his survivability. And I feel like a lot of necromancers are going to feel that survivability nerf because the necromancer already wasn't very easy to survive on in the first place. It was kind of difficult. Like, I mean, you could use the minions, you could use Bone Storm. Obviously, you could spam your Blood Mist to, like, get out of damage, but that's not going to prevent you from getting one-shot when you actually do take damage. Now, I hate you and your stupid little donks. Get out of here with your little donkenings. That one attack that the demons have, the one that, like, just knocks you, it's like an instant knockdown no matter what. That thing sucks. I would never have trouble with these elites before. I mean, yeah, it's a particularly spicy pack of elites, but I would never have trouble with that pack.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, I can't imagine at this point losing the 750 armor that we're getting from the skulls at this point. Like, once we start putting in those malignant hearts, we're just going to become even more glass cannon than we were before. I am already locked in CC. You can go suck it. I need to move. That's what I need to do. Just keep moving.
I must wait a moment.
Keep killing.
Have you glued your eyelids open?
I just... the damage output from these guys is insane. I can't even do anything. I'm stuck in a constant, perpetual, like, crowd control state. There's like 3 Chilling Wind monsters. And you know how Chilling Wind has the ability to freeze you if you're in it for long enough? Well, when somebody casts 3 Chilling Winds on top of you, you're just instantly frozen. Like, there's no... it just stacks infinitely to the moon and back.
I must wait a moment.
I don't think I'm going to be able to complete this dungeon. So, I'm in a 70... I'm 72, and I'm in a dungeon that is tier 22, so it's 4 levels higher than me. The monsters are level 76. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to complete it. I'm probably gonna fail.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, granted, this is not a character that I have, like, fully geared out. He's only level 72. So it's not like he's, like, the end-all, be-all of characters, but... and that group is particularly spicy, I mean, let me say. 3 Chilling Wind monsters in 1 pack is a little much.
How much higher level are they than you?
4.
Crazy?
4 levels.
I mean, come on, they have to. 4 levels should be nothing in this game.
I'm not
Okay.
ready.
You're supposed to go plus 54.
I managed to split them up a little bit, so I managed to get some of them out of the way.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that boy just teleported on my head. Well, come on then. Let's go, sucker.
I'm not ready yet.
Gotta get this Chilling Wind out of the way. Why is Chilling Wind so nasty? Like, it doesn't even seem that horrible, but like, being surrounded by multiple walls that can all freeze you and chill you and just apply constant crowd control for you is a lot more nasty than it seems. Like, it really is nasty.
Yep.
It looks like a gentle wind. It is not a gentle wind. Come on, buddy.
I have no potions.
Now, I have never been, like, more crowd control spammed in my entire life.
Well, that's the thing too. Everyone's unstoppable. Uptime just got nerfed by the cooldown reduction.
Bet you wish you had that crowd control effects cast on you, cast on them right now.
I don't know if it would help here. I think I'd still be dead.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh look, I'm frozen again.
I have no potions.
Like, I'm all for challenges and challenging moments in the game, but
Why does it feel like they just spent like the last couple of weeks watching us, listening to us, and instead of actually like fixing the things that we wanted to have fixed, they just nerfed everything we were having fun with? Does it feel like that to anyone? Like they were just like, oh, you guys are having fun with that? Well then, anti-fun patrol. Suppa Soup said his 100 Sork can't get 10 steps into a level tier 60 anymore. It's pretty terrible.
Anything else?
well, they just gave us a whole bunch more content to do by taking away what we've already done.
Take away. Let's see somebody clear a level 100 dungeon now. Well, at least we gave +3 to skills on my ranks on my Mad Wolf's Glee.
I must wait a moment.
Let me pop a potion for the rest of this dungeon. I actually forgot to pop a potion. Let's pop something to increase my survivability, because I'm getting my butt kicked, so. Let's go with a 900 armor. Why not? Sounds like fun.
I'm not ready yet.
Anybody else find any good uniques yet?
I'm excited that they buffed Field of Crimson. I haven't got one yet.
They buffed the crap out of Rupture. I told you that skill was lacking. No, ain't nobody. Well, you didn't want to believe me. I told you that skill was garbage. And look at it. They buffed the crap out of it. Like everything about the skill, including the unique. They buffed the unique too. I bet you they saw my video.
Yeah, they probably saw the pain I was going through with you.
I bet you they saw my video with the when I on the Fields of Crimson.
Yep.
Because for them to buff Rupture that much, they had to have watched my video. Because I laid into that skill. I was like, and it sucks because of this, and it sucks because of that, and it has a bad-looking, ugly mustache, and its mama is a hoe. Like, I think I had like an 11-point bullet thing about Rupture and how bad it was on that video too.
And then yeah, you absolutely crapped on Fields of Crimson itself too.
Yeah.
Like just
and they
up.
beefed up Rupture and they beefed up Fields of Crimson. They beefed up both. Because they were both terrible. So like, and I think that validates every single point that I had, and me crapping on both of them. Because for them to buff Rupture that heavily and to also buff Fields of Crimson that heavily, I feel like that 100% validates it all. I am about to get my butt kicked here. These guys are not playing around. I'm gonna run for my life, literally.
You're still fighting that same pack?
I've killed the first one, and now I'm on to the second pack of ridiculous amounts of elites.
That's definitely messing with your clear speed, eh?
Yes.
Pardon my Canadian puns here.
Yes.
I must wait a moment.
Can't help it. Laugh crying. Why are you laugh crying? Don't cry at me.
They've literally gimped every character. I think that's why he's laugh crying.
I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to make the entire game as a whole more difficult, but I don't understand them decreasing our survivability when we were already having trouble with survivability. So, like, that part's a little strange to me. I don't really get that at all. And then they just dropped it too fast. Like, why would you drop all of that all at one time? Why would you literally hit us so hard like that with 18 million different things? Did they, like, increase the number of elites in these dungeons or something? Because I swear, like, every room I go into has, like, 15 elites in it at this particular point. And I can't handle that many elites at one time. Not with the survivability nerfs that they gave me. Like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to literally take on, like, 15 elites at one time at this point. I gotta separate them. It's the only way I can kill them. And you know the elites, they don't like to be separated. They're like needy dogs.
Well, that rolls into that other patch note where they made them move around less.
That was the weirdest patch note I think I've ever seen. I don't understand that one. Like, so they're just gonna stand there and let us kill them? Kind of seemed a little odd.
I must wait a moment.
Well, I managed to make it past the first door of the dungeon.
I think you've been at this for like 10 minutes or more.
I mean, I wouldn't say challenging is a word to use there. Like, more challenging would be like me having, you know, like an extra period of time that it takes me to clear the dungeon. You know, like maybe I die once or twice, but like I had to like leave the encounter multiple times to avoid dying, and I've already still died 3 times. I only have 1 revive left. I'm probably not going to be able to complete the dungeon. Like, to go from being able to complete the dungeon, like, easily, to not being able to complete the dungeon is pretty drastic. I'm not even doing, like, high-tier content. I'm just doing, like, +4. This is only a +4 dungeon. Like, it's really not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things.
I must wait a moment.
Are the nerfs as bad as they say on Reddit? Probably worse. Like, I would say probably worse. I mean, the Sorceress, I think, is the only one that got tankiness increases. I mean, they still got tankiness nerfs as well, but they also got some tankiness increases as well. So I guess the Sorceress, I think, might be the only one that actually got, like, moderate increases, maybe like a tiny increase overall, like comparatively.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Well, I made it pack the giant pass of a pack of elites, so I guess I'm doing a lot better on these trash mobs, but the elites are just handing me my butt. I couldn't take it. See what happens when I find the next elite pack.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
What do you want, Boobus? Cody the monster dog is staring at me. You want to be on camera too? You can be on camera. Everybody can see Kubus the monster dog. Here, hold on.
Here to provide you emotional support for the nerf.
There you go. There's the Boobus the monster dog. You're now on camera. Give him your best frowny face. Come on, frowny face. Go. He knows words. Watch, he knows words. Watch. We do like treat, go, taco. He doesn't know that one. Mr. Pig. Alligator.
Alligator.
He brought me his alligator. Alligator. Give me the alligator. You gonna give me the alligator? Give me that. Give me the alligator. Give me them. Give him. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me it. Give me this alligator. Oh, I got your alligator. Oh, dang it.
Brockhamdills. Very nice dirt.
Ready, Texas. Ready, Taco Bell. Ready, go-karts. Ready, go. I was trying to fake him out with words. I'll just say the silliest stuff I can say. I'm trying to teach him that go actually means go. And that all the other words don't mean go.
He's so focused.
Well, good news. Bosses still seem to be just as easy as they've always been.
Oh, you mean something that actually needed a buff to its life?
Yeah, the bosses actually needed a buff, and I don't even think they got it, because the boss seems just as easy as he always has been. Except for the fact that he keeps blinding me, but other than that, he's not really... He's actually kind of squishy. Comparatively to some of the elites that I was fighting earlier, that actually took me quite some time to kill, boss is already almost dead.
I'm not ready yet.
You have unlocked the Bloodseekers aspect. I never did this dungeon.
My burden is too great.
Oh, look, you got 4 items on completion.
Yeah, that was one of the things that they increased, was the number of items that you get on completion. The number of rares. You get more rares. Well, I was able to do it. Almost died, but whatever.
The inventory tension.
Yep, the inventory tension continues.
Can I help you?
Hey, look, I got level 60 sacred items now. Yay!
You can actually share them with people.
Not really.
Anything else?
I already made that comment on Twitter. Hopefully they see it, because sacred items being 60 is stupid. I don't know who thought that was a good idea.
Yeah,
If you're watching my stream, you're stupid. I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out, partner.
You did peak at just under 4,100 on YouTube. That was good.
I think that beat last time. Yeah, that's nice. It's pretty good money from 4,100 viewerships. Yips. And I got 600 likes. Thank you.
That's a fair call out. Derelict.
Inventory retention by giving you more loot for completing the nightmare dungeons. That's right. Don't you want more inventory retention? I thought you said you guys had too much inventory space and that you needed us to fill that inventory space. That you felt like you didn't have enough things to fill your inventory.
I have 4 characters on my account that are literally different ways of saying more inventory, please, for their character names.
They didn't give us a Soj either. I was wrong on that. So I'm going to call myself out. I said it's guaranteed a Soj. I said it's got to be a Soj. The uber rare is going to be a Soj. They didn't give us a Soj.
Did they call out new uber rares? I guess the Oculus.
No, the uber rare item was it was said that it was uber rare. The Avharion Spear of Lycander. Which the buff is kind of interesting. It gives you a random shrine effect for 10 to 20 seconds after killing an elite enemy, and can only occur once every 30 seconds. I mean, it's a staff, so that limits it, unfortunately, to a couple characters. I think that, what is that? Sorceress, Druid, and I think that's it, isn't it? Like,
So they took
two-hander then.
They took Nemesis braces from D3 and reversed it.
I mean, Azure Wrath is kind of interesting. I think that could be very interesting for the Barbarian. Flesh Render for the Druid seems really interesting. I was thinking about that one as well, because I'm a poison build. And it kind of seemed like a pretty neat poison build kind of an item. It's a unique one-handed mace. So how much lower is the crowd control effect? 52.5%. What was it before? It was like 70% before, wasn't it? Like the passive bonus that was on the staff. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. Anyway, you guys want to run some dungeons? Let's see if we can get some of these new unique items. Maybe get some of these new legendary aspects. I don't know.
Couple hours and I'll be there.
Couple hours?
Yep. Gotta make the bucks to play the games.
Yeah, I gotta get some dollars.
I'm on Teamfight Tactics.
Although, to be honest, I'm kind of thinking about going back to D2R.
Oh, man.
It is a bad nerf.
It's
overall,
really bad. Like, it's really bad.
It's ridiculous.
I must wait a moment.
The audio dialect said he's already gone back. I was planning to go back as soon as the season 1 was over. Like, as soon as season 1, like, as soon as I was finished with Diablo 4 season 1, I was going to be like, yep, back to D4. And maybe come back for each season when they make new seasons, but, like, I don't know, I really don't know.
Yeah. I bought the season pass pack and everything like that as well, thinking that, you know, let's put some eggs in a basket and see where it lands.
I'm gonna talk to myself. I'm gonna play Soak. Season 1 start.
I mean, if we think about it kind of logically, like, is it really a bad thing that some of the more overpowered builds that probably shouldn't have existed anyway? Like, people shouldn't have been doing 2 billion damage anyway.
No, yeah.
Those builds got nerfed, and like I don't think anybody would have like complained about those builds getting nerfed into the dirt.
I was kind of hoping minions got some more survivability. I saw they got a little damage buff and some little different ways to increase the damage, but I didn't see anything that gives them more survivability. I mean, the minion buffs to life being activated in town is pointless. Am I wrong?
I must wait a moment.
I don't know. I
I
mean,
mean nothing's ever going to damage them in town, so
I think like when you go to town and then you come back to your dungeon, like especially if you were going down to sell some stuff real quick, I think some of the things might like negatively impact the way the characters work. Like health, for instance, like if you go to town and then come back and then your minions are all missing the health, I don't know specifically, but I guess it doesn't hurt to have that kind of stuff fixed. I guess I don't know.
I'm not ready yet.
And did Druid companions get any love at all?
I mean, there's an new aspect for the
I'm not ready
for
yet.
the poison creeper, and then on top of that, there's that one of the malignant hearts is buffing up the wolves. So I guess technically, yeah, the companion druid got quite a bit of buffs.
I want to play it. It doesn't feel like Diablo without a true summon ability. It really doesn't.
I mean, the wolves got a pretty huge buff with the malignant hearts. They went from I think 3 wolves max to now 6 wolves max, which is kind of crazy. And then
mix that with the werewolf aspect as well.
Then on top of that, apparently they're also like they basically gave you like a 5% chance to just like resummon the wolves, like when like on any damage. So like whenever you attack, you're just gonna like refresh a wolf, and you might have them refreshing all the time. So if they're dying on a regular basis, you're gonna be refreshing them on a regular basis.
6 wolves will be nice. That'll be a nice damage increase for them.
Cody, if you don't stop, I'm gonna stick my finger up your nose, and I'm gonna tickle your brain.
Do it.
You
just
want to get your brain
one
tickled?
of those delicious treats.
You don't want to get your brain tickled, okay? Well then behave, or you gonna get your brain tickled. He said you can't do that. I can. Look, I got a little pinky. That one's small enough; it'll fit right up there.
Snoot punch. We like to call them snoot boots. Boops, I mean.
I mean, I don't really punch him. I just
Yeah, it's a boop.
I'm not ready
makes
yet.
me feel better to call it a punch. Because he's bad all the time. That's why. Oh look, it's an alligator. My green screen makes alligator mostly invisible. It's kind of funny, like because he's like different color greens, so he's like partially transparent. He's a chamelegator. Is this a chamelegator? Are you ready? We're gonna do something. Ready? Okay, ready? Alligator attack! Alligator attack! Oh god! Dang. He got me right in the face. No more alligator attack. You're being mean today. You're too excited for no reason. I don't know what you're excited about. Get your alligator off my keyboard. You're pressing keys. Nobody get out of here, sir.
Did it just really delete my entire message and just leave a winky face?
I guess.
I was mentioning in the stream chat that you might want to update your hero pack editor to say that it's for Diablo 2.
I deleted it from all Diablo 4 videos, but it's not updated in the patch notes. Or sorry, in the bot. The bot is the only place I haven't changed it yet.
Oh, okay.
See this alligator?
Did you read my idea about producing content on fail builds instead of OP builds?
Fail builds.
That
I don't
could be
know.
a fun series. The fail build series.
I'm not ready yet.
You're like, Blizzard, this is what you need to fix.
Get the Eye of Sauron looking at the right things.
Exactly.
Yeah, I took your alligator away because you're being mean with him. You keep putting him all over my keyboard and messing stuff up.
Like, it clearly worked for Fields of Crimson and Rupture, so they're paying attention, so...
If I give him back, you gonna be good? Oh, look, he does a sit and everything. Here, take your alligator and go play with him. And leave me alone.
Arms for the light. Anything else?
Leave me alone.
Be wary on the road.
Has radar confirmed there is an issue with senders dropping in HellTide? It seems really low. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was out there doing one of the HellTides, and I think I got like 13 senders after I killed like 6 or 7 packs of monsters. I was like 13. I think most of them came from clickables too. It wasn't even from the monsters. I'm pretty sure like all of them were coming from the clickables.
I can see the hot fix in flight already. We inadvertently disabled all sender drops from monsters.
Why so talkative? You just come over and go, hmm.
It was cute. He's got such an innocent face.
What else you got to say? Tell me about it. Tell me about your day. Tell me all about it. Did chinchillas poop in your water? Hmm? Did you lose your bone? Where's your bone? I know you got a bone. Where is it? Where's your bone? Where's your bone? Go get your bone. That's not a bone. That is not a bone, sir. No, sir. That is incorrect. That is not correct. That is an error. That is not a bone. That is an alligator, and that is not a bone. And you need to take your alligator out of here because you're messing with my stuff. Where's your bone at? You need a bone.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I got something in the stash I missed. How did I miss something in my own dungeon?
You were dying too much.
Primordial fetish of inner calm. Oh, there you go. You found your bone. Look at that. See, you got your bone. That's a big old bone. Good job. Happy dog, happy life.
Wait a moment.
He's mean. I don't care what nobody said.
Can I help?
Anybody want him? You want him?
Farewell.
Let me know.
And good
Come get him.
fortune.
I'll give him to you. I'll pay you $10.
Someone will take you up on that offer.
I would miss him. I would miss him, even though he's a rotten little turd.
A lot of votes in your
I
poll. Have you looked at your poll lately?
How many has it got? 4,852 votes. Mainly nerfs, 36%. 29% disappointment. Wow, nobody was expecting buffs. 9% was mainly buffs. 26% was a mix of both. 29% was disappointment, and 36% was mainly nerfs. Sounds like we got just about everything we wanted.
Was it wanted or just what we expected?
Hmm. I'm gonna get you a little microphone so you can just talk. Because apparently you want to talk.
Yeah, Rode makes a good one. Put a wireless lav mic on your pup. That'd be hilarious.
All he does is talk all the time. He's talking right now.
Strap a wireless camera to him so we can watch him go everywhere too.
Why are you sitting down so they can't see you? What do you want? You want a beef of jerkums? Would you like a beef of jerkums? Sit down. You know the rules. Look. He knows not to take it, not unless I tell him it's okay. He's been trained a little bit. He knows some things. I can tell him to taste it. Taste it. Give it a taste. Just to taste a little bit. Just get a little taste. Okay. Just drool pouring out of his mouth. And he knows the yes command. Yes. Does he listen to those commands all the time? No. Truth of the matter is, he listens to them when he wants to, and that's about it. Fixed an issue where the players' cheeks were not clapped. Players' cheeks have now been clapped.
Last paw. Another 8. Oh, it's a Kickstarter.
Poop on the algorithm. I like the algorithm poop. Pooping on the algorithm. Pooping on it really hard. Pooping on the algorithm. Pooping on it really hard. I strained myself today. 'Cause I pooped really too hard.
I'm not ready yet.
Let this be a lesson to everyone. Don't strain.
I'm not ready yet.
Cody. I gave you the beef with jerkums.
Wait a moment.
Don't got any more beef with jerkums. I don't got any more. I don't. You ate my last beef jerkums. I didn't even get a beef jerkums. I didn't get one. You got one. I gave it to you. So don't be jealous. What are you jealous of? I didn't even get one. You don't believe me? Smell my breath.
I'm not ready yet.
See? No beef jerkums on my breath. You the one that got beef jerkums on your breath.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, there's that cute little wolf again.
So where are the nerfs? Joker laugh? Wow. That's so appropriate.
I'm not ready.
I feel like Joker was the one that wrote those nerfs. You see, Batman, if I nerf everybody, then none of them can complain. Because they're all nerfed. And no one class has any advantage over the other, you see? Because none of them can complete content now. See, Batman? See, Batman? They complained about things being too easy. You see, Batman? They're not going to complain anymore, see? Because things are going to be easy anymore, Batman. Oh no, they're not going to be easy at all, Batman.
I must wait a moment.
You might put me back into Arkham, Batman, but you'll never be able to undo what I did. Oh no, Batman. What I did is it's there
I
forever.
must wait a moment.
Why so serious?
Why so serious, Batman?
Ready yet.
Did I nerf your Bone Spear build? Oh, you were a Bone Spear Necro, weren't you, Batman? You seem like that kind of character. Hang back and shoot Bone Spears. Bet you was your thing. Well, too bad, Batman.
I must wait a moment.
I want to know how I got these scars.
Yeah, so like, dropping all this on the characters at one time is pretty crazy, especially when you consider it from a hardcore perspective. So like, when you get a feel for how powerful your character is, you know like what you're capable of and what you're not capable of. And then you walk out into like the regular world and you fight a monster that you know you should be able to fight and he like one-shots you. I can't imagine how frustrating that's going to be for some of the hardcore players that literally had their entire world turned upside down. Like, have no clue, like, what they're capable of anymore. They don't know how powerful they are. They don't know how, you know, how defensive they are anymore. They've got to, like, relearn everything. I mean, it's easier for us to relearn. Like, we can just go into a fight and we can just smash our head against a wall. And we could just, you know, like, that's it. Like, okay, yeah, I guess I gotten weaker. Like, figure out exactly how much weaker you are. Like, you know, and in the process of figuring it out, you're probably going to die quite a few times. But the hardcore characters got to figure that out without dying, obviously. Because if they die, well, then that's the end. And they got to remake their whole character.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, Lord. That boy just locked me down and killed me real fast. School at midnight. Cody, what's the matter with you? Hmm? You got an ant up your butt? You got a bug up your butt? Hmm? You got a bug? You got a bug up your butt? Is it up your butt? You got a bug? What kind of bug? What kind of bug is it? Was it a red one? Was it a blue bug? Was it a green bug? Was it a malignant bug? Did you have a malignant heart up your malignant tunnel? Huh? Do you have a malignant bug up your malignant tunnel? Hmm? Ow! Freaking stacking resistance decrease from this dungeon.
He certainly is having a conversation with you today.
He always does.
Normally it doesn't come through the mic, though.
Well, I mean, Chunks can usually hear it.
I think people are going to stop stacking vulnerable so much now. Maybe looking at close damage and all the other little ones.
I'm not ready yet.
Or is everybody going to still be stacking vulnerable even though it got nerfed? Probably so.
I mean, I think people are still going to be stacking vulnerable because it's powerful, but they basically reduced the maximum that we can stack, like, tremendously.
I want to see the butcher come in.
And demolish me? And demolish me? And rip me to shreds and use my holes as horrible devices?
Yeah, he's going to use your body to smear against the walls and write messages to you.
Clappity clap clap.
I was addressing this before, Big Pimpin'. People will be still stacking crit damage and vulnerable. It's they didn't replace it with anything. They just made it worse. They just gave you less of it. But it's still those.
Yeah.
They're still separate multipliers. They're still the best stats.
They just made it objectively worse, but still at the same time you still have to stack it. It's like
yeah. If they want diversity, they need to increase the pools of multipliers and increase the. They need to give us more, not less. So they replaced it with nothing and just gave you less of that something, but it's still the best something.
They gave us more damage, like the base damage, like the. It's like a 20. It was like a 25 to 33% like increase across the board on like every damage type.
Yeah, my barb's doing half his damage. Same here.
But yeah, like they decreased all the multipliers, and I don't think they understand that decreasing all the multipliers like that was a lot. Like they decreased everything. They didn't just like hit us once. Like they hit us in the vulnerability. They hit us in the crit. They hit us in the cooldowns. Like they. They hit us across the board, like in crowd control damage bonuses. Like we're like way weaker than we were before. Way weaker, just in general.
The cooldown one, I think they don't understand how big of a change that is. Because not only does that nerf damage, that nerfs defense, that nerfs unstoppable, that nerfs every other build that you're trying to create. Let's say I was trying to create a death blow build. That's like a 12-15 second cooldown depending on how much reduction you have. Well, now that's even worse. Because now I can't reset the death blow on like a boss, for instance. It's nerfing everything about the game. The game is built around cooldowns.
I must wait a moment.
Cody, I just took you out to go to the bathroom, so I don't even know why I'm asking this, but do you have to go do this? I'll take that as a yes. I literally just took him out. Like, the same time I went out, I took him out. And I don't know what the hell's wrong with him, so I guess I'm taking him to go Peppadoodus. I will be right back. I'll be right back after these messages. And by these messages, I mean I'm going to put a screen up and you guys can look at it.
Is it a happy doggo bouncing around?
It's a zombie chasing a chinchilla.
Just as good. Leon, are you still poking away at the post-patch game?
I was eating dinner. Now I'm just going to be practicing leveling at this point. There's no reason to play an endgame character right now because an endgame character is missing the Malignant Hearts right now. Like they literally pulled a World of Warcraft. If you do not have the seasonal, or in World of Warcraft's case, expansion, borrowed power, like if you don't have that power that you get for that season or expansion, then your character is not as good. So right now, our endgame characters are missing damage, they're missing defense, they're missing a bunch of things. There's no reason to play them.
Well, that's somewhat pointed to hear. But a very fair assessment, I guess.
That's true, man. You really wouldn't be able to tell how good your character is without that mechanic in it.
Yeah, that's the problem with balancing around seasonal mechanics. See, seasonal mechanics shouldn't be these super strong things. They should be able to create new builds and change the flow of gameplay, but they shouldn't be something that's relied upon. That's defining you playing the character. It shouldn't. It could be build defining, but it shouldn't be character defining. It shouldn't be like damage defining, defense defining. It shouldn't be that. You should be able to build defense. You should be able to build damage with or without a seasonal mechanic. The seasonal mechanic is just an additional thing that gets added in that gives you a different gameplay experience, different build opportunities. That's what it should be. It's an altering. It shouldn't be a defining, fundamental part of the character's power. It should not be that.
Kind of weird, man. I'm noticing on my rogue the cooldowns went down. Like I said it before, but the skill damage went up, so it's kind of weird. It feels kind of weird.
Never been a huge fan of cooldown mechanics on abilities. I feel it's a crutch.
Well, if
part of what I hated about Diablo 3.
If you're gonna dig really deep into those sigils, man, like on the Whirlwind Barb that runs those 3 shouts, if you don't get those things where you can keep them pretty much at least 1 or 2 of them up all the time, you ain't going far. And cooldown is pretty much how you do it. It took me till I was like 75 before I really got mine running like a finely tuned machine. Before then, it was pretty clunky, like an old 4-cylinder missing with a fouled plug. You got to kind of run behind the wall and let everything cool down and then go. But eventually it gets to where you can kind of just boom, 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 keep your things. Probably not so much anymore. I haven't done much with my Whirlwind Barb to test him out yet. I'm still intrigued with this rogue. You can definitely feel that cooldown though, for sure.
Well, I mean, if they drop the timers on everything so that you can actually use your abilities quicker, I'm all for that.
I'm wondering how much cooldown you would need to actually make it like it was. I guess they
a lot of
want you to stack a lot more cooldown, I guess.
Yeah, like I've focused on trying to find abilities and aspects, things that just reset the cooldown.
And Paragon boards are pretty good too.
Yeah, there's some of them in there too, but I've focused less on the reduction and more on when you do something, your ability resets and things of that nature. That's what my Barb ended up getting into with the Deathblow Hammer. I used the Weapon Mastery to double down on it, and then I use it resets when you kill a monster for the Deathblow, and then you can just bam the ever-living bejesus out of it.
I think that's how that aspect is on this. I sold them earlier, but they were those pants that give the death trap. It sits there and it keeps rearming itself until it kills an enemy, but the downside is the cooldown goes up by 20%.
Yeah, there's other things you can do, like, critting reduces your abilities by 1 or 2 seconds and things like that.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to be looking into some more cooldown because I had it running pretty smooth, but she's not so smooth anymore. But on the upside, I noticed a pretty good increase in her damage with her regular skills.
Sorry, what'd you notice?
I noticed a pretty good increase in her damage with her basic and core skills.
Mm-hmm.
Without all the imbuements and the dashing and all that stuff on cooldown. She does a lot more damage just with her regular skills now. Not a lot, but it's noticeable.
Well, this patch to me feels like whack-a-mole again, where they're just focusing on what people are using, what people are doing, and just scaling it back and forcing them to try something different.
I didn't mean to walk out on you, Wolfie. My wife was calling.
Oh, no problem, man.
Matter of fact, I'm probably going to hop off here for just a second. I'll be back on here in just a little bit, man.
Cool.
A lot of people in Ginger's chat are saying they can do like 20 tiers lower than they were capable of before. It's because they're playing half a character. They don't have the seasonal mechanic to help them.
Well, Cody destroyed a wall. And then, when I left him in the room, he stole my sausage biscuit. Cody destroyed a wall. And then, when I left him in the room, he stole... Oh, man. My day is not going great today.
Did you lose a wall, you said?
Yeah, so basically somebody had something plugged into one of the outlets that was higher up on the wall, an extension cord, and he ran out and he ripped the extension cord out of the wall. Or at least that's what I thought, until I actually looked and realized that he ripped the entire outlet out of the wall, including part of the wall.
Oh dear. Talk about random.
And then I put him in here, when I went to go get his food and put it back on his thing, and he stole my sausage biscuit, the little bastard.
Out for blood, eh?
It's a thief. He's a professional thief. If the camera was on, which I know it wasn't at that particular time, you would have seen him freaking steal from me. Guess I'm gonna have to go over to the hardware
Dog is
store.
stronger than your necro.
The dog is stronger than my necro. Guess I'm gonna have to go get some freaking supplies and fix that wall. I don't really know how, to be honest. I guess I gotta get it done. I wonder how
Is there
many...
like a stud where that box is? Maybe the screw's backed out or something.
I have no clue. My freaking air conditioner's been leaking into that wall since before I think I was even here. And like the freaking entire wall is filled with like black mold in there. I don't even want to go in that freaking wall.
Get yourself a mask. Don't need to get sick.
Sick. Oh, sorry guys, can't do season 1.
Yeah, that would be
Oh, there's the butcher. What's up, buddy?
Oh, you got him. Here we go.
I'm not ready yet.
Drag him away from everything.
Did you find him first or the treasure goblin?
I don't even remember if I did find a treasure goblin. Did I find a treasure? I did find a treasure goblin in this dungeon.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I did. He dropped me 2 items. I remember now.
I must wait a moment.
Freshly nerfed.
Fresh meat right here. He's going in.
This is rough. This is quite...
Healing again?
I don't know.
Yeah, he is healing again.
Maybe it's something that they added to the butcher to make him tougher. Maybe they didn't say it, but maybe that actually is something that's happening now.
Yeah, as soon as his barrier goes up, the healing stops. But once his barrier is down, he's slowly healing chunks of his life every time you hit him. It's not enough to stop you, but
he's gonna kill me, I think. Attrition? I'm not sustaining. You guys didn't see my sustain video. I'm not sustaining damage output, so I'm not healing. I'm not able to overcome his damage output. I was hoping that the butcher might come because it would give me a better idea of how well my character's set up. I'm actually relying on my potions at this particular point. I think if I didn't have my potions, I'd be dead.
Yeah, you used way too many potions for healing. You need another source for healing.
Yeah.
I have heals on crit. Every single time I crit, I heal.
I wonder if it's just not critting enough, maybe?
No, I'm definitely healing. I'm just not I'm not outpacing his damage output.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, Catnium says he's always healed. Well, that's not something new. It's just maybe something we didn't notice because he died so quickly.
Yeah, maybe he just died so quickly. We just never really cared.
I'm not ready yet.
I have a feeling, though, I am about to get my butt kicked.
Yeah, his health bar is going the wrong way.
I must wait a moment.
This is gonna be really close. If I am able to kill him, it's gonna be really freaking close.
I must wait a moment.
I'm about to run completely out of defensive cooldowns. I've got no choice but to run. Alright, last defensive cooldown. A little bit of debilitating roar. Come on, can we push it? Can we push it?
Get him to that knocked out state.
No, he's about to kill me. He's about to kill me.
I'm not ready.
Oh, another earthen bulwark. Oh god, this is so close. Debilitating roar. Come on. Oh my goodness. That was down to the wire right there. That was literally like if I had messed up one cooldown, like I would have, that was it. I would have been done.
You beat the game.
I just beat the whole game. Yep.
Yep.
There's a healing pot thing on the ground there you could have used, yeah.
No, it was I already used that earlier.
Oh, did you use that earlier? Okay. It looks like it's unused.
Nope, it was not unused. It was used.
Well, you got him, but that was
rough.
Ridiculous. Yeah. Compared to how you used to just.
Oh, I tore him to pieces before. Wipe the floor with him. I mean, it's not even like I'm in a ridiculously hard dungeon though. Like, by comparison, this is just a +3 or a +4, isn't it? Like, I'm at 23, so these guys are 77. So at +5. This is just a +5. That's all this is.
Now, if there's more players with you, he gets 100% health per player.
Oof.
Yeah, that's just gonna be. Yeah, that's you're gonna need everybody on perfect builds, fully on their game, fully kitted, no cooldown.
Well, unfortunately, what they did was they made it. If they make it too difficult to group play, then people are just gonna want to play solo. Like, you're not supposed to make it inhibitive. Why is there 18 wallers in here? The boys just put 18 walls on me. I was surrounded on walls on all sides. I had no way to get out. Like, it was just. There was no way out whatsoever.
Hey, you guys got room for one?
I'm just solo right now. If anybody wants to join me, feel free. Let's test out this 100% do jank.
I'll put an exit chat.
I'm not ready yet.
All right. Well, completed that dungeon.
Yep, I just got back from seeing my little girl, man.
Oh. Well,
I must wait a moment.
how's she doing?
Bowling. She's doing good. Went bowling. Had a great time making fun of her dad's terrible bowling skills. She laughed and had a good time.
I'm not ready yet.
Making memories.
Memories.
Man, you be cracking me up all the time, Ginger.
Got those memories.
He starts breaking out songs, and I'm on backline dying, and my coworkers are looking at me crazy.
Memories.
The best part of Ginger streams.
Well, hey, I mean, if I can't sing and do stupid stuff, then what's the point?
Hey, Chunkaroo.
What's up?
I'm just glad.
Nerfville.
Yeah.
Welcome to Nerfville.
Yeah, welcome to Nerf Town. Population, you.
You.
Yeah,
Population, you.
Dream.
Did you see him try to take out that butcher?
Dude, this character did not have any issues with the butcher before, so that's like crazy.
Yeah, you should find one of your old videos of you butchering the butcher. Put it side by side with this one.
Butchering the butcher.
That's just messed up.
That's a deal.
'Cause I think that would be a great comparison video.
I actually, I think just before the patch, I was literally on my Barbarian, and I was literally fighting him with my Barb, and I killed him. Like, it wasn't really like a challenge or anything. I think it took me a little while, but I don't know.
So you're 72?
Yeah.
I was 72 and the butcher was 75, I think. Or does the butcher higher than the dungeon? I don't even remember. I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy trying to stay alive.
Right.
I was literally over there like,
I mean, I
Staying
need
alive.
like a pillar or something I can run around in a circle with the butcher with. That's the only way I stay alive.
well, my heals come from critting him, so I was trying to maintain my heals. And I feel like that's basically what I was stuck with, is like I could have kited him, but kiting him probably wouldn't have been the best thing. Hey, I got the Doojank. I got the Doojank, guys. Check it out. I got the Doojank. Poison creepers active, also cast landslide in a circle around you. Earth skills deal 22% increased damage. to poisoned enemies. So if we're gonna work this into the build somehow,
I was thinking about that, bro. Like a circle.
Yeah, I need to get that one and
Earth.
work it in.
Because with that other aspect, you could do a double circle and it'd be just be clapping.
I'm curious how that works, but I guess to actually test this, I'm gonna have to pull some points from. I guess I'll pull them from Storm Strike. It's probably the easiest way for me to do it. I think. Why do I have Cyclone Armor? I got 5 in Cyclone Armor for plus to skills. Just from plus to skills, I'm sitting at 5 Cyclone Armor. All right. When you strike an immobilized or stunned enemy with landslide, an additional pair of pillars is formed. That sounds good.
Yeah,
also, when you immobilize or stun an enemy, you gain a Terra Mote. Each enemy hit by landslide consumes a Terra Mote, causing a guaranteed critical strike with 40% critical strike damage. Bosses always have up to 10% chance to grant a Terra Mote when hit.
I think I used the other one.
So the other one seems interesting. Don't get me wrong. But it says when you immobilize or stun an enemy, you gain a Terra Mote, right? Well, Poison Creeper is literally an AoE immobilize.
Yeah, it's guaranteed crits.
So it's guaranteed crits if I utilize the Primal Landslide instead of the other.
Yep.
So let's pull some points from somewhere and beef this up so we can take one out of Debilitating Roar. What else do I have points in that I don't necessarily need maxed out? I don't necessarily need Bad Omen. Yeah, I can spec out of the storms. I was having a little bit of fun with the storms, but like, let's keep those 3. What the hell's going on? Stop. Ugh, I hate when that thing pops up. Okay, so Landslide is maxed out. It's an Earth skill. That's going to cast every single time I use Poison Creeper. I'm not actually set up for Earth, but we're going to test it out nonetheless. I was kind of looking at some of the Earth passives just to kind of see maybe if there was anything else I wanted to do there. Earth skills deal 5% increased damage to slowed, stunned, immobilized, or knocked back enemies. I guess.
I think it'd be pretty crazy to see like
sense.
the double cast where it casts the Earth skill and the Thunder tree and have like a circle of stone and thunder going off at once. That'd be pretty crazy looking.
Critical strikes with Earth skills fortify you for 2% of your base life. Sounds like that works pretty well with the fact that Primal Landslide has a guaranteed crit if I get a Terra Mote, and I'm going to get Terra Motes all the time because Poison Creeper is going to enhance the effect by immobilizing everything. So it sounds to me like that's like a no-brainer. In that case, I could just pull all my points out of the 5% chance to get Fortify when struck, and I'll just rely on the safeguard from the Earth skills.
Do you have the aspect to cast 2 landslides instead of 1?
I do not. I don't know if that one's going to work with it, but we can always see. I don't even have landslide on my bar.
It should, because it works with the other build.
Well, my general thinking here is since it's automatically cast with Poison Creeper and I'm spamming Poison Creeper, why waste a slot for it anyway? Like, why not just spam Poison Creeper instead of spamming the other? Because I'm resetting Poison Creeper constantly.
So I don't know if it's fixed, but my experience with it, because I did a build where I cast a Storm skill and I was proccing landslides, unless it's on your bar, you don't get the Terra Motes. You don't get that bonus.
You don't get the Terra Motes unless it's on the bar?
It's stupid.
That sounds sad.
I'm not ready yet.
Right. Almost want to cry.
Sounds very sad.
That's crimes against the Druid right there.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then maybe we go with the other one, but let's see. Alright, so that's the regular one. I need to actually... I left town, like, all excited, like I had the item on or something. I don't have the item on. I guess I could always just throw the... just for the time being, I could just throw it on. Like, we could just test it.
I'm still getting like 5 million crits.
They didn't nerf Hoda, they nerfed the... You remember how you always told us? You're like, oh man, it sucks that I gotta hit him on the edge like that. Like, I gotta hit it on the edge.
Yeah, they got rid of it.
Yeah.
Like, they basically made it so that you don't hit them on the edge anymore. Like,
well,
you can't get the bonus on the edge anymore. Like, they fixed that. It was apparently considered a bug.
Well, yeah, it was a bug, and I like that they fixed that.
Yeah, I hated the gameplay, but they should have changed it to what we were talking about, where it's the opposite. The main attack does the more damage, and the shockwave does the normal or less damage. That's what the aspect should do. It should have just been reversed.
Wait a moment.
I'm still pretty happy with,
So
5 mil crit.
Yeah.
So this
And
actually
it may go higher than that.
This actually might be broken. Like the crit thing, that might actually be absolutely broken. Because think about it. Poison Creeper mobilizes the target, right? So you get like a guaranteed crit with the Terramotes. Crits reset Poison Creeper, which basically means that you might be able to just literally spam Poison Creeper over and over and over again.
I'm not ready yet.
Like it literally might get to the point where, like, since you have guaranteed crits and the guaranteed crits are basically resetting your skills, if they come often enough and quickly enough, Poison Creeper will always be up, just all the time, and you can just simply every single time it comes back up, you just spam it.
I did double check. I am using Primal Lance as well.
Oh no, it kind of looked like I had a Terramote there. What does the Terramote icon look like?
You'll know. It's it'd be on the bottom of all your other icons.
It looked kind of like an earthy icon that I've never seen before.
You would see it, like, right away.
But then it disappeared because I attacked, which I'm assuming it used it.
But it stacks up. So, like, just if you sub sub your ravens out for a second and put it on your bar, you should see it right away.
Let me give it a try. Let's see here. I'm going to throw it on there. I'll put it in the place of the rivals. Why are you not letting me attach you to the bar? Like, what the hell is going on right now?
They changed it. You have to aim a little bit down. You have to aim to, like, down to the right. No, don't aim on it. Aim down to the right.
Oh, I did. I got it. It just took me a second.
I don't know why they did that.
So let's see if the Terramotes actually do go up.
That's exactly
when
what
I
was
use the
happening to me
ability.
earlier, man. When I couldn't figure out how to put skills on there, I finally figured it out. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
They messed up the location of the bar.
Kind of sneak up from the bottom corner.
I'm not ready yet.
Can you still one-shot people in the PvP zone? I mean, they brought down damage, but they also brought down survivability, so I don't know.
I would assume so.
So it looks like they killed the Bone Spear.
Oh, it's like dead, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like...
Okay, so
You could call it a nerf, it looks just dead.
the answer to the question is, does it build Terramotes? Yes, it does build Terramotes, and it builds them really fast. And I mean really fast. Like, we're talking about, like, it counts up from, like, 1 to 6, or 1 to 5, and then immediately resets, and then starts counting up again.
I must wait a minute.
So, how does the effect work? It says, when you immobilize or stun an enemy, you gain a Terramote. Each enemy hit by landslide consumes a Terramote, causing a guaranteed critical strike. With 40% critical strike damage increase, bosses always have 10% chance to grant a Terramote. That actually is kind of insane. I don't like the fact that I have to have it on my bar. But do I actually have to have it on my bar? Having it on the bar shows the counting of the Terramotes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be there.
Well, you have 8 right now. If you look above it, right? You have 8.
Where? Oh, yeah, right there. Consumed by a landslide to deal guaranteed critical strike for 40% increased damage. So if I go in here and I actually utilize Poison Creeper, not landslide, you'll see it consumes them and creates them. But, like, I'm guessing if I take it off my bar, they'll just disappear.
That was my experience when I did the nature version of it. Nature's Fury.
I don't have the landslide echo aspect. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
It should pair with the landslide echo aspect because every other thing does.
What is the name of that one? Do you guys know?
Let me see if I have it on my. I'm not on my Druid right now.
It is the Aftershock. I have it on a bearded axe.
The Aftershock. Offhands.
The Aftershock.
So if I'm going to try and gamble it, I can try and gamble it from offhands. I don't have it. Is it in the codex?
I think so.
I'm guessing it's offensive.
Yeah, it's on my one-handed axe right now.
Can I show my class only? There we go.
So the Terramotes were working when you had it off your bar, right?
Did not seem like it.
No, the Terramotes do
I need
not
to
work.
I
Yeah,
need
we
to
should
pull
fix
it.
that.
Need to pull it back off the bar and check, but it did not seem like it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it'd be nice. Yeah, they need to make that a thing.
I tried that with Nature's Fury and I was very disappointed.
I don't see landslide in here unless I'm just missing it.
What's Kuba's Crunch and Munchin on there?
He's got a food bowl. I brought him some food. He stole my food. I brought him some food and he stole my food. He's a jerk. And now he's eating his food too, because stealing my food wasn't enough. Now he wants to eat his food too. He's still hungry.
Poor little fella. So mistreated.
I know, he's so mistreated. He's starving to death all the time.
No,
Never
that's why
has
he cries
anything
all the
good to
time.
eat. He just cries his little eyeball out. I mean, the other thing is that, well, if I don't want it on my bar, which, and the Terramotes seem interesting, I could probably do the Raging Landslide instead. Let's try the Raging Landslide and not have it on the bar. Because honestly, the way that I'm kind of trying to build this character, I don't really want to have it on my bar. I don't want it to be my main skill. I just want to be able to use the companion and have him do the effect. Which, I guess, I don't know, maybe it sounds stupid, but...
Then the question becomes, do you get any bonus if it's not on your bar?
Mm-hmm.
Because
I switched over to the one that doubles it, where it's like it puts an extra do thing on there, so let's see if that has any effect.
So are we thinking that it doesn't use any of the additional abilities beyond that? So it doesn't even use like the enhanced landslide?
Oh, I don't know. That's what we're still want to test.
Yeah.
When you strike
Okay,
an
that's what I wanted
immobilized
to
or
confirm
stunned
we were
enemy with
checking.
landslide, an additional earth pillar is formed. Okay, so we have to actually hit something. So let's find something to donk.
A donk, a donk.
We gotta find something to donk on. We gotta donk, donk along. Because if you don't donk, then we can't donk. Because everybody needs a donk. I'm gonna say the answer to that question is no. It doesn't look like it's utilizing the additional one.
Yeah, that was basically what I did for my testing.
Oh, you already found it and tested it out?
No, I tried to do a build with Nature's Fury. I don't know if you know what that is. But basically, it's whenever you cast a Storm skill, you get a nerf skill. So I was trying to build around having Landslide as an additional proc off my nature skills. And I, did a lot of that kind of testing that you're doing now.
Well, the Terramote does work. So, like, I guess the Terramotes are something. Let me do another test here real quick, just in case, because I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe they need to be immobilized before I cast the ability. We can always try that. I have a way to immobilize. Just takes a second. I'm gonna say no. So it doesn't look like that passive does anything for the Poison Griever. So the Terramote one is the only one that actually does anything. Although maybe it doesn't do anything because it's not on my bar. Could that even be the thing? Let's throw it on my bar real quick just for a double, triple, quadruple check.
I'm not ready yet.
You were speaking some kind of foreign language.
Mhm.
With this Terramote.
Yeah, it's a sub-ability of the landslide ability.
Druid stuff.
Yeah.
No idea.
low on spirit.
You haven't done a druid yet, Chunks?
No, I didn't mess
I'm
with
not
one.
ready yet.
Well, no, I did mess with beta a little bit. I didn't know going on.
No, there's no more rushing. I don't know if you've read the patch notes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've watched it
I must
stream.
wait a moment.
No more rushing. No more rushing anymore. There's no more rushing anymore. Gotta no more rushing anymore. There's no more rushing anymore.
I've
Not
never
surprised
seen
they
this
did that.
aspect.
Surprised they did a lot of
Audacity.
things.
All
I
right,
haven't
so
seen that before.
There's a couple of new ones that were added, yeah.
we need to do a theory craft, I think.
That's what I just found.
I'm low on spirit.
So, I think how the hell you would even build a character. Can you turn landslide into a werebear skill?
I need more spirit.
Yes. Yeah, you can turn your earth skills into werebear skills with the helmet, right? It's the opposite temperature. It's the other one.
I don't know if I want to go that way though. Like, so like the entire thing about poison creeper is it's poison, and then like the bear doesn't have poisons. So, like, what's the? It kind of seems weird. Like it's like some sort of cross between earth and werewolf, which I don't think even exists. Is there even a cross between earth and werewolf? I thought it was earth werebear and storm wolf, not
yes,
not the other way around. So how the hell could I make an earth werewolf?
I thought Ancestral's capped at 80 now.
Yep, and the sacreds are capped at 60.
I must wait a moment.
Which is
why all mine are required level 92.
they didn't backwards compatible it, so all your crap that you got in your stash is basically still stuck at whatever level it dropped
I
at.
must wait a moment.
It's rather unfortunate.
I mean, most people won't care about that stuff in 2 days.
You in the ruins of Eridu?
No, sir.
Catniem said
The
yes. You ran a pulverized build, so you tested landslide a lot. With the helmet, it's a bear legendary, not a wolf. Yes, there is also a bear wolf build.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, I guess that's always an option, as I could flip back and forth between bear and wolf.
Yeah, there's the hunter scene there.
I must wait a moment.
There are things in the game that are built around shape-shifting back and forth.
If I'm correct, there's a passive that gives you mana or resource back every time you shift.
Yeah, I'm using one right now, which is similar to that. It's every time you enter human form, I get six spirits. So when I'm constantly shifting,
Spirit, yeah.
I'm constantly shifting back and forth between human and werewolf form because of the like Earthen Bulwark is human form, and then the Poison Creepers is human form. So like it doesn't. Like it's actually really effective. Like the extra spirit that you get from it is kind of massive, because you're just constantly shifting back and forth between the two forms.
I must wait a moment.
So it's kind of like a constant regeneration in a sense.
Yeah, very much so. There's an aspect that gives damage bonus to poison enemies as a werebear. Yeah, I think there's that one that lets you like collapse all your poison damage on the target using trample or something like that.
And it consumes it, which you hate. It's like Rupture 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, I have one for Shred that kind of does the same thing. I use the aspect of the Blurred Beast.
But I don't think the Shred one consumes it. The other one like removes the poison.
I was just clearing this place out. Yeah, I was just testing to see how much damage reduction I got nerfed on. Still hit him pretty decently, so.
So did they kill the summon
I must
necro?
wait a moment.
They kind of beefed up a little bit about Summon Necro, but it wasn't really like a whole lot.
Well, I figured Bone Spirit's dead, and I found that
Ring of Mendel.
Yeah. I wonder if I should maybe swap over to that.
I mean, full summon build is a whole nother thing.
I didn't really like the bone spear. And if it's dead, that may be
let's go, bro.
the swap to it.
Bone Spear was ridiculous.
It was. That's kind of why I didn't like it.
I must wait a moment. I need more spirit.
I mean, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I thought Poison Creeper was kind of OP to begin with, and I don't know. With this, it feels even more broken. Like guaranteed crits. It's basically offering me guaranteed crits now. Like, I don't like really the fact that I gotta waste a slot for the guaranteed crits, but.
So on the bar is way better.
Well, I mean, you get the Terra motes, and the Terra motes are consumed. So, like, every single time you hit a target with the landslide up, which for some reason I'm not using the Terra mote right now. You just gain these little Terra motes, and they give you a crit strike bonus and a crit guaranteed crit, which is kind of crazy. And they stack up really fast with this. Like, I don't really know how to put it other than, like, it just feels like the guaranteed crits are kind of insane with this. Like, you build them and spend them literally almost instantaneously. So, like, every single time you use Poison Creeper, it builds them massively and then spends them also. So it literally spends the guaranteed crits for you. And then, as you can clearly see, I just reset Poison Creeper 2 times in a row. 3 times in a row. Like, I was able to reset Poison Creeper literally like 3 times in a row there using the Terra motes. So
that's huge.
You could literally just spam Poison Creeper. I mean, granted, you're not always going to be resetting it, but like if you're built for crits anyway, you got regular chances to reset it too on top of the other. There you go. Reset. Didn't reset that time. Nope, never mind, it did.
I'm not ready yet.
Yep, reset again.
Your basic?
Huh?
Did you remove your basic ability then?
Storm Strike? I mean, I use that a lot of the times just for the,
defense?
Yeah, the defense.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that defense is pretty big.
No, it's not. It's not as big anymore because they reduced it. They reduced it from 25% to 15% now, so I lost 10% of that.
Monstrous drop, yeah.
I must wait a moment.
Things immobilized can't hit you.
Oculus ported them out of the game.
I gotta try Sark. Just go full glass cannon.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, that's fitting. That's fitting for how the Oculus is set up. I mean, in Diablo 2, it was the only item in the game that could literally port you out of the game. Like when you were in the Duriel's chamber, it was the only item that could port you out of Duriel's chamber.
Oh.
Let's see how many times I can reset this. Alright, 1. Nope, didn't reset that time.
Pop.
I must wait a moment.
Alright, buddy. I think it's time for the main boss.
The boss.
I'm not ready yet.
The plane,
Hoping I
boss.
get
The
my
plane.
Man, I need that remnant piece so bad. 4 days I've been looking for that darn thing. We're missing one. Oh, back over here, bro.
Terrible. You said time for the
I must
boss, and
wait
it was a
a moment.
lie.
Right.
Sweet Phil has determined that this was a lie.
There be no slaying.
I'm not ready yet.
What? You already got the one over here. Oh, down there. Wow, Rob. Baddie. I thought you were still trying to reset.
Oh no, I'm just having fun. Like, no, that's in the big groups. On the single target, it's going to be my regular attacks that are probably going to reset it.
Right.
I'm not ready yet.
So that earthen bulwark reset thing was nerfed too.
Was it?
People like just spamming earthen bulwark over and over again to reset it.
Right.
So did we decide that Raging Landslide is better than Primal Landslide if you're not going to put it on the bar?
If you're gonna use, I feel like you kind of have to use Landslide as your main attack, but it definitely does seem like Poison Creeper builds the Terra motes really fast. Like I feel like that guaranteed crit is like way better than the double attacks.
Okay.
Because it just seems like you can guarantee crits for your Poison Creeper, which means that now you're guaranteeing a possible chance of a reset because it is a lucky hit. But as long as you're critting, you're guaranteeing chances of a reset, and it seems like you can get it to happen like 2, 3, sometimes even 4 times in a row. Like if you're in a big pack of monsters, you're just hitting the button and it goes around, hits everything, builds Terra motes, uses them. It actually builds them and uses them at the same time, which is hilarious. And then once it builds and uses the Terra motes, like you get like quite a few crits, honestly, on all the monsters that are surrounding you. And then the of course Kubus is sleeping exactly where he can't be seen by the camera.
Mark Doggo.
No, he does it on purpose, I'm pretty sure. He doesn't like being on camera. He's a bad boy, so. Bad boy. What you gonna do? Kubus is gonna come destroy your wall. Somebody was saying this is a really fine wall here, sir. So I'm gonna destroy this wall. Bad Kubus, bad Kubus. Bad Kubus dog.
I'll shake on that.
Okay, well, it's interesting, but I was using a crappy weapon just to just even do it.
Why isn't I getting a bunch of notification people or even the mentor or something?
Let's take this one off. And let's take this staff. I actually had a staff sitting around specifically for this. Let's go rip it and put it on the other staff, and then upgrade the staff if I can. I probably don't have enough silver ore, God bless me.
First Carlo, now Leah. There's something out there killing us and no one will do anything. Well, let's have a look.
Yes, Ancestrals no longer scale past level 80, Colin. You haven't found a bug. You are just... That's just how they have it set up.
Very good. Still intact.
Am I using Umbral? I am using Umbral. I bet you Ring of Umbral works really good with this too. The fact that it makes everything immobilized and then hits them all multiple times, like, probably freaking fills up your whole spirit bar.
That helm I just linked is not near as good as it was yesterday.
Which one? Oh, the Disobedience?
That was an upgrade I just found, man.
Yeah, the Disobedience, they nerfed that aspect. They also nerfed that there was some item that people were farming that had like really high life on it or something. They nerfed that too.
Oh, was that the one that people were doing videos on how to get it?
Yes, it's been nerfed.
Like 7 million life or something on it, or 2,000 or 3,000, something crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that.
I'm curious if the exploit glyph is still the best choice.
What did they do to disobedience? Just the overall armor nerf?
Yeah, it just gives a lot less armor than it gave before.
The dag nabbit.
Who's popping in and out?
That's Fighting Spirit. I've messaged him to fix his microphone. He was getting some feedback.
Feedback loop.
He was echoing anybody who was talking in the channel. It seems to be fixed now.
Hello?
Hi, Fighting
Did that
Spirit.
work?
Yeah, seems to be good now.
Alright.
Oh, maybe
Sorry
not.
about that. Oh, man.
Maybe
Are you
not.
on push to talk?
No.
No? Okay, that might be part of the problem. It's picking it up, like, coming through your speakers and then going back through your microphone, although it seems to be a little better now.
The struggles are real.
No, I'm on my Discord on my Xbox and then playing the game on the Xbox.
Yeah,
Well,
it
you're-
doesn't seem to be triggering anymore.
Okay.
Electric Lance, huh? Bastion of Faith in Howard, huh? Let's go test this out and actually see how this works. I want my ravens back, though. You're not taking my ravens from me.
They just fixed a glitch with them.
I guess
Really
I'll
eager
take
to play.
Debilitating Roar off my bar for right now. I was utilizing that for defensive purposes, but...
That's damage reduction for 4 seconds, right? Or something like that.
It's also Fortify as well, which is a whole other thing. I think I was using it to spam Fortify. Is Poison Creeper become an Earth skill with this, or does it... It doesn't say it becomes an Earth skill. It just casts Landslide, and Landslide is an Earth skill. I don't know. Let's put my points back into my Ravens. I checked my Charge Bolt Sorceress out just fine. She was doing fine. I didn't have any problems with her. She's kind of OP though. And they actually buffed up Charge Bolt, so. I'm telling you, man, with the guaranteed crits on the landslide, it almost comes to the point where you can literally just use it as a main ability. Like, you kind of don't even have to, like, utilize landslide. You can just spam Poison Creeper and just rely on the reset, which almost always happens if you're in a big group. If you're not in a big group, then you can get the reset in another way, but, like, if you're in a big group of monsters, like, it's like almost a guaranteed reset every single time.
I'm not ready yet.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I'm still trying to think about how I actually want to, like, take advantage of it, but I like it a lot. I feel like a werebear / werewolf build might actually be the key here. Perhaps.
I must wait a moment.
I don't know.
Do you have any of the uniques that put you into those forms permanently?
Are there any abilities that can be both a werewolf skill and a werebear skill at the same time? Like, I noticed that you can make, like, skills into just about everything for the most part.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know, probably not, since they have, like, the swap back and forth between the two. I would probably guess no.
I must wait a moment.
The immobilize spam is real, though, I tell you that much.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, a chest armor. A Mad Wolf's Glee. Is it better than my Mad
Hey,
Wolf's
just
Glee?
speaking of that,
It's hard to tell. It's lower item power. Physical damage seems on the lower end. Poison damage seems on the lower end. Looks like it's objectively worse than mine. Congratulations. Congratulations, you found one that's worse.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, they did change goers. It's better. Leon said it's not fixed. I haven't tested it yet.
I'm not ready yet.
They need to up the damage on it and they need to give a crit. So it used to be 75%, 25% should be changed back to 75 as well. Because
I saw that circle pop, bro. That was pretty cool looking.
I'm not ready.
Oh, yeah, you saw my circle?
Yeah, with the stone pillars. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the poison. That's the poison creeper. Well,
Yeah, I hadn't seen it yet.
stand right here in the light, and I'll use it on your face.
Oh my. Oh, see, that's. Now imagine that doing it twice in a row, kind of like with the.
I don't know if it will. I still need to find that aspect so I can test it. Why am I going all the way back?
I don't know. I'm just following you, bro. So.
blind leading the blind.
I do not have the aftershock one on. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it.
I'm not ready yet.
I wasn't set up for Earth Druid, and I didn't have the room to hang on to all the aspects like everybody. Everybody in the game hasn't had the ability to hang on to that stuff.
Oh, we're missing some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know where the guy is that we didn't kill.
Was there anything in updates about more stash space?
Oh, Meow, how you been?
What's up, Meow? We were worried about you. We were like, oh no, Meow disappeared forever. He's gone.
I've just not been very well, so I took a bit of time off, ready for reset. For season 1.
Have you been feeding your kitties and giving them all the love they need?
Always.
Well, I think it's undoubted that, like, if you build this, having landslide on your bar is important. And I also think, undoubtedly, that if you're going to have a core skill on your bar, you're probably going to use it. Like, I can't see putting a core skill on your bar and then just not even using it like I'm doing right now. I mean, granted, it seems to be working, but...
Trying to think what I want to start with for season.
I'm not
I got Pokemon starter videos for all the characters.
I've been watching them.
I do not have enough space.
Figure it out.
I must wait a moment.
Somebody said that I had the most annoying videos on all of YouTube for Diablo 4, and so I banned them. I did them a favor. If my if my videos are that annoying, then obviously you shouldn't be watching them. So
Achievement unlocked.
Achievement unlocked. I mean, they said it, not me.
I'm not ready yet.
Ooh. Let it snow, let it snow.
It always amazes me how people always want to like hop on the like the thing they don't like. You don't like my video. Why are you even watching my video? Like, what?
Jenner's getting to the point where he don't even play no more. Just ban.
I'm gonna do videos of me banning people. How about that?
Wait till you're big enough where you start doing, what do they call that? The ban appeal videos.
I'd watch a video of you banning people. I think it'd be great.
Ban appeal videos.
Yeah. You go through their comments.
I wonder if the white monarch person will be the first one in there.
Big instructional video, man. This is how you get banned.
What's everyone thinking of making them for season 1?
Oh, I'm still on Druid. I'm still making a Druid. I'm probably gonna theory craft up my build here in a minute.
I haven't really thought much on it yet.
Well, I mean, I'm not really 100% sure, like, how the hell you can even build around this, though. Like, it's earth and poison, and earth and poison don't really seem to mix all that well. I mean, I guess I could use trample. Trample has that effect that kills your poison and does like 160% damage or something. I mean, it's a werebear skill. Mm-hmm.
Need to check if the rogue got nerfed to the floor.
I'm playing her right now, and I don't know.
The word
I can't
nerf
really-
implies something was broken or OP. No, it really doesn't. That's not correct. Nerfing something doesn't have to be broken or OP to be nerfed. You can nerf something that doesn't even deserve a nerf. Like you can nerf something that's like so bad, like they could just like land. Like I don't even understand. Like that was already terrible. Why did they make it worse? It's happened before.
They can also take something that's broken OP and make it even brokener and more OP.
Yes. Like let's take for instance our damage reduction. Our damage reduction was not broken or OP. In fact, in most cases, our damage reduction was lackluster and barely even applicable in higher level dungeons, and they made it worse.
They just want it to be harder because people are just walking through the game too easily.
I blame Ackman.
I think they should just make another world tier. If they really want people to struggle, make a world tier 5 and just make it insane.
I mean,
for the people that really want a challenge.
Unless you were abusing a bug, the game was not easy when you actually played that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they fixed all the bugs, though. That was the thing. Like, they went through the process of systematically fixing all the bugs. So all of the things that people were abusing, all of them got fixed. Like, I don't know.
And then
And now my Eye of Sauron video is even more potent. The Eye of Sauron. I hope that video gets 1 million views now that everybody sees these nerfs coming in.
They also made like the part of the game that most people complain about, which is like the 1 to 50 experience. They made you get less experience from it because they decreased the bonus XP. They also made the monsters scale 5 levels below you, so you also don't get the bonus at all, even though when you have the bonus, it's less than it was before.
Oh, and to the critics who said that the rushing that we were doing was not a G-rush, that it was not a glitch, and it was not an exploit, I say guffaw to you, because they literally just laughed in our faces and said, you know that thing that you've been doing, that we've been watching you do, where you stand at the front of a dungeon and you get all this EXP? Nerfed! And then they told us outright that they didn't like it and they thought it was a glitch. It was definitely G-rushing. It was 100% glitch rushing, but it never should have been in the game in the first place.
No, I agree.
Like, they were stupid for even having it in a game. I remember the first time we found out about it, we're like, why is this even a thing? Like, every other game has fixed this. Like, why is this even a thing?
Yeah, that's just stupid. Like the first time because I played the game through all by myself just to get the solo experience and listen to all the cutscenes and stuff. And then I joined up with I think it was Bubba.
Got your little power leveling going on?
And then they're like, no, just stay dead. And I was like, what? What is this?
Just stay dead.
Yeah, definitely not supposed to be in the game.
Well, hello, spicy pack, spicy packs. They a little spicy over here. I don't like it. They got some spice, some sugar and spice, and everything nice. Actually, it's everything not nice.
Looks lovely. I'm trying to think if I want to do like a skeleton necro to see how it works. I really want a summon necro to be a good thing.
You just gotta lean into it, that's all. I'm sure it works just fine. Don't let people sway your opinion and say the minions suck, because quite honestly, none of them probably have ever really built into the minions and found out.
Sure.
You gotta actually build into them 100% of the way, otherwise you're never gonna know. And that means
just like on D2.
And that means using like every single buff and every single thing to make the minions better. You're gonna need Army of the Dead, which has that thing that basically lets you resummon your skeletons and mages, like on whim. So whenever you use Army of the Dead, it's just gonna automatically revive all your skeletons and mages. I think that's gonna be like a crucial component. Obviously, you would do 3 in all the masteries, and then you would probably also grab 3 in Death's Defense. And you would probably also want to grab the, obviously the Kalen's Edict passive. I mean, like, once you get everything set up, you could probably get them hitting pretty darn hard. You could even
See,
throw
they
in.
haven't addressed the zoom.
You could even throw in Thorns into the mix. I mean, who knows? They get 30% of all your Thorns.
Why didn't they address the horrible zoom? I feel so zoomed in.
They never address the zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ah!
Did they mention anything about stash space?
Zoom. Ah! No,
Anything?
I don't think we're going to see anything about that until Season 2. They basically told us they couldn't do anything about it until Season 2, so I didn't expect it. Leon's in chat, furiously typing.
Yeah, give it over. Ginger, have you found any of the new aspects, man? Are those live, I'm assuming?
Yes, the new aspects and the new uniques are live. Orion found an Oculus already, and I have the new staff aspect, the subterranean aspect. It's really cool.
Nice.
I actually really like the subterranean aspect. It's very nice, dude.
That's cool.
Staff of Lam Insan.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I'm either thinking Rogue or Necro.
I mean, if you do a Minionmancer, I mean, I don't think they really touched Minionmancer at all. I think that's probably one of the ones that didn't really get touched all that much. They nerfed the ever-loving Jesus out of freaking Bonemancer. And then they nerfed all the Necromancers with that Corpse Tendril thing. I don't know what they were thinking with that. They nerfed Corpse Tendrils too, so... Because Corpse Tendrils was a key part of the Bone Spear build, and was required to hit the numbers that people were getting.
Yeah.
So, like, I guess they just decided that since that was part of the Bone Spear build, they were just going to hit that too. With a rock. A couple times.
Maybe Rogue it is then.
While giggling and laughing. The Rogue is relatively untouched, but they did do swathing nerfs to vulnerable damage, as well as crit damage, and vulnerable and crit are like two of the main things the Rogue use.
Yeah, that's true. It's just hard to choose, because it's like, I really loved the old, summon Mancers and summon Druids and stuff, so it...
Well, Ring of Mendown is a good way to go with that. There's a couple different ways you can go with the Minionmancer, and I really think you can get a pretty strong Minionmancer. I think if you craft it out and you get all your aspects lined up properly, you're probably going to want to use a shield and a one-handed sword, and then that way you can get the shield has some a lot of buffs that you can give to your minion, like minion attack speed and things like that, and then you could put an aspect on your shield to give your minions increased damage reduction. There's a bunch of aspects that have to do with minions.
I'll have to have a good think on it.
Because now once your minions drop, you're too weak to rebuild your army. That's why you have to use the army thing. There's a passive on the army. Let me go show you guys real quick. So if you're gonna do a Minionmancer, I don't particularly like this ultimate. It's not my favorite ultimate in the world, but you have to use it with a Minionmancer, because if your army dies for whatever reason, you're screwed, because all of your damage is coming from your army. So this passive right here on the Army of the Dead is Supreme Army of the Dead, which is Army of the Dead also raises your skeleton warriors and skeletal mages. So basically every single time you use Army of the Dead, you get to revive your entire army. So it basically just makes it so that you have a button that you can press at any point to call your entire army back from the dead. And that means that even if all of your army dies, you can just buy a little bit of time, press your Army of the Dead button, and then everything will be alive again.
Makes sense.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can beef up the minions. Like, Decompose has one where your minions get 10% damage when you're using it. You also get, I think it's Blight has one where you get 15% multiplier when the minions are attacking the monster within the Blight.
I'll have to go onto the build planner and see what looks good on it.
I'm trying to remember here. I know there's a couple other ones. The curses, I think, would be pretty powerful too with this because you could use Abhorrent Decrepify, which has a 15% chance to reduce your active cooldowns by 1 second. And if you're using the minions, you're going to be able to reset your Army of the Dead cooldown really fast with Decrepify. You might even want to go with the double curse thing. There's a whole double curse thing where if you have like both curses up at the same time, you can get like better effect. It could be like kind of what you're doing. So you'll probably have like a basic skill or whatever just so you can generate corpses. And I don't really know. Like I'd have to play around with it, but I imagine it'd be pretty powerful once you get it all set up.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that because there's so many builds to try, but it's just figuring out what's going to be a fun one for the first character of the season. I know Hydra's never going to get fixed, so it's not going to be that.
Hydra did get buffed quite a lot.
Did it?
Yeah.
Ooh. What might make a Hydra Totk?
Oh, Lord.
What did they do to it?
We got somebody trying to enter the kinship, and his name is Big Farts. I don't know if we want him in the kinship. We don't
Sounds
want.
a bit like Ginger.
We don't want
You'd
big.
get along with him.
We don't want Big Farts in the kinship. He's gonna gas out the room.
We've already got your dog, so you know.
He's going to build a poison necro.
Alright, so I need to go on my stalk so I can check.
Big
I'm
farts.
just feeling like.
Coming at you with them big farts.
Hopefully I've got some aspects saved so I can respec to Hydra and test it.
Dang, look how many people we got in here today. It's crazy. That's cray.
What did they do to Hydra?
A bunch of stuff. There was a whole lot of different things. They messed with the skill and they also messed with the aspects. I have to go back down and look in the patch notes. Skorkerus, Skorkronko, Skrilangalang. Okay, I misspelled Hydra. Give me a Hydra enchantment mana threshold was reduced from 300 to 200. Serpentine aspect Hydra duration reduced from 30% to 20 to 20% to 10%. Was that it? I thought there was another one in here for this. They also messed around with the Firebolt synergy, which might also have a change with the Hydra. Yeah, fixed an issue where the Firebolt enchantment did not contribute to the combustion key passive. And then there was another one in here I think I was looking at that had something to do with Hydra. I think it was, oh yeah, they nerfed Devouring Blaze, unfortunately, which unfortunately I think also nerfs Hydra, sadly enough.
Why do they keep doing this to me? Just want to make a good Hydra build that actually feels like it can do enough.
You do get bonuses, so I tested that out earlier. I logged into a low-level character and claimed the bonuses that were there. The bonuses that you get from the map are like really low as a low-level character. It's actually really bad. Like it's like no EXP whatsoever. Like you might as well not even claim them as a low-level character because you get like 100 EXP. That was what I found out.
To save them.
At level 1 you get 100 EXP, and at level 2 you get like 102, and at level 3 you get like 105. Like it's awful. Like it's garbage. I'm actually going to test this right now and see how much I get at a high level. So I have 5,449,377. I'm going to claim the third bonus. 48. I think that's actually a lot. Hold on. So I think claiming those bonuses at a low level is going to be like absolutely worthless.
Oh, the world boss begins in 23 minutes, by the way. Guess I'll go do that on me rogue.
I typed in one too many 4s. 9, 377 minus my current, which is 548. 6817. So I got 37,440 EXP for that claim on my level 72. I got 100 EXP for it on my level.
Yeah.
Level
It's better
1.
to save them.
So it's you know how many people are gonna log in and just click claim, and they're gonna like on all of them, and they're not even gonna get like one level. That's terrible.
Need to just see how my rogue feels compared to my sword. Because Blizzard seems to have got a buff, and I really enjoyed the Blizzard.
The plus to skills, yeah, you get all the plus to skills that they give. They're giving us the altars, and they're giving us the renown from the altars, and they're giving us the map, and they're giving us the renown from the map. So we have all of it. World boss in 23 minutes. There's an Legion event that's about to start. I'll go do that.
If you send me an invite, I'll go to the world boss.
It's 23 minutes away.
Or I'll come to you at your Legion event.
Yeah, big silly goose. Let me eat my keto bar. You're not stealing this. Thief. Thief. Oh, look over here. Go back to sleep.
There you go. I typed in. Oh, everyone's typing in.
Well, there's the Azure Wrath. 801 item power. Nice find. 8.8% increased attack speed. Up to 10. 18.5% core skill damage. Non-physical damage. Non-physical damage buff.
Is it only for barbarians, though?
Yes, it's for barbarians.
Yes.
It's on stream right now, meow. Lucky hit, your core skills have up to 20% chance to freeze enemies for 3 seconds and deal 3,876 cold damage up to 6,460 cold damage. That's a pretty large amount of cold damage.
That is a lot. And that'll actually be really nice for the barb. Freezing stuff as you're hitting them, that's gonna be lovely. Because it's a nice bit of crowd control. Because that's sort of the one thing barbs kind of lack. Oh, if avarice today, is it?
I'm trying to think how I would use that on a barb, and it's just like...
Be quite nice on a whirlwind barb, to be honest, because if you're freezing everything...
So they nerfed Envenom, which is the passive for the Druid.
But what aspect are you sacrificing, Meow?
That's true.
So, somebody pointed it out in chat. So they nerfed the Envenom passive by turning it into an additive instead of a multiplicative. So Envenom used to be an X 30%, now it's only 30% plus. That was the passive, I think, that was getting used to make that 2 billion damage hit.
Yep.
So they took that away completely. I guess me and I can't remember who I was arguing with now. We were arguing about, you remember we were going back and forth between Envenom and Toxic Claws, and I was saying Toxic Claws is better because it's base damage. And now Envenom is definitely worse. I win in the worst way possible.
Guess I'll test my Blizzard Talk after this. Still really like the Twisting Blades Assassin though. Rogue. Don't know how I call it, Assassin. Too much D2.
I kind of like Azure Wrath. I think that'd be a really fun weapon to throw on like a frenzy barb.
It's an interesting one because if you're freezing loads of stuff, like pair that with the one for the basic skill damage, could be interesting.
I mean, it's basically just free damage, right?
It's a huge amount of damage. But it's core skills, so it wouldn't actually work for a frenzy barb, would it?
Hmm.
Because frenzy's basic skill. Sadly.
Well, I don't need to do the core skill to... Oh, yeah. So it has to be a core skill to trigger the freezing effect. That's sad.
Yep. So that just ruined it for me.
That's very sad. Oh, dang. Let me get to this Legion event before it starts already.
I cannot do that here.
You probably missed it. I'm just sat at the world boss while I have a smoke.
Yeah, it's freaking almost over already because I wasn't paying attention.
Invite people if you want for world boss. I don't know if anyone needs one.
You can invite people too?
I'm already there. Just port to me.
Let's see if I can make it to this Legion event before it finishes.
I need more time.
I need more time. I need all the time. I need all the time in the world. I need more time. I need all the time. I need all the time in the world. That works surprisingly well.
I think I'll test Blizzard and then I'm going to respec it to Hydra and test that and respec after that to Firewall and test that again. Hopefully I've got enough gold to
What's up,
just do
Stizzle?
that a few times.
That Mad Wolf's Glee is so bad.
So far I've really liked this rogue, especially using the Fist of Fate because you just heal yourself by hitting constantly. It's so good. And then I'm using Temerity as well, so I've got quite a large % chance to restore my life.
Gotta punch the dog. Gotta punch the dog. Gotta punch the doggy dog. Gotta punch the dog. And he doesn't care, 'cause he sleeps just like a log. I mess with him something fierce. Like, he's such a bad dog. So I mess with him all the time. I'll like mess with his ears and like poke him in the side of the face and like sometimes I do so much to him and I'm so mean to him all the time that literally like he'll just do this. All of a sudden he'll just be like, he'll look at me and then he'll go and I just know I'm getting to him too.
How did you enjoy your ranged rogue? Is it good?
She like annihilates everything off the screen. Like I set her up so well. I don't even want to talk about it for fear that the Eye of Sauron might hit her and nerf her. It's not even a joke.
I just really want to find a win force. I still haven't.
Is it just me or am I more green than I was before? Like
you look pretty green.
Like I don't remember my druid being this green. Like I feel like No, I feel like they changed something. I think they must have changed something.
You are definitely more like pretty green. You look moldy, dude.
Like
you look like moldy cheese.
Like well, but I don't think I was moldy cheese before. I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Maybe they've just made the green cover more of you.
I don't know. Let me go back to one of my Poison Crit Wolf videos. And
Still not keen on this zoom out though.
so absolutely 100% yes. I am like 1,000% more green. So this is something that they changed in the patch.
So it must be something that didn't work.
At risk of my computer crashing and me missing out on the boss, here is a video of me from before. Look at my werewolf. He's not even remotely green. Like, by comparison between now and then, like, the color profile of the werewolf has been drastically increased. There you go. Now he's in the sunlight there. Look at how, like, not green he is there.
That's true.
And look at how freaking ridiculously green I am now.
I wonder what... I'm guessing there must have been complaints about how it looked.
I don't know. They didn't mention anything in the patch notes about changing the color profile of the werewolf, but he definitely is a million times more green than he was before.
I've seen a lot of different color werewolves.
I think I'd do like a black one or a bright red one or something. That'd be cool.
My werewolf's got mange. Most of his fur's fallen out anyway.
It does look like it, yeah. You should see what a bear looks like. Green bear. Unless they just updated the color profiles, because everyone's looking colorful. Like the red on that sorceress looks a lot more red than it did before. That sork on the right. I think they've just pushed the colors a bit more by the looks of things.
I mean, I think everybody, yeah, you're right. I think everybody kind of looks a little more colorful.
It looks more vibrant, yeah, a lot more vibrant. Like that Kira, their blue is really like deep. Interesting. Well, that's cool.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I picked him green because I wanted him to be, because he's a poison character. I wanted him to be poisony. Oh yeah, by the way, Meow. Meow, watch this. You ready? You ready?
What was that? Wasn't. Oh. Looked like a landslide, but weird.
Yeah, it's a poison creeper landslide.
Oh, cool. That's interesting.
It's a new aspect. See, like I'm gonna do it again. Ready?
So what, when your poison creeper hits or when you summon it?
When you activate the poison creeper, it does a landslide all around you in a circle.
That's nice, especially like if you use it in like heavy situations.
I'm gonna use my landslide. I'm gonna use it up. I'm gonna use my landslide up. Ten minutes is a long time. Let me go kill stuff.
I must wait a moment.
Wrong way. What if you have two poison creepers, two landslides? Poison creeper resets itself on crits, so like it's actually pretty easy to do. Like I'll use it right now, and it reset itself. I'll use it again. Didn't reset itself that time, but it resets itself often enough that like you can pretty much have it up constantly. There you go. Back up. Use it again. Back up. Use it again. Back up. Use it again. I mean, that was like 4 or 5 times really quickly in quick succession. Back up. Use it again. I mean, it's pretty much just like spammable as long as you're utilizing the Terramotes and the Spirit Boon that allows you to reset your companion skills. Oh my god, that's actually a boon for that wolf too. You know what I think this might actually be? I think it might actually just be a companion build. Not that I ever would recommend making a companion build, but I think it actually is a companion build. If you think of it, if you think of it from the perspective that the Terramotes are offering you basically free resets, and that the Poison Creeper, the Ravens, and the Wolves would be reset constantly, you could basically just go Wolf, Raven, Poison Creeper, reset everything. Wolf, Raven, Poison Creeper, reset everything. Wolf, Raven, Poison Creeper, reset everything. and you could just continue that forever. Like,
That might actually be a really good build, though.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, it would allow you to basically just spam them over and over and over and over and over again. And then they added that new Malignant Heart, which gives you the ability to have 6 wolves.
That might actually be something to theorycraft, because that might be fun to start as like the start of the league, is doing a summon druid and then slowly change to wolf later. Because it'll be something you haven't really tried.
I actually got a victimized rogue over here. I noticed the victimized explosions.
It is locked.
Oh, there's a silent chest over here. They said they buffed the silent chest. Let's go get a key and let's open this thing up.
Did they actually buff them?
They said they did.
Get your Shaco real quick.
I'm getting my shake. My character's not high enough for that. Like, I don't know if the 85 level requirement for those super uniques is really even necessary with how rare they are, because like as a person who plays like nearly constantly, like I got like a couple characters above 85 just because I'm having fun playing multiple characters, but like most of my playtime, if not all of my playtime, has been below level 85.
But I also agree about it, because imagine you find a Shaco at like level 30 and it's got really low power and stuff. You'd be so annoyed. Because it would still
No,
be
they're
brilliant,
they're
but,
guaranteed
you know.
820. The
okay.
the uber rares are guaranteed 820. It's part of the package. That way you don't end up with something garbage.
It's hard to walk down the streets when they've been flooded with the grief and sorrows of Gulran.
I don't know what I'm gonna make Leon. Thinking rogue, but I need to test the Sork out a bit.
If y'all want to use one of your keys on this chest, come port to me.
See what you get. See if it's actually been buffed a bit, because they weren't worth the key half the time.
Well, 1 legendary, 3 blues, and 1 rare. And the legendary is Pulverize is now also an earth skill. After casting Pulverize, tectonic spikes continue to deal damage. Tectonic spikes. I mean, how the hell would we build this though? Like, I guess let's theorycraft this out real quick. I just want to look at my bar and just kind of get an idea.
I want to see you theorycraft a summon druid.
I mean, that's
that'd be
basically
fun
what
as
I'm.
hell.
That's basically what I'm theorycrafting. I don't think you were paying attention, Meow.
Yeah, no.
So obviously I would use wolves, because wolves would be the main focus for the builds, along with that new Malignant Heart, which adds even more wolves. So I would also use the thing that increases the number of active companions. So I would go from 3 wolves to 2 wolves to 3 wolves, and then 3 wolves to 6 wolves, so there'd be 6 total wolves. I'd probably end up building the, I don't know, like there's 2 of them here, and both of them are kind of nice. There's the one where the wolves can add Fortify for you, but then there's also this one where it's when you critically strike, your wolves gain 20% increased attack speed. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm going to be spamming Poison Creeper, right? So
you're not going to be hitting stuff.
Well, no, I'm going to be spamming Poison Creeper, which is going to have the guaranteed crits on it from Landslide. So
Yeah,
like there's no reason not to run the crits, because if
The problem is though, you're reading it as when your minions and that crit, it says when you critically strike, so it might not work when your Poison Creeper crits.
I mean,
It
I would
might have to be you.
assume Poison Creeper works, but then also at the same time, Landslide, which is part of the ability, seems to be functioning differently. It doesn't seem to be functioning as a part of Poison Creeper, because like normally when something like this happens on the Druid, it changes the title of the skill. So like when Storm Strike became a Werewolf skill, it actually says Werewolf skill on it, right? Well, Poison Creeper didn't become an Earth skill. It just seems to be casting Landslide. So Landslide is still an Earth skill, and it's still nature magic. So it seems to be doing the opposite of what I kind of thought it was doing. There's also another interesting Paragon thing in here, which I was thinking about. So I didn't think that it would work for this character, right? Because I don't have any nature magic. But Landslide is nature magic. And there's this Paragon board in here, which is kind of crazy. It's called Constricting Tendrils. Lucky hit. Nature magic skills have up to a 15% chance to entangle the enemy with vines, immobilizing them for 2 seconds, and poisoning them for 120% of the base damage dealt over 4 seconds. So
that sounds nice.
If I use the Constricting Tendrils, I think at this point that the Poison Creeper would probably trigger the Constricting Tendrils, which means I would get an additional 120% poison damage added into the 189%. Obviously, it would be 2 different effects, but they would both go off basically at the same time.
Well, yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Sounds gruesome, man.
I definitely think a Summon Druid build could be really good if built correctly. Companion build, whatever you call it.
Wah, 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 wah. What's that? We're gonna run 4 companion builds.
One could be wolves, one could be...
4 companion builds sounds fun.
I could do a Summon Necro.
I need to get the landslide thing and see if it actually triggers twice.
I'm not ready yet.
If the one from the Poison Creeper actually triggers twice, if that actually works,
it should.
With the Poison Creeper, like that should be insane. I mean, that'd be like. I don't know. This sounds pretty darn good. I think that's gonna be my companion druid is gonna be my starter build, boys.
I think it sounds fun.
Companion earth druid.
There's just so much to do with it. Like, it's just different.
Companion earth druid, boys. Leon's probably shaking his head over there.
He's like, oh god, what's he doing?
I'm just thinking about what I want to play for season 1.
Companion earth druid,
Yeah.
come on now. Full companion earth druids, let's go.
Just do it. Send all the wolves in.
Dude, can
We
you
send the boys in.
Can you imagine if we all had freaking 6 wolves? Like it would look so silly. Like 4 times 6.
We just stand in the entrance of the dungeons, like just send them in. Let them go get one shot.
Don't get the build nerf. The Eye of Sauron is watching. They got 2 days. They got 2 days to pull the nerf off. Let's go.
We need to test it so that you can see, can your wolves actually kill and do enough, and because you don't want to get to the point where you know it's just not doing it, like my Hydra build.
If anything, Companion's still a very good leveling build, but yeah, it may fall off in the higher world tier. Or
You guys are just being silly. There's no Eye of Sauron. What are you guys talking about? There's totally no Eye of Sauron. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm not ready yet.
Why isn't this world boss dying in 2 hits anymore?
Because everybody's damage got nerfed?
I know.
Everybody's waiting for their cooldowns to cool down.
Where are my bone necros one-shotting this thing? Where are they?
I guarantee you somebody's going to find a glitch build before
Oh, yeah.
even the season starts, and they're going to pull the Eye of Sauron on it.
Yep. Hopefully it's just not a build I'm playing. I don't want that.
I've fought
smoke.
Avarice quite a few times, and this is the first time I think I've noticed that he has 1 arm. I didn't notice he only had 1 arm. I guess it's because he's swinging something around with that 1 arm that's missing. But if you look closely, it's like a chain that's like tied to his stump. I don't think I ever realized that the entire time I was fighting him. I thought he actually had 2 arms.
I've never realized that either.
I wonder what monster was big enough to cut off one of his arms. Hey, at least we're gonna get the treasure goblins this time. It looks like. All right. We need to make sure we get all 3 treasure goblins. So when they spawn, we'll just like call them. Okay. So just call the direction that the treasure goblin's running in, basically. Say I got left, or I got right, or I got north, or I got south, or whatever. Like we'll just we'll just call it like that, and we'll make sure we get all 3 of them. I want to make sure we get all 3. Because he's about to get staggered, and as soon as he gets staggered, that's when they're gonna spawn.
I want to take the 4 companion druids into the PvP area at like level 50, and just send the wolves on people.
Could you imagine if you sent 24 wolves on somebody? That'd be insane.
Yes. Just all leaping on like.
Just 24 wolves leap.
No.
All right, there you go, stagger. All right, I got west or east or whatever. North, he's going north. I got him.
We got the left one.
North is almost dead. I might need some help with this guy. I don't want him to get away. Okay, north died. Get the chest. Get the chest.
I got another Sky Hunter.
Where's the other goblins guy at?
Legendaries.
To the left.
Over here to, yeah, right over.
Oh, I see. It was just a bunch of gold there. Hey, we got all the goblins though.
Oh, another one of them.
4 avarice. Is that new? I don't remember it doing that. Look at stand inside the world boss.
Oh, it like glows.
I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's new. I don't remember that happening before. I guess
that is new.
I guess that's probably a fix for all the complaints that we were constantly not being able to see our character when we were behind, behind cover.
Good shot. Oh, there's so much to test. Still thinking I'm really liking the rogue.
Oh wow! So when we do a load screen in a group, you get to see the whole group.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, nice.
Fancy.
So cool! I can't wait to look at those load screens.
Fancy load screens. Fancy.
That's nice. Why is Ginger's druid so ugly though?
I don't know. Are all druids ugly? Come on.
Wow, yours is all green and weird.
I was born to be an ugly. Hey, I'm a poison druid. It's like, what's poo on you?
I can finally open all my stupid boss things that I've been saving up.
Yeah, your stupid boss things.
Good fortune.
Boulder is now a core skill and costs 60 spirit. Your mom's a core skill. How about that?
First
How hard?
Come here to turn enemies a guaranteed critical strike.
This I can sell.
So you could be a werebear throwing boulders, Ginger. That sounds like fun.
I'm gonna throw some werebears. You know, that sounds dangerously close to a gorilla throwing barrels, like in Mario Brothers.
Yep.
I'm just gonna call him Donkey Kong.
Yep, that's a good name for him.
There's another Legion event in 3 minutes, Ginger.
A Legion event. One would say almost too many Legion events. Game is much harder because we're all weaker. We're all weaker together. That's right. Let's all pile our corpses on top of each other in a very non-gay manner. It's very important for me to say that. We're going to pile our corpses on top of each other, all right? And we're just going to demonstrate our togetherness.
I need more time.
That you need, but salvage all this.
I need more time.
But my werewolf is greener than he was before, so that's a thing. I'm mean and green and I'm lean and I'm mean and I'm green and I'm lean and I'm mean. I mean, that's like a freaking 180 on the character design. Like, if you looked at the werewolf before, he was like bland and kind of like you could barely even tell that he was green. And now he's so green, he looks like he belongs in a punk rock video.
It looks like you laid down to sleep for too long in a mossy field, and it grew over you.
It's not even... Well, moss would be darker green than that. Like.
Oh yeah, true. Hmm. Remember your potions.
How did I make him green? It's hair color, so I have a guide up for that. Somebody commented on that video too, and they're like such lowbrow content. Like all you're doing is reading a website, and I wanted to reply to him, but I didn't even bother. Like, it's not lowbrow content because you can't change your hair color, and the only reason I made the video was so that people would be aware that the hair color that you choose for your character when you make your character determines the color of your wolf. So like, I didn't want people to make their druid, their wolf, and not know, because then they can't change it later. So the only reason I made the video was to inform people that they needed to make that choice when they made the character and not afterward.
People will always whine if they can. That's the thing.
But my nipples are hanging out, though. Not that I can see them because of the way that the werewolf hunches over, but apparently I have no fur on my nipples. It must be really cold.
I don't know why you're missing so much fur. It's freaky.
What's this meats right here? Oh, look, I got some meat. I regularly just like to grab the dog's fur. Just take a big hunk of it. Because they have such loose fur. I like a whole hunk of dog skin in my hand.
Was there any mention about the cow level being in the season?
No, they're not gonna tell us. We gotta figure it out.
What cow level?
If you ask them directly, they're just gonna say, "What secret cow level?" Because that's the meme.
I bet it'll be a secret chicken level and it's full of evil chickens.
I know all of you guys worry about my weight, so let me show you my keto bar that I'm eating.
You're gonna get fat, Ginger.
Board content's still way too easy.
It's gonna get easier.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Ghost Dragon apologized to you, Leon. He said he came off as rude.
Yo, Wolfie. Meet you over here.
No, I like Ghost Dragon. By actually telling me that the mobs don't start scaling until World Tier 3. It just made it worse. It's actually funny.
For what?
The -5 thing doesn't happen until World Tier 3. So,
Really? People actually died?
So basically
So basically, at the point of the game where you can actually go and choose, you know, what level mobs you want to fight by Nightmare Dungeons, they start scaling the game differently. Which is the opposite of what everyone was complaining about.
I have no clue what to say about any of it.
I'm not ready yet.
I feel like they watched half a podcast of every podcast that's been out since the game's been released, and then took half that podcast that they watched, and then made patch notes based on that, and then half of what the half was, and then they have still no clue what the heck's going on.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think about like I feel like somewhere along the line they just kind of like missed the mark entirely.
I'm not ready yet.
It's like you telling your dad that your vacuum cleaner doesn't work or something, like, and he comes over to your house and picks up your vacuum cleaner and throws it in the trash can. And you're like, Dad, I told you my vacuum cleaner didn't work because I wanted you to fix it. It's like, oh. Well, it's too late now. It's in the trash. I thought you wanted me to come throw it away.
I must wait a moment.
What's up, newborn boss baby?
I'm not ready yet.
Honestly, I think offline should be a part of this game. I don't know why it's not. I feel like they would get more players just in general if there was an offline mode.
Because they need to sell you stuff. They need the store. They need transactions. If you're offline playing, you're not buying anything.
I mean,
you're not interacting with their whole MMO aspect of the world boss events and open world.
Not
The
a
vision.
single legendary.
I got 2.
Hiccup. What if they're just doing like something even stupider than like even we thought? Like, what if they just have like a program that lets them know like what skills are being used and like how many people are using those skills? Kind of like a heat map.
Good fortune.
So that they know where to focus their efforts, and so they're basically just like, oh, everyone's using this ability, let's nerf it. Like, and
They 100% have that.
it sounds silly, but like I think it's actually true. Like, I think they just have like some sort of little spreadsheet, and they're like, oh, this is the one everybody's using. Let's check this out. It's broken. All right, nerf it. And then they check and see what everybody's using next, and like, and it almost pays off to not be the guy who's using all the skills that everybody else is using. You're just like the guy who's doing your own thing over in the corner, like playing with lead paint.
For sure. They definitely have the data. It's how they're using it that is crazy.
I'd love to see one day, and I know it's probably never going to happen, but I'd love to see the devs sit down one day and actually have like a real conversation with somebody. Like, I feel like the closest they've come to a real conversation with anybody, like on stream, and shout out to Riker, is when Riker was on the stream and he actually asked like 1 or 2 questions that they didn't seem to be prepared for. And you could tell they were not prepared for those questions, and that Riker had asked something that he wasn't supposed to ask, basically. Like, and it made me laugh because I was like, "Yeah, go Riker."
I need to sit and think what to make.
Alright, let's go kill some more stuff. I want to see if I can get this landslide aspects and test this out. Or, you know what, we could do our theory craft real quick. We could do that too.
That's what I'm gonna do.
You gonna theory craft up to some doojanks. By the way, our favorite website engineer, who is making all the really cool tools with me, like the gambling aspect and the unique target farming, Proner, he's actually working on a build tool. He said he's going to be including Malignant gems in it and all the other things. So we're gonna be able to go to Diablo 4.life and do it on there eventually. That way you got everything, got a one-stop shop.
Tell him to make sure that the 6 companion druid is up there. We're gonna run 4 companion druids, so we need that working. 6 wolves. How many ravens can you get? Like 3. A couple poison creepers. Just run around.
In the meantime, we're gonna have to use this one. I crash sometimes when I have like windows open over top of the game, so I'm gonna exit Diablo for a little bit. All right. So we don't have the I would doubt that the aspect is actually in here, but let's see if maybe they're ahead of the game. It was on weapon. Hey, they are ahead of the game. So the subterranean poison creeper gives 20% to earth skills. I don't see any reason to put it on a weapon, so to speak. But I was actually thinking with this companion build, it might be I might be better off using a one-hander so I can get multiple aspects in. It seems like more aspects would probably be better in this situation, especially since I have things like what is it? I've got the increased number of companions, and then I have like the turning the werewolves or the wolves into werewolves. There's a couple different ones that I'm gonna have to utilize.
Yeah, it'll be hard to once you put all of them on the board, you'll know if you want the extra slot or not, I would say. Like, just start putting them on there and see if it's necessary. It might be nice to also have the power of the double aspect of the two-hander, depending.
So what the hell basic skill would I go with? The problem with Poison Creeper is that Poison Creeper goes around you in a circle. It's a melee skill, and I feel like you have to go with a melee ability if you're going to utilize it, which pretty much just means Storm Strike, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you go Storm Strike because it still has 15% damage reduction. You still want damage reduction. And then it has Vulnerable, and it has Immobilize too, I think. Yeah, it has everything that you would want because the Mobilize scales the Terramotes, right? So yeah.
So yeah, I could get Terramotes that way as well. And then obviously we're going to build Landslide, so Landslide is going to be our main skill. We're going to grab the Terramote, which is the Primal Landslides. Critical strike chance against close enemies. So here's an interesting thing to think of, and I'm not really 100% sure how I feel about this, but since the Poison Creeper basically has like a huge critical strike chance on it already, which is 20%, I could probably shy away from that and go with the active poisoning duration is increased by 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Because the Terramotes are basically making it like permanently crit every single time. So it's just gonna, the Poison Creeper is just gonna be a permanent crit thing. I would lose, unfortunately, the 20% crit to other like effects, but I don't know.
I think early on the crit will be beneficial just for like Storm Strike and other effects, but later, like you're saying, like basically the end version of the build is definitely going to use the poison duration. I would not use the 20 crit at that point.
And we're definitely going with close, so we might as well grab the 3 crit there.
I wonder how soon we can get that aspect.
Thank you. We're definitely going to be going with 5 in wolves, 5 in poison creeper, 5 in ravens, 3 in call of the wild. Like that's a no-brainer. 2 additional ravens periodically attack enemies. 1 raven flies above your head and periodically attacks enemies. And then with the companion thing, that would be what? 2, 1, 2, so 5 or 4, yeah, 4, 5. So 5 total if I grab the extra one, which would scale well with the other effects. There's that aspect that basically scales your damage based on the number of ravens that you have active. Or
The number of companions, yes.
you have active.
It's a multiplier, so yeah, you really, if you want your landslide to hit hard, you want that. That's like 2 times. That's like another 24% damage or whatever it is. 'Cause I think it's 12 on a 2-hander. Per companion.
So, I mean, we still have, what, freaking 21 skill points left, so... And what is our bar looking like at this point? So let's kind of like arrange our bar and see how that looks. So we're going to be doing, obviously, the wolves, the poison creeper, and the ravens. And then our main attack is going to be Storm Strike, and then our sub-attack is going to be Landslide, which leaves 1 slot left for a defensive cooldown or something else. I don't know.
Yeah. You can do Bulwark, you can do an ultimate, you can do...
I can't believe I just did that.
I mean, you could put the trample thing in, because you can do trample slide at the same part. If you wanted to.
Yeah, they kind of buffed Companion Druid quite a lot, actually. Two really nice aspects that kind of make things crazy. Now the question is do I go for... I think I have to go for a defensive cooldown, but... Maybe I could make that defensive cooldown Bloodhowl. It's not really the most defensive of cooldowns. It does heal me for 20%. But mainly I was thinking about the fact that you can get the aspect that makes it affect your minions.
Yeah, that is nice.
Critical strikes with your shape-shifting skills can heal you, but I'm not shape-shifting anymore, unfortunately, so... No more bear. I was thinking about Calm Before the Storm, though. Calm Before the Storm is a lucky hit. Nature Magic chance skills have up to a 10% chance to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds. Which I was only really thinking of because, like, frickin' Poison Creeper with that buff on it, like, hits everything multiple times. I mean, as we can clearly see by the Terra mode, it makes like 8 or 9 frickin' Terra motes, like, all by itself. So it literally hits, like, everything. And could potentially make an ultimate skill really easy to utilize. We also have the every 20th kill will cause your next Earth skill to overpower, which I don't really know how well that would work with it. I'm guessing the overpower one is probably what we'll go with there. Alright, so... If we went with Blood Howl, which is basically a spammable heal, and we use the Blood Howl also increases your attack speed by 15% for 4 seconds, that could help the wolves tremendously, since I'm going to have 6 wolves once this is finished. And of course, and that leaves us with basically a bunch of points left for passives. We've got, what, 14 points left for passives, basically? And
Okay, that's really nice.
And the keystone. So whichever keystone they want to go with. Casting an Earth skill has a 30% chance to trigger a free Storm skill of the same category. In addition, casting a Storm skill has a 20% chance to trigger a free Your skill of the same category. I don't think that's really going to work because I'm probably landslide. Not really going back and forth between two core skills like a storm and a. I don't know. I don't really think that's really going to work out. Damaging enemies with earth skills has up to a 5% chance to restore all your spirit and cause your attacks to guarantee critical strikes for 5 seconds. This chance is increased by 10% for critical strikes.
The earthen might is what you would go.
10%. As the target is stunned. There's really no choice, is there? And all the other ones kind of suck for this build.
Yep.
Isn't there like a aspect that actually applies like Earthen Might or something to your minions? I can't even remember.
There's ones that apply storm skills to work where there might, but there might be.
Let me do a quick search. Let me just type in. Oh, they got the new staff in there already. They're working hard to add the stuff in really fast.
And Venom actually scales companions too.
Core skills deal additional 6 to 10% damage for each active companion, which I'm assuming will also work on the landslide that comes from the poison creeper, because it seems like it's actually just casting landslide. It doesn't actually seem like it's using the poison creeper as landslide. It's just casting landslide. So I would assume that the shepherd's aspect is definitely going to be one that's going to work. And then we also have the night howler's aspect, which is the one that allows the blood howl to work on the minions or the companions, which basically will allow me to heal them and also give them the attack speed bonus, which is what I was thinking. So this is the one I was thinking of. So your companions gain the bonuses from the Bestial Rampage key passive. Which one is that one? That's the bear? No, that's the one where you're swapping back and forth between a werewolf and werebear. Huh. So after being a werewolf for 2.5 seconds, gain 25% attack speed. After being a werebear for 2.5 seconds, deal 30% increased damage for 15 seconds. Is there any way for me to make that work so that the companions can get that bonus?
I think once you have the uniques, you can make that work. Because you can definitely turn into a bear, right? For the landslide portion. And then the wolf portion, you'd have to choose something else.
I just couldn't use
Storm
Strike.
Blood Owl does.
I just you'd have Claw. Like, that's probably what I would have to do is go back and forth between Claw and Landslide.
Well, Blood Howl turns you into a wolf, right?
Oh,
And you
yeah.
have Blood
Oh, yeah. So I could just switch back and forth between Blood Howl and Landslide.
But you won't have the bear version until you have the unique. So you'd have to do something about the bear half.
I don't know if Blood Howl would work, because it does say after being a werewolf for 2.5 seconds. So Blood Howl is only going to make me a werewolf for a very short period of time. It's going to turn me into a werewolf, and it's gonna go, you know, like, oh, and then I'm immediately going to turn back.
I think that might be too hard to do at the start until you have uniques. But
what uniques are you thinking of?
Well, the helm obviously will give you the landslide portion. Will give you half of it, right? It should give you the bear half.
Vasily's prayer.
Yeah, I think that should give you the bear half.
That one's really common. Like, Vasily Spur is extremely common, but then at the same time, like, I'm not going to get access to that till World Tier 3.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. This might be not early portion. That might be like a late game thing that you switch.
I mean, that's a good idea. So then the Earth skill becomes a werebear, so Landslide becomes the werebear skill, which works out just fine. And then for the werewolf skill, I mean, I might just have to switch to something like Shred or in Claw.
Yeah. And that will cover both sides of it.
I mean, if I did that, then I'm using Claw to build, and I'm using Landslide to become the bear. So then I'm constantly switching back and forth between the two. So that should do just fine. And then I would grab the Bestial Rampage, which then I could apply that Bestial Rampage to the companions. And I think the main thing here is that the 30% increased damage is going to apply to the Poison Creeper, I would assume.
Yeah.
Because the Poison Creeper is doing massive amounts of damage in this case.
Well, and if you look at Envenom, the Claw is going to put a poison on them. The Poison Creeper is going to put a poison on them. Envenom works for companions.
In Venom, when
So you and your companions, that'll be 30% bonus of crit.
well, it's additive now, unfortunately.
It's still damage for companions,
they
though.
Nerfed it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but still would help.
I mean, I'm definitely taking poisoned enemies or slowed. I mean, that's a no-brainer. And then Venom, definitely, just simply because poisoned enemies take additional critical strike damage. Not 100% sure if I'm going to dump 3 points. I mean, I do have Claw, but Claw's not really going to do a large amount of damage, so Toxic Claws might not even really work out very well. Because it's only werewolf skills.
No, not the Venom half. The Toxic
No,
Claws
that's
is.
what I'm talking about. So I probably, well, that's what I'm thinking. Like though, is I'm gonna have at least Claw. So like, do I take Toxic Claws?
No, I don't think you waste it.
I think it would be a waste.
It'd be a waste because you're not building a poison wolf.
When you remain in werebear form for at least 24 seconds, your next skill will overpower. 3 points at 16 seconds. Huh.
You're not going to stay that long because you're going to be switching.
No, it's not going to be. I definitely want to take the critical strikes with Earth skills fortify you. I was utilizing that with the Landslide, and that works out really well to have the fortification. While you have Fortify for over 50% of your maximum life, your Earth skills deal 4% increased damage.
That's nice.
Yeah. And that pretty much caps me off. For skill points, anyway.
Gross.
Yeah, who's gross?
Everyone's gross.
Alright, so that's pretty much the skills in a nutshell. Let's take a look at our items. So the Shepherd aspect doesn't really give a huge bonus, and it doesn't seem to be a multiplier to the actual, like, Earth skills all that much. So I think it's probably best not putting that on the weapon. If we're doing a two-handed, I don't know if we're doing a two-handed yet, but I don't think we are. It does go gloves, offhand, one-handed weapon, two-handed weapon, ring, and amulet. That seems, honestly, to me, seems like a glove. Like, I could be wrong, but that seems like a glover to me. Glove seems to be good for offensive stuff that you're not necessarily going to, like, utilize, in the, like that you need to have, like, the additional bonuses, like, on your amulet and your two-handed weapon and stuff like that. Aspect of the Stampede. Gain one additional companion in addition to your companion skills, deal bonus damage. Now the bonus damage thing, that's kind of nice for the companions. This one is gloves, offhand, one-handed weapon. Yeah, I think we're kind of like stuck with an offhand at this point. Like, I feel like we're gonna have to use an offhand. There's just too many good aspects to help the companions. Like the gain 1 additional companion is weapon, offhand, gloves, ring. The shepherd's aspect, which I don't think needs to go here. Aspect of the wild rage. That one does not need to be anywhere special. That one can probably be on a ring. I'm not even sure if we're going to need any kind of spirit regeneration. Since we're constantly going to be swapping back and forth to maintain the bestial passive, like, we're going to be building constantly with claw. And then on top of that, every single time we use a... So every single time we turn into a human, so basically every single time that we use Poison Creeper, Ravens, or Wolves, every single time we use any of those skills, we're going to gain 6 spirit because of that transform to human passive. So if we do it correctly, if you just do like werewolf, werewolf, creeper, werewolf, werewolf, like raven, bear, bear, raven, like bear, bear, like if you do the rotation right, you'll just constantly be getting 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, Mark of the Beast. I'm trying to think, like, what to put on the main weapon. I guess it really doesn't matter if I'm using a one-hander, does it? Where's the, that companion one that does, like, additional damage? Aspect of the alpha. We need that one as well. That one is gloves, offhand, one-handed weapon, two-handed weapon, ring, amulet. Like, frickin' A. I feel like that one might actually be the amulet. The aspect of the alpha, because it's 75 to 100% additional damage. Which means if I throw it on the amulet, it's going to go up a hell of a lot higher. Okay, so we have the werewolf companions on that. Subterranean on the weapon. And we still need the Night Howlers aspect, so we are like done here, and I don't even think I have them all. Yeah, we're missing like one of the biggest ones, unfortunately. No, never mind. I got the Course Shepherds. So that's pretty much it right there. And then the chest armor. Not really sure what to do for the chest armor. I mean, we could just throw the aspect of disobedience on there for tankiness, or we're not using Earthen Bulwark. We are using a basic skill a lot. 20% damage reduction for basic skills might not necessarily be a bad thing. Especially since we're constantly swapping back and forth between Claw and, I think that might actually be the way to go.
That'll definitely help with survivability.
We don't need aspect of quicksand because we're using poisoning attacks, which slows the enemies anyway. So that doesn't help us. All of our crowd controls are AoE, so aspect of shared misery is not really all that important. When you have a Fortify, your Earth skills gain 2 ranks. Now that might be important. That one is Helm, Chest, Gloves, Boots, Shield. But that's freaking boots. Like, we can throw the ballistic aspect on the boots. That'll give us a higher landslide, which should help us out quite significantly. Because we have built the Fortify on the landslide, so we should be getting a sufficient amount of Fortify. And if we need to, and I was thinking about this, as much as I like that increased attack speed on the Brutal Wolves, if at any point we feel like we're not getting the Fortify that we need, we can very easily switch over to the Ferocious Wolves, which gives us a 40% chance to Fortify for 5% base life whenever they attack. Which I feel like if we're not hitting it with the critical strikes with Earth skills fortify you for 7% base life, which I feel like we probably will, we definitely should be hitting it with the Brutal Wolves. Let's see here. We still got Pants Legendary Aspect to choose. Let's see what options we've got. There's those special pants that I've never found. The Storm's Companion pants. I've actually never seen those things. Has anybody actually found those? The ones that give your wolf companions, or your wolf companions are infused with the power of Storm, dealing lightning damage and gaining the Storm Howl ability.
I think Lily found them the other day, but I have never found them.
I've been playing for a really long time and still haven't found the dang thing, so I'm going to assume that they don't exist.
I've seen them once.
What about this Skinwalker's aspect for my pants? It says when you use a shape-shifting skill that changes your form, gain X amount of life. If you are at full life, gain the same amount as Fortify. I mean, if I'm having trouble with Fortify, that could be an interesting way to make sure I'm gaining all my Fortify.
Yeah, that's really nice for generating Fortify and heals.
And I'm definitely going to be switching back and forth between forms, so I should be able to get that like all the time, basically. Alright, well that pretty much covers the aspects. And then gems are going to be pretty obvious. I should have plenty of vulnerable, so it's usually vulnerable damage. Or critical strike damage for vulnerable. I could also go with damage over time, though, for poison. I mean, it's kind of like a... yeah, let's go. I think Amethyst for the weapons. Yeah, why not? And then for the armor, it's most likely going to be sapphires. And then obviously for the gem slots, it's going to be malignant gems. Because we're going to be doing something completely different this season, right? And they don't have malignant gems on here. And then there actually is Paragon boards for the companions too, which is, I guess let's go explore that. So there's 2 glyphs for companions. 125% bonus to all rare nodes within range. You and your companions deal 10% increased non-physical damage. That would increase the poison, I would assume. For every 5 intelligence within range, companions deal bonus damage. The passive portion of companion skills deal 80% increased damage. Okay, both of those seem really nice. So let's go with Keeper for the first one, because it's usually some pretty good damage nodes in the first one. And we need intelligence, so might as well grab both of those. And work our way up. Alright, so what do we got for boards here? I got a weekly recap on YouTube. Alright. This one's really interesting to me. I think the nature magic skills have a 15% chance to entangle the enemy with vines, immobilizing them for 2 seconds and poisoning them for 120% base. I think it goes very well with the way this build works. So I think that's definitely one that I'm going to grab. Your earth skills deal a 30% multiplier, increased damage to enemies infected by crowd control. That seems like a no-brainer as well. While there are 3 or more poisoned enemies nearby, you deal 45% increased damage. Also a no-brainer. Man, I just realized that, like, most of these boards... most of these boards are actually pretty OP for this character. Like, I could see myself grabbing, like, pretty much every single one of these legendaries just for lulz and making the build even more crazy. I mean, if you think about it, like, I'm going to be spending spirit on a regular basis with the landslide ability. So getting a 30% increased damage for 5 seconds from that is certainly not bad. The constricting tendrils is very nice because it gives me a huge poison damage. The earthen devastation gives me a huge damage bonus for all the enemies that are crowd controlled around me. The legendary node heightened malice gives me the poison, 3 or more poisoned enemies damage, you deal 45% increased damage. The inner beast is after shapeshifting, your spirit costs are reduced by 10% for 5 seconds, up to 30%, which I'm constantly going to be shifting back and forth. The critical strikes with werewolf skills restore 2 spirit. I'm going to be using werewolf, so like it could make it easier for me to maintain my spirit in general. While in werebear form, you deal 1% increased damage up to 50% for every 1% difference in current life percent between you and the enemy. And I'm going to be in werebear form a lot as well. Like, the only one that doesn't apply to me is the frickin' Thunderstruck node. Like, pretty much all of them apply to this character. I look like a druid? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Makes me feel good. Alright, let's go ahead and, go. Why are you having so much trouble going upward? Alright, there we go. Damage to crowd-controlled enemies and maximum life. Nature magic damage and damage to elites. Those are both amazing. Are you kidding me? We gotta get this node. 10% nature magic skill damage. Let's grab that. Alright, so the other companion one is the Wilds, which is the passive portion of the companion skill's damage is increased. Let's go ahead and grab the rare node up here. Is that intelligence? Yes, we grab both the intelligence nodes, and then we're going to move on to the next board. The next board I was thinking of grabbing is the one with the poisoned enemies, since poison seems to be a big part of this build. We're going to be poisoning everything. So we grab the constricting tendrils. Now we're going to be poisoning everything every single time we use nature magic, and the poison creeper is part of that. So not only are we going to poison them with the poison creeper, but then we have a 15% chance to poison them again with the poison creeper, which is silly. We get even more poison creeping, poison creeper, poison creepiness. Because who doesn't like as much poison creeping as you can possibly get?
Very true.
Very true, very true. I don't know if this is the best place to start this board. That seems painful. I mean, I guess, actually, no, I guess I do want to go through that, that poison doojank down there. And what about this one? That one's damage to poison enemies too. Okay, so we're going to grab both of these. Going to grab all that poison damage. Then we're going to come down here. We're going to grab this poison damage too. Lots of poison damage and damage to elites. Alright, and then this is closer, so we're going to go ahead and use this one. Might as well make our way over to this entrance, because this is way closer than the other one. Work our way down to the glyphs locket. And of course we can't do without our exploit glyph. So let's go ahead and throw the exploit glyph in there. And we got more damage to poison enemies here, so might as well grab all that. Is this dexterity? Good. Well, then we grab both dex nodes. This one down here is damage reduction from enemies that are poisoned. So that one is also amazing. So let's go ahead and grab that one. And moving on to the next board. Most likely going to be this Earth Skills. Deal 30% increased damage to enemies afflicted by crowd control. I feel like that's probably the best one for me after this one. And what we got here? Earth Skill damage, critical strike damage with Earth Skills. 6.5 damage reduction over time. Well, this board kind of sucks. 15% damage for crowd-controlled enemies, so that's good. Where's the legendary? Over there. Let's rotate. There, good. We're going to start with a 15% damage reduction from crowd-controlled enemies. And move our way over to the node. Go through this bullcrap that we don't want. 10% damage reduction while in werewolf form, 10% damage reduction while in werebear form. Since we're switching back and forth, neither one of those is really all that amazing for us. We probably want Undaunted. Like, I would assume that Undaunted is like a no-brainer for this build, so definitely grabbing Undaunted. And we need to grab the intelligence inside this sphere as well. So let me just make sure I've got the correct number of dexterity for all this. So 7, 7, 14, 19, 24, and we're missing like, there we go, 25. This one is intelligence. We've got 5. So 19, 24. Oof, they're making it difficult on me. 25. And then this one down here, we need 25 intelligence. That's 14. That's 19. We need a little bit more. There we go. There's 24. And we need one more, which is all the way down there. Oof. I guess since we came down here, we might as well grab this maximum life. Maximum life is nice. That leaves us with 50 more points to use. We've got 50 points, so we can reach another board easily. So let's go ahead down here and tag this board. I mean, what do we use for our next board? I feel like this one is probably the one, but I don't really know. Between these two, this was an increased damage, and this one is spirit cost reduction. The other three are kind of... Do I want spirit cost reduction? I mean, I have a lot of cooldowns. So, like, I don't know if spirit cost reduction is really going to be the best idea. Let's do ancestral guidance. Wow, the glyph socket is really far away from that legendary affix. Spirit on kill. This looks like the Warbringer board from the Barbarian. Core skill damage. That's not terrible. More core skill damage. Probably like this. Not sure if I got enough points for all that, though. Yeah, I think this is the best way to set it up. That brings us down to 23. Do we have enough to even make it? Oh no. Ooh, just barely. Alright, so we can get one more glyph. Let's take a look through these and see which one we'd want. So not the werewolf or the werebear glyph. Poisoning damage effects last 33% longer. Yeah, I think that would probably be one that I would want. I think there's another one that does like double poisoning damage, and we might have to look at that one as well. I think I kind of like foobarred by not grabbing that one earlier. I can't remember which one that one is. Yeah, there it is. Poisoning damage effects have a 10% chance to deal double damage over their duration. That's the one. Bane. What do I need? Intelligence. So, intelligence. Intelligence. That's, how many is that so far? 5, 10. It's 24. I need one more node. There we go. And then I can just grab like anything else here that I want. So core skill damage, core skill damage, core skill damage. And that's pretty much it. What's up, Sangly? Might have to kill one of these. I don't know which one I'm going to kill. I really want to keep the Undaunted. I really want to keep the Exploit. Thinking it might be this one. Poisoning is I think more of my damage than the other, and so I think missing out on this poison one, that poisoning damage effects last 33% longer, is a bad idea. I don't think I want to miss out on that. I'm not sure which one I want to give up for it though. What damage type is Earth? Is it considered physical? I can't even remember. Or do they consider it non-physical?
Not sure, actually. Really, it should be physical, because it's earth, it's rock, it's...
Well, I know it's considered nature magic.
Yeah.
Maybe it's considered nature damage. Natural boulder is apparently physical damage. Savage boulder is physical damage. Where's landslide? Doesn't say what landslide is. They're physical. Well, I'm thinking that this one that I might be able to get rid of, because this one is you and your companions deal 10% increased non-physical damage, and I think at the end of the day, having the this one is 10% increased damage to all poisoned targets, and everything is pretty much going to be poisoned all the time. So I think in the grand scheme of things, this one's probably going to be better than increasing non-physical, because it's also going to increase landslide. So it should increase both, as opposed to just simply one or the other. It's going to increase the poisoning damage, and it's going to increase the landslide damage, which I think is probably better than having just the poison damage getting increased. And that one's dexterity too, so nothing changes. So this character's pretty much done. That's a pretty Paragon board. Look at it. It's so pretty. Alright, so let's save this before I screw it up, because I always do. Well, if you guys want to take a look at this build, there you go. Companion landslide build. Pasted it in chat for you. Look at that. Amazing. Amazing. Now, I don't have access to the Malignant Hearts, but I could probably put this build together right now. If I try, I could probably throw it all together. Let's boot up the game, and you know what? I'm willing to actually test this out right now. I'm willing to just ruin my Druid completely, and let's just respec him and see how it works.
Testing.
Let's ruin the Druid. Ruining the Druid, ruining the Druid, ruining the Druid today. Gotta ruin the Druid, 'cause that's what we wanna do. We gotta ruin the Druid and then go take a poo.
Why are you pooping?
I don't know. Everybody poops. Everybody poops. No one poops but you. That's pure concentrated evil coming out of the back of you. I'm looking at some of the comments people left. Some of these comments are hilarious.
Question for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a glitch with the aspects and two-handed weapons. The power isn't being increased by 100% on a couple of different aspects. Oh no, wait, it's not a two-hander. That's why.
If it's not a two-hander. All right, so do I even have enough? Oh, I got 24 million. When did I get 24 million gold?
When you cleared out your inventory of everything you had.
That's some hacks right there.
It happened when you cleared out your inventory.
All right, let's reset this character. Oh wait, isn't there a refund all button now? I think I saw it last time I was in here. I was... oh no. There's still no refund all button for the Paragon boards, is there?
No.
So I got my exploit cliff here. Bane. There's the one that I put here. I know I have it because I've played this character enough that I probably have all of the glyphs. Yep, there it is. Tracker. Didn't get it leveled up, but there it is. Hey look, I actually get the buff. That's pretty cool. I got enough decks within the circle to actually get access to the buff. Alright, so before we go through the process of redoing the Paragon board... Well... Terramotes. See if I can remember most of this by just thinking about it. Just use my brain meats. I'm gonna go with the fortify on the walls for right now. I can't remember if I did put 10 points in that, or 5 points in that, I don't even remember. I know I'm grabbing the, what was it, the Bestial Rampage, that's right. When a shape-shifting skill transforms you into a different form, you deal 5% increased damage. One in Neurotoxin, 3 in Envenom, 1 in Crushing Earth, 3 with Earth Skills Fortify. I might not need this much Fortify. At the end of the day, I might actually be fine. Yeah, make sure I got everything set up correctly. Alright, so 1, 1, 1. 3, 5. Yep, yep. I did 5 in Blood Howl. I might not need 5 in Blood Howl. What do I just get? Maximum life increase on Blood Howl? Like, it's not even really a whole lot. It's like a difference of like 6%. And the cooldown doesn't even go down, does it? Does the cooldown even go down? Or up? No, it doesn't. So, like, what's the point in stacking it, then? Like, it seems like it's not even worth stacking. I'll just 1 point that. And then we can go down here and we can utilize one of these. So we can grab Quick Shift. And we could maybe beef up some of these with some of these points that I messed up on, so... Kind of feel like spread out the love here. Kind of like all these. These are all really nice. Alright, so the skills are now set up. Let's go back to the Paragon board. It is kind of a mess, but I think we can leave this like this for right now. We really don't, like, have access to the entire board yet, so... Alright, so the first board I chose was the, Constricting Tendrils, that's right. Alright. Alright, and the glyph I have here is Wilds, which I don't even know if I have that one. Oh, look at that. Hey, I clicked right on it. That's hilarious. Alright, next board is the Heightened Malice board. And I believe that's the correct orientation. That is the correct orientation. Oh, maximum life. I mean, it'd be stupid not to take the maximum life nodes. I might have to rework the board a little bit for that, if possible. Could probably finagle it somehow. We'll see. Alright.
I feel pretty.
Oh, so pretty.
Oh, so pretty.
And witty and bright.
It just popped in my head. Do you think the companion druid's going to work well then?
Oh, I have no clue.
Definitely looks interesting.
That's the point of testing it out. Okay, so that's... oh yeah, it's not big enough. My exploit glyph's not big enough to actually get the full effects. So that's as far as I can go on the Paragon board for right now, which is sad. And now I gotta fix all my equipment. Poopity doopity doopity poopities. So that's gonna be a pain in the butt. Let's go ahead and fix my skills too, so... Claw, yep. Landslide, yep. Rabies, nope. Blood Howl, yep. Poison Creeper right there. Wolves, a Poison Creeper, Ravens, a Blood Howl. We're probably not going to be using Mad Wolf's Glee. I don't even think I have an armor or anything to replace it right now. I guess I could just throw something on in its place for the time being until I find something better, but... Man, it's going to take me a little bit of work to get this thing swapped out. I'm probably not going to be able to kill anything right now. I'm laughing at my own misery.
Both, aren't you? If you don't laugh, you'll just cry and you feel worse.
I'll just cry. There we go. I've got a werewolf companion amulet. Okay. I was actually thinking about that for the amulet slot. Has it got anything good on it? Wild Impulse is passive. I guess some okay stuff on it. I mean, it's not like super terrible. It's not a sacred though. I mean, it's not an ancestral and it's too low item power to be sacred, or to be sacred and still get the effect. Huh. I mean, it has the passive ID on it though, which is good. Alright, so let's put that to the side for the moment. We can re-imbue this with another Doojank. I could have sworn I saved a couple of these that I needed. Which I'm going to have to go through here and take a look. The Earthenmite key passive also applies to your storm skills. Nope, that's not it. Grizzly Rage now shapeshifts you into a giant monster werewolf bear. I save that. Got a 80% wolf companion one here as well. I guess I can pull that out. Just in case I find a better amulet or something. I don't know. I think that one's pretty good though. This patch made me even more excited for Baldur's Gate 3. You so funny. I kind of want to play Baldur's Gate 3 though.
Baldur's Gate years. Watched your video of you playing the original one a long time ago. So good. Good old days.
Yeah, I never did finish it though, did I?
It's just such a massive game.
Okay, well, I've got like nothing of what I need to make this build work. I don't have anything. So I guess we're just gonna have to play around with it and like see if we can find what we need. It's gonna take some time.
So I guess with perfect gear, that Bone Spear build is still strong. That Rob guy deleted Uber Lilith. Didn't even do a mechanic in the second phase.
Nice.
That's crazy.
Yeah, my Necromancer doesn't have perfect gear. I know that much. I need the thing that turns me into a bear. I don't have that one either. Man, I guess I need to do some HellTides. But isn't there a bug right now where the HellTide, like, cinders aren't dropping?
Oh, yeah.
Not the time to test out a completely non-working build. I need carry. You carry me. Carry me. Carry me.
I must wait a moment.
Watch me run out there and get my blood smacked. I literally respect my whole character. Oh yeah, Vasily's Prayer. What am I doing? Why did I not put on Vasily's Prayer? I need Vasily's Prayer to turn Landslide into the Werebear. I have Vasily's Prayer. I've got 2 of them. Almost made a big major boo-boo.
Boo-boo.
I must wait a moment.
Where's my Vasily's Prayer? I got 2 of them. I got one that's a lower level one. I think I got a higher level one too, or maybe I sold the other one because I had 2 of them, and I think this is probably the better one. I wouldn't have sold the other one if this wasn't the better one.
To solve the issue with stash space.
I guess for the time being, I could also throw on Hunter's Zenith.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, I'm glad Bone Spear Necromancer can still delete Uber Lilith. Don't tell anybody though, because chances are it'll probably get nerfed.
I mean, you already did a video of it. It's over.
I have Sauron.
As soon as they make them videos of them deleting these things really easily, don't they realise that, well, half of the time things get nerfed is because of...
But that's how they. But that's how they get the views. Everybody goes and looks at the 2 billion damage shred build, and then the 2 billion damage shred build's gone in a record time.
I prefer just builds that are fun and weird, but no matter if it's the quickest build or not. If it's funny to watch. What about?
Okay, well I just deleted all those monsters with relative ease. That was kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. Did I set up my spirit boons? I don't even remember if I set up my spirit boons. Why are my spirit boons green? I don't remember it being like that last time I looked. Let's see how easy it is to generate fortify, because I think I should be like fortified up at this point. Wow, this build's kind of strong. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't even have all the doojanks yet, and he's already kind of poning stuff.
I'm not ready yet.
Woo. Spicy. Well, at least I'm not like completely useless.
I must wait a moment.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, how's it going?
Oh boy.
My rump is a little sore from getting spanked by the nerf spanking thing.
You got spanked? Did your mama get nerfed though?
That remains to be seen. Time will tell.
Did your mama get nerfed though? Like, because even our mamas got nerfed.
My overall vibe is like
I need more spirit.
it's even more difficult for survivability.
Well, yeah, everybody's survivability went down all across the board. Like it's just like it's not just you. It's literally everybody.
I need more spirit. I must wait a moment.
I am chugging some potions though. I have not set up properly for damage reduction at this particular moment.
I'm not ready yet.
I can heal myself like crazy though, like with Blood Howl and like the crits that I'm pushing out, like it's actually a lot of damage. A lot of heals coming in.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, Blood Howl's kind of nice. I just really don't have the damage reduction quite yet. I need the Undaunted rune, or gem, that's for sure. Definitely need Undaunted. I need to put a Sapphire in that helmet. I am able to maintain Fortify, like, constantly. Let me go grab a Sapphire for that helmet before I forget. And I think I forgot to put a skull in the amulet, too.
So Leon, the overall opinion on Druid is I'm not a big fan of the cap to the 6% for unstoppable.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't like that.
That's a hard nerf.
Well,
Especially as you're trying to
it's a hard nerf, but they also threw you a bone, which I thought was kind of cool. So one of the Malignant gems basically makes it so that every time you get stunned, oh no, what was it? Frozen, knocked down, or what was the third one? I can't even remember. Basically anything that puts you in a position where you're actually in danger, you can just automatically transform into Grizzly Rage.
I did see that, yeah.
And that was pretty cool. Like, I gotta admit, that was actually pretty interesting.
But to reduce, and again, it's early, but to reduce armor so much and the survivability, which I would argue I'm still having trouble, and I don't know that I see anything where the monster CC is going to be nerfed.
What's the cooldown on that? There wasn't a cooldown on it. None of them. That thing didn't have a cooldown written. There was no cooldown.
I feel like they're at the point, Duck, where they're balancing the game around the season mechanics. That's where we're at. If you don't have the season mechanic, your character's gimped. Like right now, everyone playing on the Eternal Realm right now, trying to push dungeons, and like people saying, "Oh, I do 20 tiers below what I used to do. Like I used to do 60s, now I do 40s. Or I used to do 80s, now I do 60s." Basically, they're missing the season mechanic to try to get them back to where they were. That's basically what's going on here. And I don't even think it's good enough to get us back to where we were. But I think that's their philosophy. That's the only thing I can explain.
But what about a person if I'm going to stay in the Eternal Realm and I'm not going to do the season?
Exactly. And people were complaining about that. I was like, well, I agree.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, I was even thinking on different lines other than what Leon's saying, which is like, I feel like they changed everybody's characters to such a degree that you almost have to just like remake them to figure out exactly how they need to be built. And lo and behold, the season is right around the corner where you remake all your characters. It's almost as if it was planned like this. Go grab this waypoint while I'm at it. I will say, not to be wholly negative about the patch, like, dear God, it's so nice to actually have my map revealed on all my characters.
Yes, it's a beautiful thing.
Oh my God, like, just...
It just bugs me because they could do something so nice like that, but they can't sort out the zoom and stash space.
Like, it's just, it was such a pain in the butt. Like, every time I opened the map, like, I couldn't even figure out where anything was because the whole map was grayed out. Like, I knew kind of like the roundabout place where something was, and I kept trying to, like, pin it for people, and I'm like, I don't know, I can't see the map. Like, I think it's over there somewhere. It's somewhere over there, okay? Shush. Somewhere there. It's over there somewhere.
I haven't played on the Sork yet, but it looks like they got a little more beefy.
They gave them some defensive buffs. Out of all the characters, the Sork was the one that actually got some defensive buffs. And honestly, like, they also got nerfed though at the same time. So I think they did get like a net defensive increase overall, but not much. It's not as much as you think, because they also got a reduction in all the other things as well. Oh wow, I just got annihilated.
Nerf hard. The one that amplifies damage.
Yeah, because everybody was using that. That was the one that everybody was exploiting.
I'm low on spirit. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Man, this is like painful. My damage reduction is not enough for this build. I am like constantly fluctuating in HP.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, are you trying to play the build that you just theory crafted?
Yeah, I'm on it right now. I don't have like half the legendaries that I need, but I put it all together, put the skill points in, set up the Paragon board. I mean, I need the legendaries to really make it shine, but I'm trying to like see if I can get some of them. Is there is one of you guys just sitting out here resin, you know, bird face. I thought you were in the middle of that pack, and that's why I wasn't paying attention. Where's the other guy that's rezzing? Yeah, I feel like I'm in Diablo 2 all over again. Freaking shamans sitting in the back rezzing everything. Go eat it. I think everybody's way weaker since the patch. Everybody. You know, it's a little disheartening though, because I think a lot of people like let's look at it more objectively. So those of us who know what we're doing and we've got our characters all figured out and our builds all planned, like We got weaker, yes, but our characters didn't suddenly become, like, useless, right? Like, we didn't just, like, fall into obscurity to the point where, like, our builds were just not viable. The other characters who didn't quite have their builds together, who weren't really set up properly, like, they may have just logged in and just walked into, like, oh, my character is absolutely garbage now. I can't kill anything. Like, did they even consider the fact that they may have just, like, scared away, like, millions of newer players who didn't have their builds set up properly?
And that's why I turn around. They shouldn't change stuff
So-
away. They
so-
should give people time.
I've been killing stuff for quite some time, and also done an event. Although I didn't complete the event, did I? But I got a whole 12 cinders right now. I feel like I've been at this for quite some time, and I've got a whole 12 cinders. I know it's bugged and all, but I thought I would have had a lot more than 12 cinders. I guess doing HellTides at this particular point is completely useless.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Really, it's that bad?
It's bad. No.
Oh, and the cost of the mysterious chest has been upgraded to 250. So not only can you not get cinders, but
You can't get sisters.
You can't get
What?
sisters. Not only can you not get cinders, but yeah, good luck actually opening that chest since it's 250. Like, if you do happen to get up to 250, well, I guess you did pretty darn well.
Probably one of the new Malignant hearts will give you like amplify your cinder collection by
That would be the worst looking heart in the game.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, seeing as how you can freely unsocket and socket equipment, I mean, I don't know.
I'm not ready yet.
Guys, I'm not doing any damage in this nightmare dungeon because I have my HellTide Cinder Malignant Heart in.
Dang it, I had my Helltide Cinder glyph on this entire time we were doing the raid.
My fault.
My bad, guys. That's happened so many times when I was playing, like, Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14, like, there would always be somebody who, he had, like, some weapon he was using to, like, level up his character or something. Like a lot of the times in, like, Final Fantasy 11, you would often use, like, different weapons. I just died. You would use different weapons to, like, level up some skills. And, like, we'd be doing a raid the entire time, and then the frickin', like, one of your main damages would be like, oh, crap, I had that stupid thing on the entire time. And, like, we were like, oh, I wonder why our DPS was terrible. Then he switches to his real weapon, and we actually clear the dungeon in, like, one try.
Yep. I've been there.
Okay, well, I don't know what to do if the HellTides are messed up. I need at least legendary aspects. I guess I just need to go farm somewhere with legendary aspects, because the HellTides ain't gonna do it.
Back to your point a couple minutes ago, Ginger, I actually feel like they just created a larger gap between casual players and hardcore players. They created a larger gap between good builds and mediocre builds. They just created the gap. They widened it.
They created the gap. Can we get a selection of finely crafted clothes there?
Yes, the three-way mirror. I just need the three-way mirror to look at my male sorcerers.
Rocky Horror Picture Show. $700 likes. I think that's the most likes I've gotten on any video so far. Or live stream, anyway. I think some of my older videos might have more than that, but...
I must wait a minute.
Okay, I'm in a 75 level tier 21 dungeon, the weakest that you can possibly do on World Tier 4. Let's see if I can clear it. With all the wrong aspects. With all the wrong aspects. Not even a full Paragon board.
I do not have enough spirit. I must wait a moment.
The other thing that is a bigger deal to me is, not being able to play 8 hours a day. It's the XP nerfs, like,
Yeah.
I'll be behind everyone.
That's a hard one, yeah.
So, like, if I jump in to play with my boys, it's gonna be jumping. I mean, that's a big nerf to go from. You did a great job explaining it in your video too, Ginger, of showing if you're going against a level 100 mob and now it's a level 11. It's a 15%
I must wait a moment.
That adds up. Or no, it doesn't add up, actually.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The XP nerfs. So, like, if I'm level 10 and you all are level 50, and I jump in late in the season and I run around with you, it's I can't play with my friends.
Oh, you mean like the power leveling stuff? Yeah. Yeah, the power leveling stuff is going to be basically worthless. Like, you'll still get EXP, about the same EXP that you would get, like, normally. Like, from normal monsters that you would be fighting on your own. Like, that's basically how they have it set up. So, like, at level 1, you're going to get EXP as if you're killing level 11 monsters, which is going to be about the same as what you could get on your own. Like, it's not going to be anything special. I don't think they completely disabled power leveling, because otherwise they would have just made it, like, equivalent. So, like, if for level 1, you would have been getting level, like, 1 monster EXP. Now, they left a little bit of a buffer zone in there of 10 levels, so you get 10 levels over yourself, plus 20, what was it, 15%? Which, oh god, gonna die. Yep. Oh.
I must wait a moment.
What is with all these freaking monsters? Like, look at how many monsters are on these steps. Did they increase, like, the elite density pack as well? Like, I kind of feel like they increased the elite density package.
Did it just for you, Ginger?
Dude, I am telling you, like, ever since I started playing, I feel like the number of elites has gone up tremendously.
They just want us to walk into a room and just scream. And then splat with it.
Like, it feels like, I don't know, like a 50% elite pack, like, increase. Like, ever since I got back in and I tried to do some dungeons, like, it just feels like there's always, like, a massive amount of elites that are just kicking me in the face on a regular basis. I feel very, very offended by it. Because it hurts. It hurts my ego. The worst kind of pain.
I must wait a moment.
I knew that was coming. This character is not set up well enough yet, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to get my aspects before this character's really gonna be finished.
I need more time.
I mean, that was kind of rough, though. Like, let's be honest. That was a lot of freaking elites for no reason. I already did play my Necro Business Junkie, and he got absolutely annihilated by, like, a regular event in the world. It was terrible. Honestly, he needs a rework if he's gonna do anything, in my opinion.
I must wait a moment.
I might even just respec him off of Bone Spear to something else. And, like, I had my fun with Bone Spear anyway. It'd be fun to try something else out for a change.
Summon Mancer.
You just want me to theory craft your Summon Mancer for you.
I was just going to ask if you had an opinion. I'm looking through the notes now for the summoning build. I thought I saw that there was a change to that.
I saw some buffs to the summons. I mean, and every single time there was a buff to the summons, somebody in chat would go, "The minions still suck," and I'm like, why is there so much minion hate? Y'all some minionists.
The thing is, when you get the Blizzard with the mages, they're so nice. Like, yeah, they might not one-shot things, but they're just so fun.
Ow, you mean frickin' storm thing.
The only thing I would like is something that can teleport your minions to.
I do have a Patreon. I don't know if I have an exclamation point Patreon. But Patreon is linked on my YouTube channel. I think in the top, when you go to my YouTube channel and you look at the banner, I'm pretty sure it's there. I can link it for you in a second once I leave mortal peril.
Such a peril.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what would be fun to build, but it's also going to help the group. Because it doesn't matter whether it's not like the fastest build or something, but I want something that's fun with it.
Well, helping the group comes in many different forms. Crowd control is obviously something that can help the group.
Yeah.
So if you are crowd controlling things on a regular basis, it's going to help. Whether you're chilling, freezing, whether you're making things slowed, stunning, immobilizing, like there's tons of different ways you can add crowd control, and it's pretty amazing. That's why I think the Poison Creeper is like absolutely amazing. Because not only does it poison everything, it also slows everything, because things that are poisoned are also slowed. And mobilizes them too, and a lot of characters have things that build off of immobilize. Like, you know, things that give you extra damage when you hit monsters that are immobilized, and so forth and so on.
So that Bloodlion's got.
Vulnerable is very nice, so if you can maintain 100% vulnerable uptime, that's a whole other thing. Like, being able to maintain permanent vulnerable uptime is amazing.
Look at that Bloodlion's. I saw
good Diablo lords for increasing renown for side quests and dungeons completed. Thank you.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh god, what am I doing in this? Oh god, save me.
They did buff Bloodlance, didn't they?
There was actually a couple. There was a couple buffs to Bloodlance actually.
So that could be a.
There was a Malignant gem, I think, or was it a new aspect? There was some kind of new something that had to do with.
Yeah, it makes it spawn lances off the blood orbs or something.
I'm not ready yet.
I haven't tried a blood build yet.
I'm so tired of you, Evil Rock. Why you teleporting on my head? I'm so tired of you. Why you gotta be so freaking dang rude?
I'm not ready yet.
The poison damage from the Poison Creeper is very good. I mean, I'm not really fully set up, obviously, and it can get a lot higher, but it is really nice. I am out of potions. And I am dead. I need a carry so I can get my legendary aspects. Where's my carry at? Alright, now that I'm safe, well, when I say safe, I mean, like, not safe, because Mr. Rock here is going to try and kill me. I don't know who thought having a rock that tries to kill you while you're sitting AFK in a dungeon with no monsters nearby was a good idea, but please just don't. Just stab yourself in the leg next time you have such a compulsion. I hear that helps. With a fork. You know, not to be, doesn't got to be deadly or anything, just apply some pain, you know, like, and make sure that doesn't happen again. I mean, I'm all for challenging mechanics, but, like, if I'm just trying to, like, go AFK for a second because my girlfriend needs me, like, at some point or another, like, you just kind of went too far if the thing literally prevents me from even going AFK. There's my Patreon, by the way, if any of you guys wants to sign up. I do appreciate the support, by the way. I'm not, like, super duper active on Patreon, but there is some pretty good bonuses for becoming Patreon member. And I think one of them, actually, I can't even remember. I'm pretty sure I did this, though. I think, like, one of the highest tiers, like, I was trying to come up with a good reward to, like, give you for just, you know, being such an awesome person, you know, thumbs up. And I'm pretty sure that the highest tier literally just has my phone number. So you can send me text messages and be annoying.
Okay, someone lend me, like, couple of grand so I can donate it to Ginger and annoy the hell out of him, Dave.
Oh, he would too. He would.
Oh, I would send him meow gifts constantly.
Oh, he would. I know he would. Oh god, just pull me in, why don't you? Okay.
I'm not that mean. I'm looking at a Bloodlance build.
Oh, dang it!
Bloodlance does look interesting.
Why didn't you request to join my party? No, I lost my dungeon, sir. Nerfablo 4. What a game. Nerfablo 4. You know what? Let's do a regular dungeon since I suck. Or are you already in a dungeon?
Check what builds max roll. This one.
I stuck. Oh, you guys already are in a dungeon. Okay. I can't get no love. And as you wanna be, do you wanna have enough? I can't get no love. Hey, you better upgrade your Patreon subscription. I mean, I thought it was a sufficient reward for just simply, you know, you guys being cool dudes and supporting me. I mean, as long as you don't give it away to everybody, you know, you'll be part of a very slick doojank.
Oh, lightning source could be fun.
Not too many janks open in here. Let me just verify real quick because I don't even remember. By the way, if you message me on Patreon, I almost always reply.
He's lying. Rapid fire.
Unless for some reason I don't see it, but I usually see it. Let's see here.
Alright, let me see how summons work now with Druid.
They're pretty interesting.
Well, I don't know if I see it on there. I've been trying to take a look, but it's been a while since I've been on Patreon to check the like settings and stuff like that. Give me some legendaries.
All right.
I need some
Well, you beat the game.
I need some legendaries. I can't test out my build without my legendaries. All my gear's wrong. I'm even wearing Mad Wolf's Glee. I need an armor too. Is my excitement for this season the same more or less after the patch? I mean, I'm still excited to try out this companion build. Oh, this is a 35. Yeah, I'm not set up for this. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to do that either. Freaking booty-pooies. I mean, I don't shirk away from a challenge, So making the game harder as a like in general isn't necessarily something that I'm scared of. Like, but like I don't know if they went the right direction for it, and I feel like they probably did kill a lot of people's excitement for what's going on. I don't know. I feel like they could have gone about it differently. Maybe they just decided they need to do a band-aid, you know, rip it off like a band-aid kind of a thing and just do it. But it doesn't seem like it was the right choice. I can't really help a whole lot here, unfortunately. I'm trying. That guy, I can't even like withstand that guy's fire attacks. I can throw a one of those on there for you, Wolfie. Is Chunks carrying us? Chunks is nowhere near us. Oh no. I ran away. I couldn't survive.
I like the way Rax summed it up in his video. He put like the 3 pillars of the endgame: speed farming, nightmare dungeon pushing, and Uber Lilith.
Mm-hmm.
And all 3 of them are now solved by offense only, because you can't defense, and like you can obviously defense speed farming, but who does that? You go for movement speed and damage. Tier 100 pushing, you do a non-hit like range build damage, because if you get hit, you're dead. You're melee, you're dead. And Uber Lilith, obviously you dodge stuff, otherwise you're dead. So damage wins because less mechanics. So all 3 facets of the game are damage.
I don't like that.
I don't like that either. I think you should be able to gear defensively and tank things.
You guys gonna kill that guy over there anytime soon? Like,
at the sacrifice of damage.
I'm over here like crying my eyeballs out because can't even stay alive for 2 seconds. Oh, I tried to res you, Wolfie. I tried. That corpse bow got you too, huh?
I'm not ready yet.
Maybe rogue it is.
Just looking at like the flowy rogue and stuff at the moment.
I'm going to be ranged, if anything. I'm going to be full ranged. I'm not going anywhere near
Flurry
Bob.
is ranged.
My freezing arrows on literally didn't get affected at all. I should just build her.
I'm not going near anything.
I'm not ready yet.
She's,
I really like the look of some of the range stuff.
she's still kind of insane, to be honest. Oh god. What is going on? Why am I stuck? Kill that thing. Thank you. If +4 Astrions is a really good find, Dark Hado. You gonna make the North Star Smiter?
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
I also really like that Heartseeker one, and that's fun.
I have to admit, I don't ever hear Chunks complain, even when he chooses the worst sigils to do. I hear him complain. You must not be listening. He complains. He complains. He has his own special way of complaining. Like letting us die. It might not always be auditory.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
Oh god. Oh god, please no. The hell just happened? There's so much damage in there. This is me dying. Yes, the crit reset is awesome. You can literally just spam Poison Creeper over and over and over again. It's freaking great. HellTides are very fun. They were very fun. Right now they're not very fun because they took all the cinders away.
Was that intentional? I don't remember that part of the patch notes.
No, I think that was a bug. They didn't say anything about making it harder to find cinders. They actually had a note in there that said it would be easier to find cinders. There was a patch note that said something like all clickables will now drop cinders or something like that.
Okay. So hopefully that gets fixed. Because HellTides are super important, especially at the beginning of a season. Need those aspects.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
That was so rude. I was running out of the poison and the spider immobilized me in the poison. So I got space for another landslide, Druid? You want to come in here? Go ahead. Can you request to join? Or just type a X in clan chat?
I must wait a moment.
I don't care. Come on in.
I must wait a moment.
Being able to spam poison creepers like this is kind of insane. I always thought it was kind of OP to begin with, but now it's just like, okay. Now I can just spam it repeatedly until everything's dead. Why you come over here? You didn't like what we were doing to you over there? Ow! Oh, blowy uppy dudes. I was wondering why I died. Hell portal, blowy uppy dudes. Of course, blowy uppy dudes.
Campfire chat on Friday. So after the season launches, there'll be a campfire chat.
Nobody got time for that.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time for that.
We've been hearing feedback from players regarding some of the changes in the latest patch. We are going to have a campfire chat later this week on Friday to talk more about it. We'll have more details timing the next day. Thanks again for feedback.
Oh, come on,
13 minutes.
Respond. So the fact that they're holding the campfire chat after the season launches says to me that they're not really interested in making any changes. Like, I would definitely just go ahead and say that. Because if they were really interested in making any changes, they would do it before the season launches. 100%. There's no reason why they wouldn't do it literally tomorrow. Like, if everybody, like, had enough hate mail, sent enough hate mail to them, and they were interested in actually pulling feedback or explaining themselves, like, in a way that was anything meaningful, they would do a campfire chat literally tomorrow. Like, or even maybe today, but probably tomorrow, because they would want to schedule it a little bit, and they would talk to us about it literally tomorrow. But the fact that they're doing it a day after the season launches says to me they don't really care. They're just gonna do damage control. They're probably just gonna double down like they did with the no overlay. When everybody was mad because they didn't have an overlay in the game, an overlay map, and they're like, eh. They're like, we feel we made the right decision. Like, they just doubled down. They'll probably just double down. Just like the KFC. Double down. Buy one today. Oh god, another one of those guys. Yep, I tried to run away from him too. Did I see Fletch's latest tweet? Let's go take a look at Twitter, shall we?
That's the one I was reading to you.
Oh, that's the one. We're hearing feedback, yeah.
I'm with you. I just don't understand the defensive nerfs. It's like, was any build really running around tier 90 plus tanking everything? Because I don't know of one that, maybe the one exploit one that was fixed, but that I don't think there's a single class that could do that. Just run around and just tank everything.
Somebody said, is it possible to redeem my deluxe edition battle pass for season 2 instead of season 1?
Yes, it is.
That's actually pretty funny.
You can use it for whatever season you want. Save it.
Man, this guy is like just absolute like death dog water. Or Snova Doom Trap. This boy is a trap of doom, alright.
How are your minions doing?
Seem to I'm missing like most of the key aspects that I need to actually make the build work, so
I'm still staring at builds.
I'm not ready.
And plus we're in like a relatively high level dungeon for my level, and they recently nerfed all the defenses, so I think both equals me not having an easy time here. Can't wait to hear more about Rod's Malignant Tunnel.
I must wait a moment.
Trying to read what people are saying. See if there's anything good in here. Man, some people are just going completely the opposite direction, I thought. Please hold true to your vision for the game, and please do not compensate for what the whiny baby drama frog tweeters are caught up in on any given day. As someone who has my name on the statue and has slain Uber Lilith, this game is great. Please stand your ground. Whiny Whiner baby drama frog tweeters. Wow.
That was brilliant.
Like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with the changes, but I don't understand why they all had to be at the same exact moment and why they all had to be right before the season launch. Like, I don't understand that. Like, from that point of view, I feel like they kind of screwed up entirely because they just dropped a bunch of changes on us all at once. You know, it's like the old adage of boiling a frog in a pot of water. Like, if you boil the water slowly, the frog doesn't realize he's being boiled and eventually he just dies. If you boil the water and then drop the frog in, he, you know, screams and jumps out of the pot. Like what they basically did was they dropped literally so many changes on us all at once that, like, they just drastically changed the way that the game functioned for everybody and affected all the builds across the board in some very crazy ways. To the point where literally I don't even think anybody has a good idea of how powerful their character is anymore. Like, we have to go rediscover how powerful our character is.
I don't know what I'm gonna bloody make at this point.
I'm not ready yet.
Using tracker. Well, that was a nice little doojank of level ups.
Might be this penetrating shot. Rogue. Sounds interesting.
You logged into your hardcore character that had all the progress. According to what I understand, once you log in, it sets that as your progress for your entire account. So yes, you should be okay.
As long as it doesn't die before the season.
I would assume that even if it dies, you would still maintain the progress.
Yeah, because if he creates a new
He's already
character,
logged. Yeah, he's already logged it. Yeah.
if he creates a new character right now, it has all the progress.
Yeah.
It should be fine. He should just create another character too as backup.
Grab this exploit glyph, doojank. Exploit glyph's more important than the poison damage. Just for the moment. And then I can come back later and fix it. That way I can get my vulnerability. I can barely handle monsters 3 levels higher than myself at this point. Like, I need to get set up properly. I will join you guys and cheer you on from the sidelines. Rah rah shish goomba. Rah rah shish goomba. Rah rah shish goomba.
Dark days upon us.
That's about all you're gonna get out of me.
Well struck.
7.3% damage reduction. Storm skill damage. Ew.
Fair trade.
I just got a really horrible mother's embrace. This thing was bad.
Anything
Kind of
else?
scared.
Well struck.
Hey, I got the landslide pillars thing. Still haven't tested that to see if that actually works with the poison creeper. I guess we can test that now. All my aspects are wrong anyway. Have I gotten any of the new uniques? I haven't personally gotten any of the new uniques, but we have seen an Azure Wrath drop within the kinship already. And an Oculus drop within the kinship. I'm not sure if they're still up here for me to click on. They probably are not, but maybe if I go to just clan. No. I showed them on the stream earlier, though, if you want to rewind. It should be pretty obvious because they pop up on the screen and I look at them for a pretty long period of time. Hey, I have the gain one additional companion. Oh, and I have the Bestial Rampage one in here too. I didn't even realize I did. Well, I'm a big silly head. And I have the core skills one in here too. Well, I am just a big fat dummy. I didn't realize I already had those extracted just sitting in there waiting for me. Alright, well, where did I put those? Let me just go ahead and fix them up. So, the shepherd's aspect was on my gloves. Where did I put the Wild Rage? Wild Rage was on my ring. Okay. I still have my ring. Okay, and then where did I put the gain one additional companion stampede? That's on the offhand, which I don't have a good offhand right now, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to hold off on that one. I need to find an offhand first to make that one work. And then the landslide pillar ones, I can throw that on something right now too. Just replace the Ring of the Umbral. I don't even care.
Oh, you caught a rare one.
Let's go. We're like we're literally so close to freaking reset of the characters. I don't even care. Just gonna destroy this character so I can try out my build. Yeah, Oculus is kind of crazy. Like, it basically lets you spam evade, like nobody's business. Alright, so does the landslide work with this build? Let's see. Obviously it works with the actual ability, so attacks twice. Does it work with the poison creeper? Yes, it does. Holy Jesus. Okay, well that's gonna have to work its way in there somehow. That's kind of nuts.
I'm not ready yet.
Why do I have free lightning coming out? I thought I took out all the lightning passives and stuff. Where's the lightning coming from?
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. ready yet.
Okay. Poison Creeper with the landslide second is absolutely amazing, and I'm glad that it works.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, holy crap, that's kind of ridiculous. Let's put this on. I like that heal from the werewolf thing, but...
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
I want to try out the 20% crit instead of the poison. I think the poison creeper, I know the 3-second extra poison is nice, but like, I kind of feel like the 20% crit might let me spam it more. Like, just in general, like just giving me more potential crits and more potential resets.
I must wait a moment.
And every time I spam it, 20% crit, 20% crit, 20% crit.
I must wait a moment.
Oh yeah, it does seem to be resetting even more often with the 20% crit. I like this. I like this aspect. I do indeed like this aspect. I mean, I always like the poison creeper, and that beefs up the poison creeper even more. And I don't know. I really like the poison creeper.
This poison creeper crit combo thing with the reset and the double landslides is just self-resetting.
Kind of ridiculous.
It's redonk, and I don't even have like a perfectly good build. I still need to get some more crit chance in my build to fix it up a little bit, but it's already like I can spam like 5 or 6 in a row.
I mean, if you're using the Terra motes from the landslide, you pretty much have a bunch of free crits anyway. So like, I mean, not to say that you wouldn't want to build crit, but like, I mean, between the 20%
well, I'm using
bonus,
trample at the moment.
You're not using landslide?
Not yet, no, because I don't have the stuff to support it.
Well, you got to put it on the. If you're using the, are you using the aspect that makes poison creeper use the landslide?
Yes.
Well,
I'm using the same one for trample.
Well, you got to put it on the bar so you can get the Terra motes. That's the problem.
Correct. Yeah, I know that's the problem, but I can't.
And it gets you
support that on
tons
the
of
bar
crits
yet.
at the moment. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm not having trouble getting crits without the Terra mode on the bar at the moment. I know it'll be better with that, but it's working with the trample poison creeper right now. But I need to switch to that. I just need to get some gear that supports it.
I gotta make sure I'm using the ravens first. I keep forgetting to use the ravens before the ravens and the wolves. I keep forgetting to use the ravens and the wolves before the Terra mote, or the poison creeper, because the poison creeper resets everything. So like, it's like almost a guaranteed reset, and then you reset all the skills, which it doesn't always work. But like, if you get it set up right and you use all your skills first, get your wolves in there, and then use your poison creeper, you can get like a more guaranteed reset on everything. It's kind of like a whole sequence of events.
I'm not ready yet.
Is it just me, or do the werewolves, my little werewolf companions, just look like other people in the dungeon? It confuses me half the time. I think it's like another werewolf.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I'm approaching 10 hours on this stream. Or 11. I'm approaching 11 hours.
I must wait.
I got another landslide. It's 8%, and mine's an 8%. Or where is it? Oh, mine's at 12%. Mine's perfect.
Well, Trunks is done.
I gotta go to work here in a little bit, so I might have to hop off too. I'll have to be at work till 11, technically.
8. Oh, so you got like an hour-ish. Just time to chill out. But yeah, I'm loving this build. This build is pretty freaking cool. And as I said, I'm not doing it entirely correct because I'm using trample instead of...
Oh, you dirty.
Instead of, what is it, landslide on the bar with the Terramotes?
I think the Terramotes really do make the build.
I think so too. I just have to work that into the build. I think I can.
I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
Fair trade.
No, I can. I know I can. I know I can. I know I can.
The plus to... Oh, that's why I have those, because I have the +3 werebear skills. And I know you're harking on the companion pets, but that's kind of the build that I was going with, is the companion.
Companion pets?
Yeah, I've got everything on the bar, because, well, they all get reset with that critical strikes reset, right?
Yeah, that's what I've been using. I mean, I was using that even before. I was using that even before, like, everything got changed.
Yeah, so I got the +1 companion, and then I have the thing that turns your werewolves into
I must wait a moment.
Your wolves into
werewolf companions
werewolves.
that do rabies. Yeah, and they do rabies as well.
Well, I still can't figure out whether they actually do rabies. I think they just spread rabies, which is different. But it doesn't really matter. Like I just don't even. I'm not really worried about that. All I really want is the extra damage that they offer. So
Yeah.
95%.
And then I'm using that glyph that gives you more damage to your pets too. The what's it called? Wilds glyph.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different stuff you can do. I have a link in the description of this video if you want to check it out to the build that I just theory crafted.
Yeah, I was really excited to see you crafting that because he's crafting exactly what I've been building. So I saved that link.
Crafted.
I'm gonna read over it. You've crafted my build, and I was like, it's a blessing and a sin because now the Eye of Sauron is all over the build that I just created.
No. I mean, yeah, probably. No.
So now it's
No,
out
yeah,
there.
you're probably right. Yeah. Well.
And then my OP build is, well, I wouldn't call it OP, but my build is gonna get some
I'm not
scrutiny.
ready yet.
Scrutiny. How can you get a new character leveled up fast? The answer to that question is now, unfortunately, just you're gonna have to level up the character the good old-fashioned way. They pretty much disabled power leveling almost entirely, so... Welcome to the Thunderdome. Welcome to the Thunderdome.
What's your thoughts on the Survival Instance legendary node?
Survival Instincts? What's that?
Yeah, it's you deal 1% increased damage up to 50% for every 1% difference in life percent between you and the enemy.
It sounds like you get more damage the lower the life of the enemy is. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems a lot like injured damage, but it applies actually when the monster's not injured, which I feel like is kind of better than how it was previously.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it's worth spending the points to get to it.
Can I reiterate again how amazing it is that the frickin' map is uncovered? Like, dear Lord Jesus.
It is a bit of a visual glitch. If you log out and then log in with another character, or even back to the same character, I believe it redoes the animation of exposing the map every single time.
I cannot do that here.
But you have to, like, log out of the character, though, at least.
Not while I'm in town.
The game's too easy. Then they made the game even easier for World Tier 1 and 2. And then they made the game harder for World Tier 3 and 4. Like, one of the major criticisms that I've had to, like, literally deal with on a regular basis from people is that they say that the campaign is too easy and it's boring to go through, and that they don't want to have to go through the campaign because it's boring and it's easy, right? And they literally just made the campaign easier. Like, leveling up through World Tier 1 and World Tier 2 is going to be even easier now than it was before, because the monsters are going to be under your level instead of at your level.
But I think that was also by design that they made the campaign easy. They want it to be accessible for the people who want to.
I mean, I understand that, and I made that same argument, but at the same time, then people are like, well, we don't want it to be super easy, blah, 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 you know, like... Oh yeah, I need to go change that aspect out. I totally forgot to do that. My wolvies were just regular wolvies all of a sudden.
Yeah, that extra 120% damage or whatever it is. It's 135 on mine is.
143 for me.
Lucky.
Now I need to find a decent one-handed weapon, refine the subterranean aspect, swap out the companion plus so I get the extra companions, and also the, what is it? I need the aspect of the stampede on my offhand. I need a ballistic aspect for my boots, which I don't think I have anywhere, so I need to change that out. I need the skinwalker's pants.
I must wait a moment.
The daughter of hatred demands blood.
The way that the landslide triggers is, like, really cool, too. Goes around in a circle.
Yeah, do you have that one that makes the landslide go off twice?
Yeah, I'm using it right now.
Yeah, that works really well with that, too.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Well, I gotta say that comparatively to what I had before and what I have now, I think I like this better.
A really fun build, and you're constantly on the move because you got to cast your poison creeper on people.
I mean, I'll say one thing: the active effects of the companion skills are basically always active. So like, like you basically always can spam the wolves. You can always spam the frickin' like pretty much everything. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, and you get that crit chance up, and if you need help getting that up, you can just use the crit potion. Get a little bit more.
Well, that's why I switched over.
How your thing's working? I need to have a look at that.
Yeah, this build is fun.
Companion build's done pretty good.
Absolutely. And like the companions take a lot of pressure off you from direct damage on guys near you.
Well, like first off, the poison creeper immobilizes everything, which makes it very difficult for things to chase you. So like if you get used to just simply shifting position a lot, so like when the monsters all collapse on you, and obviously they're all beating the crap out of you, if you kind of shift position away from where you were standing, you can very easily just like remove a lot of the pressure off of yourself because you're constantly spamming immobilize, and the monsters can't chase you. Like, so you basically let them gather up on you, immobilize them all, and then kind of shift position left or right to kind of take a little bit of the pressure off from the monsters that are unable to reach you. And it actually works really well. You
just
basically
don't know whether to do is summon Necro or to do what you're doing with the companion stuff.
I mean, both of them are probably good. I'm playing around with this one.
It might be fun if I did the summon Necro and you did the companion team up, because then I can like curse everything and could be interesting.
Speaking of teaming up, did everybody sign up on the sheet?
I'm on the sheet.
Yeah, I just haven't put what character I'm making yet.
Well, I think this has pretty much solidified it for me. I think Companion Druid is going to be my main.
Yup.
I'm going to figure this out one way or another, and I'm going to have fun with it.
I think a very weird summon Necro with Corpse Explosion, doing the damage over time, and then using Decrep to lower their damage and stuff.
Well,
yeah, you might want to look into
the same character.
For the Minion Mancer. You might want to look into the double Decrep Iron Maiden.
Yeah, that could be an interesting one as well.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I do like the summoner. I think if you build it right, I've seen them take down Lilith, so they can't be as bad as what people are saying.
I'm not ready yet.
A lot of them seem to use this weird ring. It's called
The Ring of Mendel.
I'm not ready yet.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems to be designed for Summoner Necros.
So I'd have to find one of them, but it would still work just leveling until I get something like that. Then obviously I'd need to find the aspects to get more summon and all that stuff, but...
You need to add like a search box to everything. Come on, guys.
Oh my god, I can't stand going through my inventory half the time. Looking in there and seeing all the legendaries that I've saved, and then knowing I need to search through every single one to find the legendary aspect that I saved is just like, ugh.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the crit elixir, whatever the name it has.
The elixirs are a little bit easier because they actually have unique designs, and you start to get used to like how they're designed. The crit ones usually have spikes on them. So if you look in your inventory and your consumables, look for the ones that have spikes on them. Those are your critical strike chance ones. Although the overpower one also has spikes.
Yeah, it's red and spiky.
The critical strike damage one is brown. I don't know why it's brown.
Precision elixir. Increase critical strike chance by 3%.
I'm not ready yet.
Damage by 20. The purple and silver one. Non-full level one. Precision.
I must wait a moment.
I'm so confused by this, like, -5 levels in the open world thing. I don't think anybody ever said, hey, we want things to be weaker.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, I mean, maybe it's just because they felt like maybe the nerfs that they did were too heavy-handed, and so they needed to give us, like, some sort of, like, hedge against society. I don't know. Like, so, you know, like, at least we'd be able to go into the open world and wipe our tears on the monster's shoulders.
I need more time.
Well, that was the other thing I was thinking about afterwards while I was playing with Chunks, is because they lowered the level of the monsters by 5, the item level that the items will drop will be lower.
I thought it was based on your character level, though.
Not while I'm in town.
Oh, maybe it is, but like, I mean, going into a nightmare dungeon and going into higher levels results in better item level.
Yeah, I mean, up to a certain point, your item level does. You do get some crappy item levels, so you're gonna get crappy item levels, which means you're gonna get characters that have worse gear.
Mm-hmm.
As
So it's
a
going to make it
result.
more challenging to gear up. So it's another compounding factor of the decisions they made. And like what you're doing right now, which is finding all the waypoints and clicking on them, I believe that was an intentional decision to not just give you all the waypoints, because if they gave you all the 20 renown that they gave, then people could just make a brand new character and get 25k gold in a couple seconds.
Oh.
From the renown progress, the region progress.
I don't even know why I'm doing this. I'm not even going to be playing this character in like 2 days. Just for lulz, I guess. Just for lulz.
It's the completionist.
There's a Legion event in 2 seconds. Go do that.
How close are you?
To what?
To the Legion event. Oh, way up there. You don't have that way. I got Sirigar. Okay.
Not while I'm in town.
Not while I'm in town.
I cannot do that here. I need time to do that.
Ride like the
I need
wind.
more time.
I'm trying to ride like the wind, but my horse doesn't want to let me ride like the wind. I feel like the horse is just really slow.
Yeah, I can totally agree with you.
My horse said, do not ride like wind. You ride like cow. We ride dirt slow and very bad. Cow-like. If you stay next to the campfire, even after the campfire disappears, you still build stacks.
Oh, thanks for letting me know that, 'cause I did not know that.
I mean, obviously, eventually we have to move, but...
Yeah.
He's like, are we moving? We going, yeah? Alright, I got 5 stacks. That's good enough. It's better than no stacks. Yeah, a lot of the times, even if you're like really close, you can usually manage to get the rest of the stacks if you just kind of hang in there.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Oh, I'm a big dummy. I don't even have the. I've got nothing set up for vulnerable, do I? Because I chose the ravens. I'm not even using the thing to increase the number of ravens or anything. Or yeah, let's go ahead and switch that to the vulnerable. Don't know what I was thinking.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, there's still a little crit chance on the table with my character, and I'm at 43% crit. And I could get that to 50.
Nice.
Well, that would result in not really needing to rely on the Terramotes.
I think the Terramotes are just... There's no other option. The other option of the landslide it doesn't work with the poison creeper, so well, we tried it earlier and we couldn't get it to work.
What was the other one again? Look here. When the strike and immobilized additional pillar. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working either, so it's just kind of a wasted point for me right now. I should move that point.
Yeah, so
Not
that's
bother with that.
so that's why I'm using the Terramotes instead.
Yeah.
Not only that, I do think the Terramotes are better, but if it did work, it would be more of a like either or scenario.
I must wait a moment.
It's just a wasted. We'll just move that. Look at something. I don't know.
I must wait a moment.
Figure it out later.
I must wait a moment.
Well, this character's gonna be a beast when I get him set up. I can already tell.
Absolutely.
I like some of the builds. I think they're fun. Like,
I
yeah,
don't even know if this is really
style.
I don't even know if this is really a summoner build. With the exception of the wolves, like there's really no summons. The ravens
Sure.
don't get attacked by anything. They don't have HP bars. The poison creeper doesn't get attacked by anything. He doesn't have an HP bar. The wolves do, but I mean, like, I guess like they don't even really count because there's only like a couple of them, like a handful. I think later on when you can get that 6, like that's a big deal. But
I must wait a moment.
Very different build.
It's more about that poison creeper and that crit and the reset. That's the driver. And then you just stack the other companions just because.
well, you're resetting
they
companions
reset.
anyway.
Exactly.
The ravens has the vulnerable, which is really nice. I do like that.
Yep. Go with Terra Fur. I'm mostly in werebear form anyways.
I think I'm gonna do something similar to that, but I'm gonna go more the trample slide with the poison creeper, and not the full companion version.
Well, fine then.
Be close though.
I'm using trample right now, and it's fun.
I need time to do that.
Yeah.
The landslides.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't even really feel like this is a full companion build. It's a companion earth build. Like, I'm relying very heavily on the fact that the monsters are poisoned, which gives me additional damage, and it gives me additional damage to earth skills, which I'm using the landslide as my earth skill, and I'm getting a large damage bonus that way, and I'm also going through the bestial rampage, which gets me damage bonus for werewolf werebear. And like, by the time I'm done, like, it's like the companions are a method, like, you know, like a vehicle to deliver all of the damage, but not necessarily like the main source of the damage.
Time to do that.
sense.
I mean, like even the companion bonus here, which is the core skills deal an additional 8% damage for each active companion. I mean, I get basically, if I can get a perfect one, a 10% multiplier for each active companion. And I don't know how many I can get, but once I get the 6 wolves, that's 60%. The ravens can have up to 2 active or 4 active, so that's another 40%, which is a 100% damage bonus on landslide. And then I think the poison creeper counts as 1. So at the end, when I'm finished, it'll be 6, 4, 5. So it'll be at a 110% damage multiplier on landslide. Which sounds kind of insane.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah. And that Terremote thing fixes your single target boss damage. Because that's what I'm struggling with at the moment.
I must wait a moment.
Oh yeah, it does help with single target boss damage. I got a tree of whispers. I got a tree.
Oh, that was another huge increase in XP from that thing. On my level 90 barb, it went from 159,000 XP to like 759.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's a big jump.
It is done.
Switch. Scott. Oh, I didn't see the number.
I must wait a moment.
That might be a good way for me to get my legendaries right now, since the HellTides are messed up, is just go farm the world boss, or the whispering tree stuff.
Good EXP now, too.
Yeah, let's teleport back and sell this stuff, and we'll go to a couple whispering tree quests.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Debilitating War is now a werewolf skill. And immobilize poison enemies for 4 seconds. That's nice.
Yeah, give it over.
How can I help?
I'm starting to make a list of what dungeons I want to unlock aspects in.
Oh, yeah.
There's a nice Google Doc out there that Zan looked at me like a week ago. Has every aspect, and you can sort it by class, in the dungeon, in the level.
Created by aspect of might. I like that aspect of might. Aspect of might may have actually pushed ahead of disobedience at this point. A 20% flat damage reduction versus the nerfed version of the armor increase. Also, now that we know the penalty exists, and if you can't overcome the penalty, you may also be in another situation where the aspect of might is just going to be better just simply because reasons. I was just looking at it. I don't see any on there for me. I think I might be screwed. I think all mine are, for the most part, are not even on the list.
Yeah.
All your what?
The Bloodhowl, increased critical strike chances on there. So that one's Fractured Peaks. Guess I could go get that one right now. The Skinwalker's aspect is on here too. Okay, well 2 of them are on here.
But those don't carry over, I don't believe. Right?
No.
Yeah.
I was gonna get it so I could use it right now so I could fix my build.
Ah,
Because I
I
suck.
want to get that health for people being near you one again.
I don't know. I might have to work in the aspect of retaliation somewhere too if I can. That thing's kind of
I have
stupid.
to work in a cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger in paradise. Okay, my shepherd's aspect is on here. Alright. I mean, a couple of them are on here. Nothing, like, too crazy, but... I can definitely get part of my build set up pretty quickly. What does the aspect of retaliation go in? Aspect of retaliation. One-handed weapon, two-handed weapon, gloves, amulet, ring. Yep, that's going to be hard to work in. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Well, I'm looking at my build. Not really sure there's much I can get rid of. I mean, companions gain bonuses for my bestial key passive. I don't know if that's really necessary.
I'm using it. It's nice if you're in werebear form all the time because it increases their attack speed a lot, right?
Well, I'm just thinking, like, logically, is that if I swapped that instead of using bestial rampage, which gives me the... But then I'm losing the 30% increased damage from that, which is also a multiplier, to gain the aspect of retaliation, which is a 40% increase. So I'm losing 30% to gain 40%. That's just not worth it.
Still gaining 10%.
Yeah, but I'm losing 10% on the companions because it's only core skills. I mean, I could do the Night Howler's aspect instead, which is the one that gives me the crit and has nearby companions and players affected by the Blood Howl.
Take a look at your build.
Yeah, I don't know.
Level 50 Druid?
I think the Night Howler's aspect is probably the only one I could maybe sacrifice. Who's
You're using Blood Howl, huh?
Well, yeah, I was thinking Blood Howl to increase the minions' attack speed and stuff like that, but I mean, I could maybe swap off a Blood Howl. Like, it doesn't have
I've been
to.
using Maul for the Fortify.
It doesn't have to be Blood Howl. I do like the heal on Blood Howl, though. I'll tell you that much. The heal is very nice.
Yeah, I could probably swap out Cyclone Armor for that Blood Howl.
I mean, you have no Unstoppable, right?
I mean, yeah, I could go with Earthen Bulwark.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
probably
like every
better
single
now.
build uses Earthen Bulwark, so...
You kind of have to now with the Grizzly Rage nerf. You need another form of Unstoppable, unless you like being CC trained to death.
I do like
Yeah,
being CC trained to death.
I use the aspect when you become injured, you gain Unstoppable.
Yeah, that'll save you once.
It'll save you once. It's not going to save you over and over again, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
You're just getting refrozen a second later, bro.
Yeah, it's a crutch to get out of the room.
And you're sacrificing aspect slot.
Yep.
Quite awful.
It's painful, yeah. It's very painful. It's something that needs to be fixed. What are you using to get Unstoppable then?
On my Druid?
On this Druid build then that you made Ginger.
That's what we just talked about.
Oh, that it's missing. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that. And then we go right back to Earth and Bulwark. I feel like I lost my sound or something. My sound on my yeah, the sound is off. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, you're fine.
No, it's my game sound. My game sound just suddenly like disabled itself, and I don't know why. Can't hear anything.
I just realized I don't think I'm using any ultimate skills on this build.
You don't have to use an ultimate skill. That's definitely something that you don't have to do. So.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to switch my rogue to that penetrating shot to try that out as well. Because I haven't tried that skill yet. With the aspect that makes it splinter, looks fun.
Yeah, that's how my Frost, Amazon, my Freezing Arrow Amazon is set up, like my rogue.
Just looks interesting. So many things to try and test and...
Yeah, there's like no sound from the game for some reason, and I can't figure out why the hell that's happening. That's strange. I didn't mute the game by accident or something, did I? I did mute the game by accident. Wow, that's beautiful.
At least it was that and not a sound card issue.
Inside the options, there's a button that just says Enable Sound, Disable Sound. Apparently, I unchecked the Enable Sound button. That's beautiful.
Very odd. That's just guaranteed overpower too. Sweet.
Yeah, I was thinking about that one as well. Right now I'm using 2 boons in the other tree where I get the Fortify, but I don't think I need that anymore. I think I can just pull that bolster off and just rely on the other forms of Fortify. Which means I could probably swap it out to go into the double snake. And grab that overpower as well. Oh, I don't even have Turdulra unlocked, or you don't have Turdulra unlocked. How do you not have Turdulra unlocked? You're a druid.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, this is Chunks instance.
Oh, we were in Chunks.
Turdurla for
Because I was about to say, like, well, I had to leave because I had to go into my instance to switch to Turdulra.
Oh yeah, no, I've got that. Yeah, this is Chunks instance.
The Shepherd's offensive. I think I'm using Shepherd's already. Where's the snake at? Come here, snake.
Yeah, I think I should switch my gems to fortified.
As long as you're able to generate Fortify constantly. I mean,
yeah,
certainly doesn't hurt. Every 20th kill will cause your next Earth skill to overpower. I mean, it doesn't seem like a whole lot because it's every 20th kill, but like a free overpower every 20th kill could be interesting for farming like trash and stuff like that.
When you're killing a hell of a lot, like them rooms that are just full of monsters. It'd be nice.
Like little spiders.
And then you just get a guaranteed overpower.
The little critters.
Deciding on Claw, hey?
I think tomorrow I'll respec the Sork and check what they did to Hydra and stuff.
Did not waste my point. Oh, that's why. Only got 1 point.
It's a little doojanks.
Not while I'm in town.
Yep, all your characters are unlocked now for the map, Tommy.
It's glorious.
Being able to hit that map button and see everything unlocked is great.
Cannot do that here.
Yeah, they're at least they're listening to people. They just need to listen with like the zoom and a few other things.
So the snake thing is just stacking up. It's already at 16. So I should get my next overpower already. And everything just died. And now I'm counting back up. Oh, my next earth skill will overpower. Okay, so I currently have it. Alright, let's wait for the poison doojank. Let's find a manstare.
Where did you do?
And let's burn this on a group of monsters.
I must wait a moment.
I'm curious whether the overpower works with Poison Creeper. Or whether it will require me to use Landslide. That is interesting. It's not burning the overpower. But everything seems to be tying so fast. Is it using the overpower but not burning the skill? What color is overpower? Overpower is orange, right?
Yeah, orange text. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not working with the it's not working with the poison creeper.
So that's a worthless thing to use then.
I mean, it'll still work. It'll still work with landslide itself, is what I'm seeing here. But it doesn't work with the poison creeper. The poison creeper acts as a very quick way to build it. But it seems like overall that's not a good choice.
Yeah, it builds super fast.
Nah, I don't think that's worth it. So we're gonna change that back to something else. I think I'm gonna go double eagle. I think that's might be better. Double eagle. Go for crit. Go for crit instead.
Crit and what else? Life or attack speed?
Well, somebody told me that the crit damage isn't that great. Apparently, something's wrong with it.
Yeah, I was thinking the crit chance, the 5% crit chance, which is the first one.
Yeah, 5% crit chance is what I'm using right now. And then I was thinking about attack speed, but the crit bonus isn't really as amazing as it seems. I've been told that it's not a multiplier, it's an additive. But I might still choose it anyway. And I was thinking about the overpower because I thought that would be better, but like there's not a lot of good options. I could go with the attack speed, which might be alright. Crit and attack speed might be better than an Avian Wrath crit non-damage multiplier. A little bit faster. Doom, 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 doom.
I'm not ready yet.
Gosh, that shadow thing is still really annoying.
Stormsbane Wrath.
Yeah. Pain in the butt.
Not while I'm in town. I must wait a moment.
Well, the frickin' poison creeper perpetually being up makes it like I'm not even using landslide as my core skill. Like Most of the time, I'm just focusing on trying to get my next poison creeper off, and like yeah, I still switch back and forth between like claw and landslide, but like I'm barely even spending any spirit because of it, because like all I'm really doing is just cycling between the two.
I basically have max spirit all the time because I'm not using anything that burns it. So that one about having max resource might be good for a percentage increase in damage.
I must wait a moment.
You know, what's interesting too is that every time you use the wolf ability, you seem to summon one wolf. So like, if your wolves are dead all the time, like because they're constantly getting killed, it doesn't seem to matter if you're resetting the skill constantly, because if any of your wolves are dead when you use the ability, it automatically resummons them. Well, not all of them, but one of them.
I must wait a moment.
I'm pretty sure everybody feels pretty much about the same way, Todd. We've been talking about it for like 11 hours. In fact, I've got to hop off here and get to work. I gotta get to work tonight, but I'll be on doing a lot of testing tomorrow. We'll probably spend all day testing stuff.
Gotta figure out the plan for.
Well, I want to get this guy kind of
Ladder
figured out.
start.
Yeah, I want to get this guy figured out before I go to the ladder start, and then I can have some fun with my new poison creeper druid.
Yes, I'll see you all night. Yeah, he's a hoot.
I'm not ready.
Watch him out.
Have a great one.
Have fun.
Harvest the dismal foothills.
I must wait a moment.
God, that's freaking beautiful.
I must
I
wait.
don't know why I love the way this character works.
Yeah, it's fun. A lot of fun.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, I'm out here murdering everything. And this is just the regular world, but like, I feel like if I can get this character set up right, he'd probably freaking even rock some of the higher dungeons.
I must wait a moment.
Wrecked.
Hello.
Stealth.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I love doing less damage in video games. You do? Wow. Who would have known? That's amazing. I didn't realize. I'm so glad.
I must wait a moment.
Because we were worried you wouldn't like the debuffs. The only downside is using the poison creeper in a small group of enemies doesn't always result in a reset, because of course there's hardly anything to hit, but it just annihilates them from existence anyway, so...
Yeah, that's one of the problems I'm having with the death blow on the Barbarian.
script will reset.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, that was pure concentrated evil. A freaking wave of monsters popped up for the chest, and it was like 4 corpse bows.
I'm not ready.
They just all came up at the same time and tried to nuke me. Wasn't anything else, no other monsters, just 4 corpse bows like all around me in a circle.
I must wait a moment.
Like, damn. Yeah, this is going to be a fun ladder with this guy. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with him. Get him to level 100. Have fun maxing him out. Refine his build a little bit. I'm sure I'll come up with slightly better ways to run things. Figure out which modifiers are the most important to make the landslide hit hard enough.
I'm not ready yet.
Might have just enough time to finish this dungeon.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't even know where I'm going. Up here, maybe?
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, it's currently bugged. The HellTides are currently bugged. Don't even bother with them right now. They already kind of like acknowledged it, and hopefully they're gonna get it fixed. I don't know what the hell they did, but they broke it.
I must wait a moment.
I couldn't even get to 75. You're a champ. I got to 13.
I must wait a moment.
Are they just like stomping the ever-living bejesus out of you?
I was killing pretty fast, actually. I mean, like, not super duper fast, but I did die a couple times, unfortunately. But I think before I died, I was only at like 13. They just weren't dropping them. Then I died and I went down to like 7. It is so satisfying to use the poison creeper with this freaking little landslide.
Absolutely. The sound and everything is just, yeah, it's so great.
I don't even care if it don't even do that much damage.
I must wait a moment.
Like I said, Freedom Gaming, it's currently bugged, so don't take the current numbers to mean anything at all. They're gonna fix it.
Hell, what board that's active?
I'll tell you what, man, the landslide going in a circle around, that is not how I thought it was going to be either. Like, I think in my mind I had envisioned like it would go outward and it would hit everything in a circle around me. The way that it works, because it goes around in a circle, and it can hit like the same monster multiple times, like because it's like multiple casts of it. So if you're like, if the monster that you're attacking is nearer to the center of the circle, they can actually get hit like multiple times by the landslide as it goes around the monster. And then it goes around twice, so the monster could definitely get hit more than once. Possibly even like 3 or 4 or 5 times, depending on where they're standing. And not really what I had thought, and it's like way more powerful than I thought it was too. I kind of just imagined in my mind that like a bunch of pillars like shooting up all at once and then like hitting everything within range or something. But like the way that it kind of goes in a like almost like a clock, you know, like around the clock, like clockwise, kind of seems a little really good. Cody, what are you doing? What's wrong with you over there? You're just like sitting upside down for no reason. Can't even pay attention to what I'm doing because you look so weird.
I'm gonna wake up relatively earlier, and I'm gonna just focus on some leveling routes and things like that, and aspects, and plan out a little bit of my leveling.
Well, looks like we've got enough people who are going to be there on launch day. I don't know how many are going to be there like at 10 a.m. in the morning or whatever time it was. Like I think it's 1 p.m. EST.
Yeah, it's 1 p.m. for us.
Correct.
But like,
that's not doable.
I mean, whoever is going to be online, we're probably going to be the first group. Hey, some glovey gloves. What'd I get? I got some Frosties. Some 18% Frosties. Yickety yak. Oh god, why did I stand there? They always taunt me with the loot, and then they put the explosions up.
I'm not ready yet.
They taunt you with the loot. Cody, I hear you, buddy. We're about to get off. Okay? I'm listening. I hear yous.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, so far it looks like only 3 groups of people actually check the box that they can make it at that time.
Yeah, I checked the box but put in specifically that I wouldn't be there till about 4:30 Pacific, which is 7 something, 7:30.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be plenty of people like that. But it definitely looks like it's gonna be a limited amount of people who can actually like start on time, if you will.
I'm curious how many are going to be demoralized reading those patch notes and playing their characters.
Everybody.
That's the other thing. Like, there's not enough time for people to process the frustration before the launch of the ladder.
I must wait a moment.
Alright, let's go kill this boss. Cody's got to go papadoodles.
Got to go through those things of grief.
He said, "Did
Whatever
you say
they're
the
called.
magic word?" He said, "Did you say word to magic? The magic word? The word?" Get down.
I mean, I'm still gonna have fun with it. It's just they definitely like minus the excitement.
And this is why I don't play hardcore. Every single time. Every single time. Cody ripped the headset off of my head, got the cord stuck between his toes, then screamed out in pain because the cord that was stuck between his toes tried to rip his toe off. All of which happened and I died.
I'm not ready yet.
I just killed those bosses so fast too. They got a free kill on me. So rude. I'm sitting here waiting for my like glyph thing. Like this is a glyph dungeon. Totally not even a glyph dungeon. Alright guys, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Probably be doing testing all day tomorrow, who knows. Alright guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been 11 hours and 37 minutes and I'm going to work. I will see you guys tomorrow. as always, thanks for watching. I do appreciate you guys supporting me today. Lots of people showed up. As always, keep watching.